Southern Hauntings, Sweet Tea Witch Mysteries, Book 11. Written by Amy Boyles. Narrated by Hollis McCarthy. 1. Why exactly did you drag me here? I stared at a lawn sprinkled with knickknacks, figurines, cabinets, musical instruments, and other various garage sale items. It looked like the house had gotten tired of all its belongings and decided that in order to start fresh, the best thing would be to vomit out its insides. I thought you'd want to see something. My grandmother, Betty Crapel, had called me back from clear across the state in Haunted Hollow, Alabama, to come behold the magic of a witch yard sale. Not that I'd seen anything magical, unless you counted a fish-shaped, copper-colored mold that smelled strangely of vanilla. That seemed pretty magical. Betty tugged at her head of white curls. Her beady eyes sparked with mischief. I call this magical. She dipped the hand into her purse. The whole time her gaze darted around to make sure no one caught her sneaking something out. My cousin Amelia bounced up. She had a blonde pixie cut and a heart-shaped face with delicate features. She winked at me and said in a loud voice, "What's that you're hiding?" "Dagnabbit, Amelia," Betty snapped. "I'm trying not to draw attention to myself." Amelia plucked at her hair. "Oh, sorry." She smiled at me. "I didn't mean to intrude." Betty's fingers were curled around an object. They opened to reveal a small golden cat figurine. Betty smiled brightly. "See? Isn't this wonderful?" I scratched my head. I didn't want to hurt her feelings, but I didn't understand why this little hunk of metal was worth secreting away in her purse. My other cousin Cordelia drifted over, her arms full of yard sale treasures. "Is that what I think it is?" Betty nodded proudly. "It sure is." Cordelia leaned in to trace her finger over the delicate ears. "Wow, I never thought I'd see one of those while I lived." Amelia dipped her nose between Betty and I. "Oh, wow, y'all are right. Wow, I never thought I'd see one either." She elbowed our grandmother. "Where'd you find it?" Betty pointed to a table filled with curiosities. "Right over there." Okay, the suspense was definitely killing me. Would someone like to tell me what it is? "If I'm not mistaken, that is a critterling. Some folks also call them critter carriers, but I believe critterling is the term we use in this part of the country." The new voice came from behind us. I turned to find a man in his early 30s with sparkling blue eyes and a hint of mischief in his smile as he patiently studied us. His strawberry blonde hair was brushed off his forehead and clipped neatly over his ears. The young man wore khakis and a blue button-down that made him look more like a big box store employee than someone trolling a yard sale. "Howdy, y'all. I'm Charlie James Hicks." He splayed his fingers over his heart. "But you can call me CJ for short." I extended my hand. "How do you do, CJ?" He took it like a gentleman and held it in his for a moment before gently releasing me. "I'm pleased to make your acquaintance." "I'm Pepper Dunn, and this is my grandmother, Betty Crapel, and my cousins, Amelia and Cordelia." Everyone said hello, and CJ replied with "ma'am" and "nice to meet you." I bit back a smile. CJ was nothing if not ridiculously charming in a boyish way. Dimples peeked out from his cheeks, and the spark in his eyes made him seem friendly. But the best thing about him was that CJ's voice held a tone of goofy that I'd never heard rivaled. He watched with interest as I took the figurine gently from Betty. "What's a critterling? That is how you said it, right?" "Right. Think of it as 2 words, critter for animal and ling, which isn't really much of a word but more of an add-on." He smiled. "Simply put, a critterling is a familiar holder. It's a way to carry your familiar spirit if you're traveling and can't take your animal with you," he explained. "They're very rare, and I'm surprised I didn't come across this little beauty earlier. I tell you, if I had, I would have bought it up." He placed a hand beside his mouth as if about to reveal a deep secret. "Half of the Magnolia Cove Familiar Society would have been fighting over it like cats and dogs." I frowned. Magnolia Cove Familiar Society? He fisted a hand to his hip and wagged a finger, playfully chastising me. "Now, Miss Dunn, don't tell me you haven't heard of us. Why, I thought every witch in these parts knew about our little club." So, let me go back. In case y'all were wondering, my name's Pepper Dunn, and you guessed it, I'm a witch. Oh, and I live in a magical town called Magnolia Cove. Only witches live here. And generally only witches can find the place, except for a couple of days a year that are freakish anomalies. Okay, maybe they're not freakish, but they are outliers, and not exactly worth mentioning at the moment. I stared at the delicate gold feline. Eye sockets plugged with emeralds glinted in the sunshine. The figure was long and delicate, reminding me of an Egyptian cat more than something I'd find in Magnolia Cove. "A critterling," I repeated. He smiled again. "That's what it is. The owner of the house recently passed away." CJ pointed to a name tag across his chest that read Realtor. "I'm the realtor on the estate. Mr. Albod was a distinguished wizard when it came to familiars. He never left home without one, unless he towed his critterling with him, that was." CJ glanced whimsically into the distance. "I remember his little familiar Peaches. She was a wonderful feline. But alas, we can't all live forever." He snapped out of his reverie and shivered. "Golly gee, just thinking about it gives me the willies. Anyway, what do you do here in town, Pepper Dunn?" It was my time to shine. Not that I wanted to shine and steal anyone's limelight, but my profession was important to me. "I own the Familiar store in town. Familiar Place." CJ gasped. "Now, how could I not have known that? Being a member of the Familiar Society and all, you would think I'd be much more informed on who owned the shop. But really, those of us in the Familiar Society don't buy familiars. Instead, we work to strengthen the connections we have with our current animals." "Well, that sounds wonderful," I said honestly. CJ tapped the gold statue. "But this little guy was very loved. Mr. Albod wouldn't have given it away for anything. After he passed, his family took what they wanted and decided to sell the rest." CJ opened his arms and gestured to the covered lawn. "So we're having this sale." I stared at the figurine. "So your familiar's power can transfer into this little nugget, and then you travel without the body?" He clapped his hands. "Now, don't ask me how it works, because Mr. Albod was close with his secrets. But if I knew Mr. Albod," he leaned over conspiratorially, "and I think I knew him fairly well, then that there critterling should still work beautifully. Granted that you know how to use." Betty nudged me. "Well, you gonna get it?" I wrapped an arm around Betty. "Of course I want it. It's beautiful. Thank you for finding it." CJ clapped Betty on the shoulder. "I should congratulate you for finding this treasure. It was one of Mr. Albod's favorites." He rubbed his chin. "I wonder if I should take you with me around the rest of the sale, see what other important objects we can find." Betty pulled her corncob pipe from a pocket and clamped it between her teeth. "No, thanks. I've found one for today. That's enough." I pulled money from my purse and handed it to CJ. "Now, where is someone with change when you need it?" He shook his head. "Let me find one of the cashiers." He craned his neck to get a better look at the folks sprinkled about the lawn. "I swear, there's just never the right person at the right time around here." He smiled gently. "But no worries. I'll get it fixed. I wanted to wear a fanny pack and hand out change, but the Albods wouldn't let me. No, no, the kids said. Just help folks. CJ spotted someone and pointed. Oh, I found her. You just hold on to your hat, Miss Dunn. I'll be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Betty brushed her hands. My work is done here. You got what you came for, Pepper. I shook my head in confusion. I didn't come for this. You called me, remember? Same thing. She flicked her head toward Amelia and Cordelia. Come on, girls. I saw someone selling funnel cakes in the house. What do you say we grab one? Cordelia smirked. Do they have calories? Betty grinned like the devil. How about I promise they won't? Cordelia charged forward. Sounds perfect to me. Amelia nudged my shoulder. You want one? No, thanks. I'll get my change and be right up. As soon as they were gone, an old woman wearing a flowing, tie-dyed dress approached. Tangled hair sat in a messy bun atop her head. I waited to see if a bird would pop out. I was wondering if I should keep a hand on my wallet when she pointed a gnarled finger at me. Be careful, girl, she whispered. I glanced over my shoulder, looking to see who this woman was speaking to. She reached her twisted fingers toward the critterling. You must be careful. I shrank back. Oh, okay. I wasn't an expert on dealing with crazy. Now that I thought about it, I was at a yard sale. This was as good a place as any to encounter crazy, wasn't it? Maybe I should be more realistic, or at least lower my standards when it came to the types of folks I expected to find hiding in a lawn sprinkled with knickknacks. Yes, the second option made a heck of a lot more sense. The woman's dark eyes shifted right and left. Be careful, girl. That cat holds strange power. Okay, so Crazy was definitely talking to me. Great. I peered around her looking for CJ, but he was embroiled in a conversation with a man wearing a mustache like Colonel Sanders. She reached another gnarled hand for the figurine. I dodged her grasp. Okay, well, thank you for the warning about it, but I'm just fine, okay? I know what it is. I know I can place a familiar's power in it. Not that I know how. I mumbled more to myself than her, but I'll figure it out. It's not like I started working craft yesterday. Yesterday wasn't too far off the mark, actually. It had been many months since I discovered I was a witch, and my powers were getting stronger, but there was still a world of knowledge to learn. The woman's raspy voice snapped me back to attention. I'm not talking about the familiar power it can hold, girl. I'm talking about it, the figure. She poked her gnarled nose toward me. Whoever owns that cat is cursed. Oh, well. A curse, I grimaced. That can't be a good thing. She raised her hands to the sky. It isn't. Her voice deepened, taking on an ominous tone. Her eyes squinted and her mouth twisted in a snarl. Whoever owns that cat is cursed to die. 2. Die? Well, I mean, we're all going to die. I know Mr. Albod owned the critterling, and he died. Was he old? CJ didn't mention if he was. But if so, maybe he didn't die because of a curse. Maybe it was just old age. As if on cue, CJ strolled up. He shot the old hag a hard look. Now, Willowdean Gar, what are you doing here bothering this nice lady? Willowdean cringed. I'm telling her the truth about that feline. Whoever owns it dies. She jabbed the air with her finger. You might not want to say it, CJ. You and all your snooty familiar club friends. CJ tisked. That's familiar society, Willowdean. And if I'm not mistaken, you used to be a part of it. For years, as I recall. He handed me my change and clapped his hands. But that still doesn't answer the question, he scolded. What are you doing bothering Miss Dunn. I saw she had the statue and wanted to save her." Willow Dean lurched forward. She curled her fingers around my jacket and tugged me to her. "Oh!" I screeched. "You must give up the critterling." Her breath smelled of fish and something earthy. I didn't know what the earthy thing was, and I hoped Willow Dean hadn't been chewing on dirt. But honestly, she looked about half a hop, skip, and jump away from it. "Give it up before it's too late." CJ pulled her off me. Now, Willow Dean, go off your meds again." He nodded toward a couple of burly-looking men. They strode over and hooked their arms under her armpits. "Willow," CJ said cheerfully, "it's best you be getting home, don't you think?" She scratched the air. "No, I have to save her. She must know the truth." The two men dragged her away, and CJ shot me a 1,000,000-watt smile. He smoothed his ruffled hair and patted down his collar. "Now then, you've got the critterling. I hope you won't be deterred by what Willow said." He twirled a finger around his ear. "She's a little nutty, that one." I cocked a brow. "She used to belong to the Familiar Society?" "She sure did, ma'am. But then she became too volatile, so we had to shoo her on her merry way." CJ chuckled uneasily. "But we'd love to have you. You know," he leaned over as if sharing a secret, "one of the members is bound to know how to work that familiar vessel." I stared at the green-eyed golden figurine. "You think?" "Sure thing. Here, let me get you one of our cards." CJ felt around his pockets until he retrieved what he was looking for. "I knew I'd find it. Our next meeting's at my house. We'd love to see you there." I slid the card and figurine into my purse. "Thanks. I'll try to make it." CJ took my hands in his and smiled. "We'd love to have you, Miss Dunn. It would be our pleasure." I rounded up my family, who were digging heartily into a funnel cake, and headed home. We arrived to find a box on the front porch. Red ribbon wound around the edges, and a silky crimson bow graced the top. Betty nudged it with her toe. "What's that?" "A firecracker," Cordelia said sarcastically. "What's it look like?" "A present," Betty said, unimpressed. "Here, I thought it was a firecracker." Amelia bent and picked it up. There's a tag on it. She flipped it and read, "To Miss Betty Crapel from your secret admirer." "What?" Betty snatched the box from Amelia's hands. "Give that to me." I leaned over and whispered in my cousin's ear. "Is that really what it said?" Amelia shot Betty a look filled with mischief. "It sure did. Betty's got a secret admirer." "Hush," Betty said, "or I'll show you a secret admirer." Amelia clapped with glee. "I wish you would. I would love to see my secret admirer. As long as he has all his hair, that is." "What if he had hair, but in all the wrong places?" Cordelia mused. "No, thank you." Amelia nudged Betty with her elbow. "Come on, what is it? What's inside?" Betty sniffed the box from one end to the other. She tapped it on each side and listened. "How do I know it isn't booby-trapped?" "Don't stick your boob in it and it won't be," Cordelia said dryly. Betty stared at the box as if it were a poisonous snake. "I don't know." "Good grief, give the thing to me." Cordelia snatched the present from Betty and headed inside. "I want to know what this is. Betty, if you're not going to open it, I will." We huddled in the living room. I shrugged off my jacket and tossed it onto the couch. Cordelia placed the box on the coffee table. "Everyone, stand back. In case something's going to jump out at us, I don't want anyone getting hurt." Betty sniffed. "Huh, see there. I'm not the only person who thinks something smelly might be going on." Cordelia's gaze slashed to Betty. "No, you're not. But if we left it up to you, we'd never know what was inside." She flared her arms. Now stand back." We each retreated a large step. Betty continued to eye the box as if it was a Russian spy, while Amelia balled her hands to her face in anticipation. And I wondered when dinner was being served and what we were having. I really should have eaten some of the funnel cake. Cordelia raised her hand. The bow unfurled, and the ribbon snaked down the sides. With a flick of her wrist, the box flapped open. A small heart made of purple smoke puffed from the center of the box. It twirled a full rotation before disappearing. Cordelia peered into the opening. She sighed and dipped in her hands. She opened her palms to reveal a small music box. In the center stood Cinderella, spinning around at the ball, the glass slippers on her feet. Cordelia handed it to Betty, who stared at it suspiciously. "I don't like the way it smells." Cordelia rolled her eyes. For goodness sake. She placed it on the table and pulled something else from the box. "There's a card." Amelia plucked it from Cordelia's hands before Cordelia had a chance to read it. "Let me see that." Amelia cleared her throat. "Betty." She peeked over the card and smiled. "I like how this admirer wrote Betty. It's very masculine and strong, but with a touch of intelligence." "Oh, get on with it," Betty snapped. Amelia buttoned her lips into a little bow. "Whatever you want." "That's what I want." "Then I'm doing it," Amelia shot back. "You're not doing it fast enough." I plucked the card from Amelia's fingers. "Betty, you are like a shining diamond in a cave. Your brilliance may be hidden, but those who recognize its beauty are ready to cut away the rough to witness the majesty within." "Wow, he doesn't know you at all," Cordelia murmured. I bit the inside of my lip to keep from laughing. "Well?" Curiosity sparked in Betty's eyes. "Is there anything else?" "Only that it's signed your secret admirer." "Is that it?" Betty threw up her hands. "How am I supposed to figure out who it is? Is there a riddle in the words, a treasure map that leads me to his house?" I clicked my tongue. "I don't see a treasure map." "And it's not a riddle." Amelia wrapped an arm around Betty. "Looks like you'll just have to wait." Betty traced a finger over the miniature Cinderella. When she caught me staring at her, Betty's mouth dipped into a frown. "There are ways of finding things out. Secret admirer. Phooey. This is someone playing a trick on an old woman." "You don't know that," I said. She rolled her eyes to the ceiling. "I do know that." Betty hugged the music box to her chest. "I'm taking this upstairs, and then I'll start on dinner. It'll be ready in an hour." She trudged up the stairs, leaving me and my cousins to stare at each other and wonder if Betty was right. Betty's got a secret admirer. It was after dinner. Axel Rain, my boyfriend and Magnolia Cove's resident private investigator, had picked me up in his old Land Rover. When I'd asked him where we were headed, Axel would only confess that it was a surprise. I couldn't wait. Winter had finally decided to release its blustery hold and allow a whisper of spring to fill the air. "Does she?" He threaded his fingers through mine and brought my hand to his lips. A surge of pleasure jutted down my spine. I swallowed, trying to put some moisture back in my suddenly desert-dry mouth. "Someone sent her a music box." His gaze cut from the windshield to me. "Would you like me to send you a music box? Is this a hint?" I laughed. "No, not a hint." He steered the Land Rover up a hill and then cut off down a dirt road. "Seriously? Where are you taking me? Is some scary guy going to jump out of these woods and kidnap me? The giants don't come this far, do they?" Axel chuckled. "No, the giants stay on their hill. Don't worry, no one's out here." The sun burned down the horizon, leaving smears of pink and gold behind the pines and poplars of the forest. Axel braked to a stop on the side of the road. We walk from here. Is this part of the cobweb forest? Sure is. He exited the SUV and came around, opening my door with a flourish. I took the hand he offered and followed. The trees here are amazing. They jutted like long fingers toward the sky, creating a canopy taller than what I'd seen in the rest of Magnolia Cove. This is the oldest part of the forest. He raked his muscular fingers through his shoulder-length dark hair. It can be a little hinky. What do you mean? Trees in front of us shifted, moving to the right and left. The earth trembled beneath my feet. I jumped back. Holy gee! Axel chuckled. They move here. They shouldn't run into you, but be careful. I paused and stared at what the trees had done. They created a path for us? Fear trickled into my voice, making me sound breathless. Axel cocked a brow. I like this new voice. Very husky. It's sexy. I swatted his arm. Stop it. I crossed to one of the trees and placed a hand on the bark. A series of images filled my head. A person, dressed in dark clothing, moved through the trees. A witch. I could tell by the aura of power emanating off them. But I didn't normally see auras of power on witches. Yet somehow this tree was showing me that, allowing me to witness as several figures drifted through the forest. Another witch, wrists roped, struggled and fought as she was pulled forward. A victim being dragged through the forest. Victim? Where had that word come from? I gazed up at the tree and realized it had popped the word straight into my head. Slowly, I released my palm from the trunk and strode back to Axel. Unsure of what I'd seen, I focused on the most obvious question. But why do the trees move? Axel studied me. His jaw clenched, and he raised his nose, sniffing the air. He knew I was keeping something from him. The simplest answer is that they move because they can. His eyes darkened. But you saw something. I shook my head. I don't know what. Until I can process it, I'm not sure how to answer. Fair enough. Axel took my hand and led me up a small hill. This is what I wanted to show you. Golden light streaked through the forest. I shielded my eyes as a looming giant rose in the distance. When the image sharpened, I sucked air. Oh, my word. That is gorgeous. A tree that I can only describe as one of life sat squarely on top of the hill. Massive didn't describe it. Branches forked in every direction. It would have taken 10 people holding hands to wring the trunk. Knots pimpled the surface, and holes that I imagine were homes to several different species of animal bored into the trunk. That is magnificent, I whispered. I knew you'd like it. It's oak. I circled the tree. The air around it shimmered out and in as if the tree breathed through lungs. The ends of the branches curled almost whimsically. The oak seemed to call out to be touched, as if it yearned for a human hand. Feeling shy but not intimidated, I pressed my palm to the rough bark. The wood seemed to swell around my skin. I shivered and withdrew. I gazed up in wonder. What is this? Axel crossed his arms and studied me approvingly. This is the other heart of Magnolia Cove. I carefully picked my way over the ropes of roots. What do you mean, the other heart? Axel crossed to the tree and patted the trunk. In the same way that the hearth fire is the magical center of Magnolia Cove, this tree is a different sort of power center. It's more the moral center of Magnolia Cove. I shook my head. I don't understand. What I saw... Axel shot me a look full of interest. What did you see? I shook my head. It was weird. A witch was dragging another witch in this direction. I didn't understand it, but I felt... I rubbed my temples. The image came in streaks of red and black, like ribbons coiled around my brain. Axel rubbed my shoulders soothingly. It's okay. Whatever it was in the past. I exhaled. Right. But I felt like the witch was being dragged here for some sort of sacrifice. I gazed at Axel in shock. Could that be? Are there witches here in Magnolia Cove doing dark magic? Axel's brow furrowed. His blue eyes shifted to a turbulent sea. If anyone is, they're hiding it pretty darn well. This tree is supposed to be full of light and goodness. I gazed up at the curled branches. I feel that. So then, why would witches be working dark magic here? Axel shook his head and tugged me to him. What you saw might have been years ago, centuries, just a recording in time. It doesn't necessarily mean that there are witches working evil now. I nodded numbly. Right, that's not what it means. Feeling the need to break the bleak hold the vision had me tied up in, I shook out my body and exhaled. That girl, Axel said. Shake it out. I laughed quietly and shot the tree one more look. Thank you for bringing me here. You're welcome. I threaded my fingers through his, and we walked quietly back to the SUV. For all Axel said, I still had the feeling that the vision wasn't from long ago. For some reason, it seemed like it had happened only yesterday. 3. The phone rang bright and early at Familiar Place Monday morning. Hugo, my adolescent dragon familiar, lay sprawled on the floor. He gazed up lazily at me as if asking when I would answer. All right, I'm getting it. I picked up the wall phone. Familiar Place, Pepper speaking. A cheerful voice, verging on overly chipper, greeted me. Well, howdy there, Miss Dunn. This is CJ. We met at the yard sale. Ah, yes, I remember. How are you? I'm doing mighty fine. It's been some nice weather these past couple of days, wouldn't you say? I would. Yes, indeed. Long pause. To fill the silence, I said anything I could think of. Did you get all of Mr. Albod's effects sold off? Not quite. But what the yard sale didn't do, the children can divide amongst themselves. You know, he said, his voice deepening as if switching gears. It's funny you asked about Mr. Albod. How's the feline treating you? To be honest, I hadn't taken the thing out of my purse since the moment I bought it. I'd even forgotten to mention it to Axel, given all the ruckus about Betty and her secret admirer. It's just fine. If you'd like to learn how to use it, like I said, the Familiar Society is meeting tonight. We'd love to have you as our guest. I balked. I don't know. There's so much work that needs to be done at the store. That wasn't true. But did I really want to sit around a bunch of dried-up old witches pondering the wonders of familiars? Ugh, give me a break. Della Frost always makes banana pudding, he offered. Done. Who could resist banana pudding? Betty hardly ever made it, and banana pudding was like the best dessert on the planet. Don't ask me why mixing vanilla wafers, pudding, and bananas was so darned good, but it was sinful. I'll be there, I confirmed. What time? You promised there'd be good-looking men here. Amelia glared at me sharply. I don't see any. I nudged her toward a silver-haired fox on the other side of the meeting room. He looks available. He looks old enough to be Betty's secret admirer, she snapped. Banana pudding, I reminded. She rolled her eyes. Yep, banana pudding didn't just have a hold over me. Promises of that sweet dessert could rope in just about anyone. We stood in CJ's foyer. Apparently, society members took turns hosting meetings. A tray of cookies made the rounds while Amelia and I huddled in the corner. "You must be Pepper Dunn." A young woman with blonde hair and sparkling green eyes appeared, bearing cups of pudding. "Thank you." I took one. "This is my cousin Amelia." Amelia had already spooned a scoop into her mouth. She covered her lips and spoke, her voice muffled. "How do you do?" The woman's mouth split into a wide red smile. "Just fine. I'm Della Frost, one of the members of the society." "Thank you for having me," I said. "Oh, you're welcome. CJ told us all about your find at the yard sale." Her eyes filled with a dreamy gaze as they landed on CJ. "We couldn't wait to see it." She spoke to us, but stared at him. Amelia shot me a look. I poked my spoon in the pudding. "Are you and CJ dating?" "What? No, why would we be dating? We're not dating at all, trust me." Della smacked her lips. "Nope, not even a little. We are not together." "I think I got it." Amelia's gaze drifted around the room. It landed on something or someone. Her eyes flared. She elbowed me. "Oh, no. Who is that?" "She looks aiming for a fight." I peered around Della. In the doorway stood Willowdene Gar, the woman who'd promised me death would come from the critterling. A black shawl draped over Willowdene's hunched shoulders. She shuffled into the room quickly, as if hoping no one would see her, and plopped into a chair. "Oh, no." Della rubbed her nose. "That woman's awful. Why, last time she came—" A spoon clanking against a glass stopped all conversation. CJ appeared at the head of the room, standing in front of a fireplace. He smiled brightly and spread his arms. "Welcome, everyone, to the meeting of the Magnolia Cove Familiar Society. We've got a special guest today, one Pepper Dunn." Della guided me and Amelia to a couple of seats in back. Several folks turned to clap for the newcomers. "Yes, it's wonderful," CJ cooed. "Let's give Pepper a big welcome. But," he poked the air, "there's a reason why we're here. Pepper needs our help, and I know the good folks of the Familiar Society will help her however we can." "Thank you," I murmured. CJ tucked a thumb under his lapel and tugged at the fabric. "But before we assist Pepper, let's cover some business." Amelia and I sat through 30 minutes of news. Ingrid, a woman with pale skin sun-blotched from age, announced her familiar had birthed a litter of kittens. "And how's your magic been?" CJ asked. Ingrid shrugged. "It's getting better, though it's still a little iffy." CJ's gaze swept around the room. "For those of y'all who don't know, Ingrid suffers from an affliction I like to call situational magic." Ingrid nodded. "When I'm nervous, my magic doesn't always work. Sometimes it sputters and dies." Amelia whispered in my ear. "Sounds like something I'd like to afflict Betty with sometime." I bit back a laugh. The conversation continued around the room. Jerome Puryear, Ingrid's husband, relayed his familiar had been diagnosed with a terminal form of cancer. A few tears were shed at that. Then Neville Mabry, a small, nervous man, claimed his familiar had been cursed. His dog barked all hours of the night. It was fascinating. Not at all. Finally, CJ turned the floor over to me. I walked to the front of the room and pulled the golden feline from my purse. A chorus of oohs and ahs ignited around me. "So I picked up this little guy, and CJ informed me that it's a critterling. I don't know how to use it, though, and I was wondering if anyone could enlighten me." My gaze cut to Willowdene Gar. One of her eyes cocked wide as she stared at the figure. I cringed, praying she wouldn't burst into some stupid tirade about curses and dying. "It's very easy to use," Jerome answered. He was a tall man with wide shoulders. He looked to be in his 50s, but only a hint of middle-aged spread covered his belly. His baritone thundered in the small room. "All you have to do is rub the vessel and coax your familiar spirit inside." "Oh, is it like astral projection?" Amelia asked. Jerome nodded. He spoke slowly, methodically. "Just like it. The magic of the vessel should help draw in the familiar." "It can be jarring for the familiar the first couple of times," Neville added, "but once they get used to it, it's easy." "So, all I have to do," I lifted the statue to my eye level, "is rub it like this and—" Everything happened at once. Something shot from the critterling and streamed into the room. The golden cat tumbled from my hand and clattered to the floor. A long trail of smoke darted around CJ's living room, smashing the lights. Bulbs exploded, glass shattered, witches screamed. Beneath all the chaos, Willow Dean's voice rumbled to life. "Death to all who own the figure." Someone repaired the bulbs, and the lights flared to life. Willow Dean stood in front of me, her arthritic finger nearly jammed up my nose. "What did I say? Death!" CJ clapped his hands. "Okay, Willow Dean, I think we've had enough entertainment. We don't need you making things worse." But Willow Dean wasn't finished. She curled her fingers into my hair and jerked me down so that I got an up-close and personal whiff of her stale breath. "Ow!" I howled. "Death! I tell you, death!" CJ and Jerome each hooked a hand under Willow Dean. She released me to fight them. She jerked and bit, struggling against the two men. "I'm trying to help," she yelled. "I'm here to warn you." Yeah, Willow Dean," CJ said through labored breathing. Seriously, Willow Dean fought like a professional. I was surprised she hadn't bit a chunk out of either man's arm. The two men managed to haul her from the house. Even from outside, Willow Dean still continued to scream about my death. The room took a collective breath once she was gone. I sank into a chair and then remembered the thing that had shot from the cat statue. I plucked the critterling from the floor and murmured, "What in the world was that?" But no one had an answer. Everyone sat as dumbfounded as me. Finally, when Jerome and CJ re-entered, CJ chuckled nervously and clapped his hands. "Well, that was quite the treat. Does anyone happen to know what shot through my house?" He wagged a finger at the group. "And don't any of y'all try to tell me it was Willow Dean on a spiritual rampage." Jerome's baritone cut through the silence. "I know what it was." "What was it?" I said. "That," he pointed to the repaired bulbs, "was Mr. Albod's familiar." I frowned. "What do you mean? Like it's astral projection? The energy of it?" Jerome shook his head. "It was the cat's ghost." I shot him a confused look. The cat's ghost? Why would a ghost be in a familiar holder? Jerome rubbed a hand down his face. "Unless I'm mistaken, Mr. Albod put him there. And now you're the new owner. You, Pepper Dunn, are now the proud steward of a ghost cat familiar." I rocked back on my heels. Oh boy, wait till I told Betty this. It was too crazy to believe. 4. The meeting finished up on a quieter note than it had started. The attendees offered lots of great advice about the critterling, though they seemed not to know what to do with a ghost cat familiar. The cat had also disappeared. Once it blew out the lights and zipped through the room, no one had seen hide nor hair of it. Maybe that was for the best. After all, what exactly was I going to do with a ghost cat? I pondered this while Amelia and I mingled in the living room. CJ took my hands. "Thank you so much for coming, Miss Dunn. You were certainly the highlight of our evening." I smiled gratefully. "You're welcome. It was a good time." His eyes sparked. "Maybe you would consider attending again? Perhaps joining?" "If every meeting involved Willowdene Guard, no thank you." Uh, um, maybe." I also didn't want to admit it to CJ, but hanging out discussing familiars with folks wasn't my idea of a good time. It was for some, and that was fine, but I'd rather relax by reading a book, or trying to pretend to Betty that I was working on mastering my magic. Trying was the operative word. It had been a point of contention between us lately. Betty wanted me to focus more on my magic. I was busy with the familiar store. I mean, why did I have to formally learn it anyway? Whenever I needed my magic the most, it was there, burning inside me, ready to come out. CJ's smile tightened. I think he could tell what I was thinking. "Well, that's just fine, Miss Dunn. You let us know what you want to do. We'll be here." I gathered Amelia and was about to leave when Della called out. "I've got one more banana pudding cup left if anyone wants it." Amelia grabbed my arm. "Go on outside. I'm going to take that cup to go. I'll find you in a minute." She'd already snarfed down 3 cups. "Aren't you full?" Amelia was walking toward Della. She called over her shoulder. "Never full for banana pudding. See you in a sec." I slid on my jacket and headed out. The evening had turned warmer than usual for this time of year, but a crisp wind rattled through the trees, reminding me that winter wasn't yet ready to release her hold. CJ's house still buzzed with conversation. I walked a ways down the sidewalk. Moonlight lit the yard. "Come on, Amelia. I don't want Willowdene Guard to jump out and attack me." I chuckled to myself, but I had a feeling that I wasn't far off the mark. I noticed a large azalea bush and thought about the trees I'd seen in the older part of the cobweb forest. I wondered if the azalea bush would show me an image like the old oak had. I placed my palm against the branches. They shifted down. Something heavy fell from the bush and landed on me. I screamed. The front door opened. A flood of folks rushed out onto the sidewalk. Amelia, a cup of banana pudding in her hand, reached me first. "Oh, no, Pepper!" She threw the cup to the ground and screamed. "What is it?" I said. "Get it off me." When Amelia pushed, it felt like a log was being rolled off me. I staggered to my feet and glanced down. On the grass, her sightless eyes staring at the constellated sky, lay Willowdene Gar. A gash slashed across her throat. Amelia's hands flew to her face. "Oh, no, she's been murdered." I glanced into the Familiar Society. "Somebody call the police. We've got a dead body." 5. Someone killed Willowdene Gar outside the house and then stashed her body. Garrick Young stood in the grass not far from where Willowdene had fallen from the bushes and landed on me. His gaze cut from the grass to me. "When was the last time you saw her alive?" "Right after she announced I was going to die. CJ and Jerome escorted her outside. She yelled for a few more minutes, but then I didn't hear anything." Garrick shifted his weight. "Her body was still warm." "So you think she stood outside a while before someone murdered her?" He scowled. "I'm not sharing my thoughts with you." Axel came up and wrapped a blanket around my shoulders. "But we would share our ideas with you, Garrick. What's the fun in keeping secrets?" Garrick sniggered, then focused his attention back on me. "You said you ran into her a couple of times?" I cinched the blanket tightly at my throat. "Yes. Both times she warned me about the critterling. Kept saying the whole death thing." I clicked my tongue. "Looks like I'm not the one it brought death to." Garrick scowled. I felt like a jerk for saying that, so I quickly added, "All I'm saying is I wasn't the one killed. Of course, now there's this ghost cat running around that's supposedly mine. Not that a ghost cat could kill anyone, especially slash their throat. I don't think that's possible. All I'm saying is that I'm alive and well, and Willow Dean is the one who's dead." I exhaled a deep breath. Axel squeezed my shoulder. "You got it all out?" I nodded. "Yep, I feel better." Garrick rubbed his jaw. "I can guarantee it wasn't a ghost that did this. Guys, I need someone to search the cutlery in the house." An officer approached. "We're on it. But, Sheriff, you might want to take a look at this." "What's that?" "We found it on the body." The officer handed Garrick an envelope and strode toward the house to search for a missing knife. Garrick tapped the letter. He lifted his gaze and studied me. "This is for you." I tipped forward so far I nearly lost my balance. "I'm sorry?" "It's addressed to you." I frowned. "Why?" Garrick scrubbed a hand down his jaw. "That's something I'd like to know." I opened my palm. "Since it's to me, I should read it."
"This is evidence."
"You don't know that." Garrick scowled.
"How about finding it in the pocket of the victim makes it of interest to me?"
I shrugged. "That I'll buy. But I still want to know what it says. I mean, Willa Dean raved about how I was going to die. The cat figurine would bring me death. Don't you think I should at least see it?" Axel folded his arms.
"At least as a favor to Pepper."
Garrick's scowl deepened.
"Fine. You get one look. Better commit it to memory."
He snapped his fingers and gloves covered his hands. With a flick of his wrist, a letter opener appeared between two fingers. Garrick expertly slid the blade under the lip and cut an incision. He pinched the paper and snapped it open.
"Here you go. But no touching."
I leaned in close. "Pepper Dunn, I know I may seem crazy, and truth be told, there are only a few moments of the day when I am lucid. I am burdened with knowledge, and my mind slips between here and somewhere else. When it's in the somewhere else, I often am overcome with emotion. This emotion is what took control when I saw you with the cat Critterling. I know I must have sounded like a raving lunatic when I said it would bring you death. I apologize, it's part of the sickness that overtakes me. Though my words were filled with anger, what I said isn't untrue. The familiar holder you own was Mr. Albott's pride and treasure. Familiar holders are knickknacks that few own. They are expensive, and only very few are alive who know how to make them. That's why Mr. Albott's treasure is truly priceless. Many will seek it. They will want it. I'm sorry to tell you that they will do anything to obtain it. You see, I'm lucid. Though I feel the binds of my sickness beginning to take hold, I feel the chains as they tighten around my brain, so I must finish. The Critterling brings death because it is so highly sought after. There are many who want it, and now all of Magnolia Cove will know you own it. It is one of its kind. I wish you the best in keeping yourself safe because you will need it. For it is not only the spell on the object that makes it desirable, it is the rarity of it as well. Long before you ever took hold of the Critterling, there were some who whispered that they would kill to have their hands on it. Kill, you've read correctly. Many of them fill the membership roster of the Familiar Society. What they want is now in your ownership, which means you are on their kill list. Yes, you, Pepper Dunn, you are in grave danger. I only hope you read my words and believe them as the writings of a woman retaining the last grips of sanity. If you do nothing else, do this. Remain safe. Get rid of the Critterling as soon as you can. Though I hope it doesn't come to it, I fear that object will be the death of you. Literally. Thinking of you, Willa Dean Garr.
My knees wobbled as I rocked back on my heels. That was intense. Axel nodded.
No doubt about that.
My gaze cut to Garrick, who was neatly folding the letter and tucking it back into the envelope. Do you think Willow Dean was killed because of that letter?
If that had been the case, the murderer would have taken it.
I shook my head in irritation. That's not what I mean. What I'm asking is, do you think she was murdered because she was trying to warn me? She kept saying the thing would bring me death, and now she's dead, and saying that... Tears sprang to my eyes. She's saying I'm next, that whoever killed her is now going to be looking at me. Axel's arms wrapped around me. He pulled me around to face him.
I will never let that happen. There's no way I will allow anyone to hurt you.
I raked my fingers through my hair. Frustration pricked down my spine, deep frying my nerve endings to a crisp, y'all. I know that, Axel, but she's saying it's because I own the critterling. Maybe I should give it away. I punched a hand into my pocket. My fingers brushed against the delicate tips of the feline's ears. I closed my eyes and inhaled, trying to put it all together. A woman I'd initially wrote off as clinically insane was now dead. She'd penned a compassionate letter revealing that she worried for my safety. Willow Dean had been sick, for goodness sake. Maybe she had a form of dementia or Alzheimer's. Now I wanted to give away the object that had caused her murder. What was wrong with me? This wasn't the Pepper Dunn I knew. The Pepper Dunn who lived in Magnolia Cove faced her fears. She bit into any challenge, chewed it up, and spit it out. If not for anything else but the sake of Willow Dean's memory, I owed it to her to keep the feline. If it would help catch a murderer, then I needed to. But I would be putting myself in the line of fire. I'd honor the memory of this woman who tried to warn me about danger and gotten killed in the process. But to do that, I needed one thing.
Pepper.
Axel shook me gently.
Pepper, are you okay?
I shuddered, which whipped me back to attention. I'm fine. Garrick, thank you for allowing me to see that letter.
You're welcome. I'd like to see the critterling in question.
I showed him the familiar holder.
Thank you. You can keep it.
Sheriff Young. A police officer ran from the house down the path.
Yes, Officer South, what is it?
The officer stopped inches from Garrick.
Sir, one of the blades from the homeowner's butcher block is missing.
Garrick twirled his finger.
Spread out and search for our weapon. Hit any and all bushes, trash cans, whatever you can think of.
Officer South ran off, and the other officers scattered. Garrick tipped his head to us.
Thank you all for your time. Be careful getting home.
Axel squeezed my shoulder. His presence made me feel safe. Always.
You're thinking something.
His dark gaze prodded me.
What is it?
It was brave of Willow Dean to write that to me. He rubbed his face and exhaled a huge shot of air.
Oh, no.
What?
You're thinking of doing something, aren't you?
Axel, she tried to save me. He pointed to the familiar holder I still clutched. A vein in his temple pulsed.
And she said you should get rid of that first thing.
Which is why I can't. He shook his head.
For once, can't you just say, sure, I'll get rid of a thing that could mean my death?
My jaw dropped. She died, Axel. You, of all people, should understand that.
I understand your safety,
he growled. His blue eyes darkened to the color of a turbulent sea, and his words ejected from his mouth with bite.
You are the most important thing in my life. I don't like you taking foolish risks.
Someone died, I nearly screamed.
Better her than you,
he snapped. The wind whipped up between us, charging the air. That was the electricity between us. our natural magic intertwined. The atmosphere buzzed. Our passion, especially when we were angry, became a web of magic, tugging us together even as I tried to pull myself away from him. Axel was dark, brooding, and every inch of me yearned for him. Our desire went beyond skin deep. He filled my soul to the brim, and I burned for Axel in a way I had never burned for anyone else. His touch was fire. My hair slapped against my cheek, stinging my flesh. Axel's fingers twitched like he wanted to brush the hair away. I stepped back. "This demanding streak of yours is getting pretty strong. We haven't even mated yet." His expression fell. "You would bring that up at this, of all times?" "But it is, isn't it?" I pressed. Here's the thing. Axel had recently revealed that if we continued our relationship, he would mate to me for life. Life, y'all. I'd finally come to accept that, but I also knew that Axel would become more possessive. His instincts about protecting me would sharpen. I was a 21st century woman. I wasn't sure about all this mating stuff, but I loved him and accepted everything about him. Axel's face contorted in pain. "I would protect you no matter what, especially when it comes to decisions you make that I deem less than intelligent." I gestured toward the house. "I think it's worthy. Willowdean Gar died all alone in a horrible way. I want to help her." Axel gazed up at the sky, his jaw tight, his eyes pleading with the heavens for help in dealing with me. A smile curled my lips. It's the right thing to do. Still staring at the constellated sky, he said, "It's foolish." "But will you help me?" "I swear." He pointed an accusing finger at me. "The very first whiff I get that you're in jeopardy, you're getting rid of the statue." I held a hand to my heart. "I promise." "You follow my lead on this. No doing anything risky." I smirked. "Since when do I—" "Promise me." He snapped. "Promise," I whimpered. The air between us settled, and the wind died down to a soft breeze. "So, is this decided?" Axel nodded. "But I want you to be extra careful." He scrubbed a hand down his jaw. "There's something funny about that group of people." I hitched a brow. "Something you don't trust?" "I didn't say that." "You didn't have to." We stared at each other for a moment before Axel made a move to hug me. I drifted into his strong arms and inhaled the leathery scent of his cologne. I sighed into him. "Thank you," I whispered. "You're welcome. Now, are you ready to go home?" I nodded my head against his chest. "I am. I have a feeling something's waiting for me there." He stiffened in alarm. "What sort of something?" "Nothing dangerous. At least, I hope not." Axel scoffed. "That makes me feel better." "It should," I teased, poking him in the ribs. He flinched at his tickle spot and secured my hand behind him where I couldn't do any damage. "No fair," I protested. He smiled wickedly. "So, what's waiting for you?" If I'm right, there's a ghost cat waiting that might have answers to some questions I have. 6. Don't ask me why I thought a ghost cat would magically know where I lived, but turned out I was wrong. When I got home, the only animals waiting for me were Maddie the cat and Hugo the dragon. It was late, and I had just enough energy to strip off my clothes, slip into my PJs, and slide under the covers. I awoke the next morning on a mission. I had to find that cat. If there was a creature that knew who might be after the critterling, that cat was it. I showered, dressed, and tromped downstairs with Hugo and Maddie trailing behind. Cubed potatoes sizzled on a skillet over the hearth fire. Betty stirred them with a spatula, while a strange sound trailed from her mouth. I paused. Are you humming? Betty cracked 4 eggs and dropped each of them on top of the potatoes. Steam rose from the skillet. And what if I am? I shook my head emphatically. I did not want the burden of Betty's wrath this early in the morning. Well, that's great if you are. You just keep right on humming. She covered one nostril with a finger. Magic shot out of the other and coiled around the skillet. The pan lifted from the hearth and floated to the table, which was set and ready for breakfast. Betty swiped her hands on her apron. "Breakfast is ready." Amelia appeared out of nowhere. Like literally. She didn't even bother using the stairs. She simply apparated into the middle of the living room. "Too lazy to walk," Betty snipped. Amelia's gaze narrowed. "No, I'm not too lazy. I like to keep my magic well oiled." She cracked her knuckles. "I don't want to get rusty." Betty nodded in approval. "No granddaughter of mine is going to get rusty. Not while living in this house." Her gaze cut to me. Oh, crap. Now we had to talk about me and my magic. Great! I groaned on the inside while smiling on the outside. "You've got to start learning how to use your power more." "I'm learning fine. It's a slow process." Betty frowned. "You don't have the right teacher, is why. Since you told me what Rufus threatened, I'm worried about you. You need another head witch to guide you. And as much as I know I'm talented, I'm no head witch." Rufus Mays, who my grandmother referred to, had made a chilling declaration last time I saw him. He promised to come after the entire town of Magnolia Cove, as well as me, to steal my magic. Amelia dropped onto a seat and inhaled the aroma drifting from the pan. "Wow, fried potatoes loaded with eggs. What did we do to deserve this breakfast?" "Nothing," Betty grumbled. "I just wanted to make it." Amelia winked at me. "Does this have something to do with why you were humming?" Betty cocked one eye suspiciously. "How do you know I was humming?" "I heard you upstairs." "No, you didn't." Amelia grinned. "Anyway, does this breakfast have something to do with your secret admirer?" Betty crossed her arms in defiance. "No, it doesn't have anything to do with that. How about I'm in a good mood because my bursitis isn't flaring up? That's why I cooked this and was humming." "Don't you have magic to help your bursitis?" I said. Amelia choked on a bite of potatoes. "Yes," she croaked. "She's got magic." She downed half a glass of water and cleared her throat. "She would have used it to help. I think it's the secret admirer." Betty sat and picked up her fork. She gave it a good hard shake at Amelia. "I'm not here to talk about my secret admirer." "Why not?" Cordelia appeared at the table. Betty yelped. "What is wrong with you girls today? You're going to give someone a heart attack." "How about we just make your bursitis worse?" Amelia joked. Betty's face turned bright pink. "All of you sit. I don't want to hear another peep about my secret admirer." Cordelia scooped a spatula filled with potatoes onto her plate. "Why can't we talk about him?" Her gaze latched onto mine and her eyes flared. "He sent you something else, didn't he?" Betty's back stiffened like a cat about to attack. "I don't know what you're talking about." Amelia clapped with glee. "What is it? What else did he send?" Betty's lips quirked into a sly smile that quickly dissolved. She raised her chin. "He didn't send me anything." "Liar." Amelia pointed a fork at Betty. "He sent you something. Where is it?" Cordelia wiggled her fingers. Magic. Reveal what Betty's secret admirer gifted her. Tendrils of magic uncoiled from Cordelia's finger. Before Betty could plug her nostril and stop it, the long tapered tentacles zipped across the table and dipped into Betty's pocket. Betty grasped for the object, but Cordelia's magic proved too wily for even my grandmother to catch. It zipped across the table and dropped into Cordelia's palm. She displayed a hand-sized, crimson-colored cushion shaped like a heart. "Oh, that's so sweet!" I beamed at Betty. "I don't know why you wouldn't show that to us. We love it." Betty did her best to hide a smile behind her hand. "Because it's none of y'all's business."
"You just didn't want us to tease you," Amelia offered. "We wouldn't tease you."
Betty's eyes narrowed to slitty wedges of death. "Hard to buy." Amelia feigned innocence.
"Even though you're always trying to fix me up with some guy you're trolling on the witch dating service, I would not make fun of you. No way. Absolutely not."
Cordelia handed the heart back to Betty. "Was there a card?" "You're not getting the card," Betty snarled. "Calm down there, Rover," Cordelia said. "No one's going to steal it. I was just wondering if he sent one." Betty shyly pulled a card from her other pocket. "He did. Before any of you get too excited, all it said was that he hoped I liked the first present and that this one is a small token of his admiration." I swear, tears welled in her eyes when she said, "For all you do for Magnolia Cove." I patted her hand. "He knows you well, doesn't he?" "Too well," Cordelia murmured. "It's almost as if he knows her personally." Amelia's eyes sparkled.
"Oh, I wonder who it is. We need to find out. Start questioning all the available men in town."
"Get that fire out of your britches, girl," Betty snapped. "No one's going around this town looking for my admirer. Unless it's me, of course." She pointed her finger at Amelia. "Do I make myself clear?" Amelia stirred her food and whimpered.
"Yes, I was only trying to help."
"I don't need any help." Betty hit each word while jabbing a finger on the table. "Anyway, we need to talk about Pepper and get her a teacher, a head witch teacher." "Before we discuss that," I cleared my throat, "there's something I'd like to talk about first." "What is it?" Betty said. Last night, before Willowdean Gar was murdered, my gaze swiveled between Cordelia and Betty. "Do y'all know about that?" Cordelia nodded. "Amelia told me." "I heard, because I know everything that goes on in this town," Betty said mysteriously. "Okay, great. Anyway, before she died, Willowdean wrote me a letter." Amelia's eyes flared.
"She did?"
I swallowed a bite of fried potatoes. Yes, her letter presented a very sane Willowdean Gar. I don't have it because Garrick took it, but I was able to read it. "What did it say?" Cordelia said. "I'm in danger because of the critterling. Apparently someone will try to kill me for it." Amelia clicked her tongue.
"Sounds like you should toss it into the potion ponds."
"I'm not tossing it anywhere. Willowdean may have died because she tried to warn me." Amelia chewed the inside of her lip a moment.
"You think someone from the Familiar Society killed her?"
"I do." Betty shook her head. "You gotta watch out for those social clubs. They can be deadly." I wanted to knock my head against the table in frustration. "I don't think that's really true." Betty smirked. "Willowdean is dead." "That's one person," Cordelia said, exasperation filling her voice. "Can we let Pepper finish before everyone puts their own take on what she's saying?" "Thanks, Cord," I said. She nodded in reply. Once I was certain that Betty and Amelia would let me continue, I said, "A ghost cat shot out of the critterling." Betty's eyebrow hitched. "A ghost cat?" "Mr. Albot's familiar. If we can track the animal down, I might be able to communicate with it and help put this puzzle together. Since the critterling is so sought after, it may know who a potential suspect is."
"What's this we?"
Amelia said. I shrugged. "I have no idea where to start looking for a ghost cat. Where would it hang out?" "Probably at the Albot house," Betty said. I exhaled a shot of air and shook my head. I've been so dumb, of course. It would return home. I clapped my hands. Great. Now, who wants to come with me? I don't like ghosts. Cordelia folded her napkin beside her plate. So you can leave me out of it. One down and two to go. Surely Amelia would be up for helping me. She loved snooping. I gave my cousin my most brilliant smile. Are you in? She tapped a slender finger to her cheek. I don't know. I have to be at work in half an hour. The vault's getting cleaned by professionals, and I don't think we're allowed to leave until it's done. Maybe Erasmus Everlasting will give you the day off, I said hopefully. She shook her head. No, Erasmus won't. He already said it's all hands on deck to make sure the cleaning crew doesn't steal anything. My hopes were quickly crashing and burning. 2 down, 1 to go. I had little hope that Betty would sneak around a house with me looking for a ghost cat, or a cat's ghost, or however you wanted to say it. Betty was more interested in her new boy-toy secret admirer. Heck, she probably hadn't even liked Willow Dean. Let's face it, before that letter I hadn't liked her either. Betty, I said cheerfully. My grandmother stroked her chin thoughtfully. Did you even see the ghost? Well, no, not really, I admitted. It was sort of a blur and a flash. To be honest, I don't know how Jerome could tell what it was. He probably knew Albot had stored it in there. What? Betty poked a fried potato and stuffed it in her mouth. She spoke after chewing and swallowing. This Jerome fellow probably knew Albot had placed the cat's spirit in the figurine. Betty's eyes twinkled with delight. She tugged on her curly wig, pulling it down closer to her eyebrows. Too low, Cordelia said. Betty ignored her. Sounds to me like you've got an interesting mystery on your hands, Pepper. I don't know if we'll be able to find this cat, but if what you're saying is true, there may be others looking for the ghost as well. Hope ballooned in my chest. Does that mean you'll help me? Betty threw her napkin down on the table. Kid, let's get cracking. We've got a ghost to find. 7. I followed Betty, riding my cast-iron skillet, to the Albot house. The home itself boasted a wraparound porch, white Grecian columns, and large windows. The white paint was fresh in order to ready the house for sale. Black shutters framed the windows, and potted ferns sprinkled the front porch, making the place overflow with southern charm. Let's go knock, Betty said. Are you sure we shouldn't just sneak in through the back? Her eyes filled with pride. Spoken like a true crapple. In most cases I'd say yes, but someone may be here. Betty knocked. The door opened with a flourish as C.J. Hicks answered. Well, if it isn't Pepper Dunn and Betty Crapple, what a wonderful surprise. C.J. swept his arm across the threshold. Won't you ladies please come in? I hesitated. But C.J. was the realtor. Maybe he was about to show the house. Yes, that was probably it. While I debated C.J. and his motives, Betty hooked an arm through mine and marched us in. C.J. clasped his hands and smiled brightly. It's a pleasure to see both of you here. What can I do for you? I opened my mouth to answer, but C.J. cut me off. He wagged a finger. Let me guess. You're rethinking the purchase of the critterling. If you want to get rid of it, I'd be happy to buy it off you. C.J. smiled a little too widely for my taste. No, that isn't why we're here. I'm thinking about buying the place, Betty said gruffly. You're the realtor, right? C.J. hooked his thumbs in his shirt. I sure am, and I am ready to serve you, Betty Crapple. Why don't you show us around? Betty's gaze swept around the interior of the house. C.J. glanced at his watch. I've got another appointment in 20 minutes. I think there's time. Betty strode forward. Does a rooster have wings? Of course there's time. Lead the way. "Well, I'd be delighted," CJ said in that happily boyish way of his. I followed CJ and Betty, making sure to lag behind a little so I could snoop. CJ wove through the living room, parlor, and kitchen, and then beelined for upstairs. I pointed to 2 closed pocket doors. "What's in there?" He waved dismissively. "Oh, that's the late Mr. Albot's room. The bed and whatnot is still in there. It needs some cleaning before it can be shown." Betty's gaze snapped to mine. If the cat was here, it would be inside that room. We both knew it. Betty patted CJ's hand. "Don't stop talking. Tell me more about the history of the home." As CJ's voice drifted up the stairs, I pressed my ear to the pocket doors. No sound came from behind them. I waited until CJ hit the second floor with Betty before I pushed the doors. They didn't budge. Crap. I tapped my toe, trying to remember a way to unlock the doors. I pinned my focus onto undoing the lock and shoved out my magic. With both hands on the doors, I pushed. The wood rumbled over the tracks. I grabbed the door before it crashed into the wall and alerted CJ to what I was up to. I exhaled a sigh and took in the room. This had been the living quarters for a very sick man. Pill bottles lined a nightstand, and the smell of the room was musty, still. On the nightstand lay a stack of magazines. Sunlight streamed through delicate lace curtains. It was the closest thing to life in the entire chamber. Stale air trickled up my nose. I grimaced. I didn't want to be in there any longer than necessary. Now, what had CJ said the cat's name was? Peaches? "Peaches," I called quietly. "I'm Pepper. I want to help you." Whatever that meant. How could I help a ghost cat, or a cat's ghost? This was so weird. Who was I kidding? I'd experienced weirder. In the time I'd lived in Magnolia Cove, I'd hunted a vampire, helped my boyfriend tame his outer werewolf, and saved town from magical confection withdrawals. Trying to coax a cat spirit into view should be easy. I peered under the bed. No cat. I pulled the critterling from my purse. "Look, if you're in here, just know I want to help you. Last night a woman died because of this thing. I have the feeling Mr. Albod was sick, but something tells me he might have died because of this object as well. I want to help you, but you've got to help me." Nothing happened. "Come on, Peaches," I whispered. "I don't have much time. CJ will be back in a minute." A scratching noise came from the closet. Hope bubbled in my chest as I crossed to it. My hand quivered as I reached for the knob and pulled the door open. A translucent, ginger-colored cat sat on the floorboards. It shot me a bored look. "Hello, Pepper. I'm Peaches," he said in a very masculine cat voice. "Pleased to meet you." 8. We don't have much time. I peered out the doorway and up the stairs. I'm not supposed to be in this room. Peaches yawned. "I have all the time in the world." Describing Peaches as plump was an understatement. The cat was rounder than a donut. CJ and Betty's voices drifted down from the upstairs hallway. My body switched into full-on panic mode. "Where am I going to stash you? Can you be invisible? But then, how do I know if you're with me?" Peaches winked at me. "I can always jump into the critterling. It's what I'm used to." I nearly clapped with joy. Perfect. I pulled it from my purse and showed it to him. "Here you go." And like a cartoon genie dissolving into a wisp of air and being sucked back into his lamp, the cat shrank and disappeared into the figurine. Awesome. No time for a fist bump of victory. I exited the room and quietly shut the pocket door. I positioned myself in the front hall by the time C.J. and Betty appeared back downstairs. "Have fun?" I smiled brightly, clutching my purse as close to my body as possible. "Beautiful home," Betty said. "I'm going to seriously consider it. And the picture window upstairs." C.J. nodded. "The rose one?" Betty poked the air. "That's the one." Pride filled C.J.'s voice. "You think it's gorgeous, don't you?" "No," Betty snapped. "It's hideous. Most horrible thing I've ever seen." "Well, that's not what I expected you to say," C.J. said, clearly wounded. I linked my arm through Betty's. "She's very picky," I whispered. "It could be a deal breaker," Betty said. "I have to think about it before I make an offer." C.J. opened the door. "You just let me know, Miss Crapel. I'll be here." "Come on, Pepper," she yelled. "Let's figure out a good lowball offer." I smiled weakly at C.J. over my shoulder. "Bye, C.J." "Toodaloo, Miss Dunn. See you around." The couple C.J. had his appointment with arrived as we were leaving. Betty shot out at them. "You'll love the place, but that rose window is hideous, and it's not worth the price they're asking." The couple exchanged confused looks while I dragged Betty away. "Would you stop? You're making a spectacle out of us. We're trying to stay incognito, remember?" Betty waved a hand down her body. "Hard to do when you're born with a personality like mine. It's difficult to remain meek and quiet when a lion purrs inside me." I rolled my eyes. "Oh, geez." "But the real question is, did you get the cat?" My lips curled into a secretive smile. "I sure did." We returned home to an empty house. Betty rubbed her hands. "Okay, where's the cat?" "In the critterling." "Convenient way to travel." I nodded appreciatively. "Agreed. Now let's crack this sucker and get him out." I pulled the figurine from my pocket and settled it on a table. I paused. "I smell fear," Betty said. I nibbled the inside of my cheek. "The thing is, last time I released the cat, he broke all the lights in the room." Betty splayed her legs wide and opened her palms like a quarterback ready to receive. "I'm ready." "That makes me feel so much better." "Not at all." I exhaled a deep shot of air and tapped the golden cat between its emerald eyes. "Peaches, are you in there? Okay, stupid question. I know you're in there. Can you come out, please?" A light mist streamed from the figurine's head and coiled on the floor. The mist shrank, and the edges sharpened. A couple of seconds later, the ginger-colored cat sat on the floor, his tail coiled tightly around his legs. He blinked slowly, as if he couldn't be bothered. "Yes, Pepper, I was enjoying a nice nap." "Oh, well, I kind of thought you'd want to talk." The bored look on his face was one of a kind. Genuinely, this cat had no time for me at all. He was too busy being a ghost. But then, why'd he come? He yawned. "What would you like to talk about?" I cleared my throat. My gaze cut to Betty for help. She smiled as if she enjoyed watching me squirm. "I'd like to talk about why you, a ghost cat, were placed in the critterling." "What can I say? I have unfinished business." "What sort of unfinished business?" Betty asked. My head snapped toward her. "You can hear him." She nodded. "Part of me wishes I couldn't." I hid my laughter from Peaches. Thing was, I could hear animals because that was part of my magic. It was good to know that Betty could hear Peaches as well. He yawned again. Did he have chronic fatigue or something? "The kind of unfinished business that pertains to cats." "Well, this is awkward," I said out of the side of my mouth. "Why is that?" Peaches asked. I frowned. "Because you don't seem to care about whether or not we're here." I came with you, didn't I? Okay, the whole distant kitty thing was getting on my nerves. I needed to know things, and I needed to know them now. I glanced at Betty, who shot me an encouraging look. I inhaled deeply, steeled myself, and started questioning the spirit. Why were you in the familiar holder? All right, if you must know, I stayed here willingly after I passed away. Mr. Elbart and I were very close. I wanted to keep him company. Because he was old and frail? I asked. No, because he was young and spry. The cat paused. Of course, because he was old and frail, he needed me. But then, something happened. I leaned in. What? One night, Mr. Albard became scared. He was convinced someone wanted to kill him, so he locked me in the familiar holder, only to be released when the right person summoned me. His gaze swept from my toes to head. I suppose that person is you? Don't sound too thrilled about it, I murmured. Oh, I'm not, Peaches explained. I had hoped it would be Mr. Albard who released me, but as I see, he sniffed, it was not. Too bad for Pepper, Betty said. Too bad for me, really. Peaches placed one paw over his nose. The only thing I wanted in life was to see Frederick again. He was my master, and a wonderful wizard. Peaches, there's a reason I wanted to talk to you, I said slowly, working up the courage to explain the situation to him. I don't know why I lacked courage. Peaches was only a cat, after all, but seriously, he was the most judgmental cat I'd ever met. I felt that if I moved the wrong way, he would deem me unworthy to talk to. Yes, he was that snobby, and I'd rarely ever met a snobby animal. A woman was murdered last night, Willow Dean Garr. Did you know her? Peaches hiked one shoulder in the feline equivalent of a shrug. Who hadn't heard of her? Batty is a bat, as they say. No one says that. Yes, but she told me something before she died. Oh, quit pussyfooting around it, Pepper, and spit it out. Betty folded her arms and glared at the spirit cat. The old bat told Pepper that owning the critterling would get her killed. There are forces who want it, and now she's on their hit list. We think Willow Dean was murdered because she tried to warn Pepper. It's a strong possibility, I added. Quite strong. You don't say, Peaches said. We do say, actually. I knelt and made myself eye level with the cat. Willow Dean said it's one of a kind. That's why someone would want to kill for it. Oh, it is, Peaches confirmed. Made by a powerful wizard years ago. Frederick was offered time and again the opportunity to sell it, but he never did. You can harness the power of your familiar by teaching an animal how to place their essence in it. I used to do it all the time when I was alive. Peaches sniffed. Poor Frederick. I smiled sadly. Clearly the cat had loved Mr. Albart in life, and still loved him in death. But just because something is powerful and can hold a familiar doesn't explain why anyone would kill for it. Is it because of the value of the gold, the emerald eyes? Peaches blinked at me in surprise. Wow, an actual emotion from the little guy. I was shocked. No, of course it's not the jewels and metal that make it valuable. It's what you can do with it. I frowned. You can put a familiar's essence in it. Peaches shook his head. That's only the tip of the iceberg. If you use the figure correctly, the witch or wizard can inhabit the body of their familiar. Realization hit me on the head with a hammer. You're saying it's possible to be inside your familiar's body? Now you understand. You can switch places with an animal, go where it goes, see what it sees, spy on others, learn things about people you shouldn't. That's the real power. I glanced at Betty. But why would that be so important? We're witches and wizards. We have a lot of power. But there are certain things witches and wizards can't do, Betty explained. They can't shapeshift, not into an animal, without real effort. So, to be able to link to your familiar would be something else. Not just yours, Peaches explained, but someone else's too. Say you want to spy on a witch. All you would have to do is pinch fur from their familiar, use the critterling, and voila! You're now in the body of that animal. I gasped. And no one would know. How could they? Peaches said. It's only animals we're talking about. Humans don't pay that much attention to their familiars, not enough to notice if they've been possessed by a witch. A cold chill ran down my back. That's horrible, I said. I would never think that anyone would be so diabolical. Betty smirked. Takes all kinds. So what are you saying? People know what the critterling can do. Peaches nodded. The wrong people, I'm afraid. This was the gold I needed. What people? If I knew that, I'd tell you. All I can say is that Frederick was afraid for his life. Why he didn't get rid of it is beyond me. He kept it until the end. I placed a sympathetic hand above the cat's translucent shoulder. It felt awkward and stupid, but seemed the right thing to do. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry that your owner died and left you caged up for me to find. Peaches stared at me curiously. What are you talking about? I grimaced. The fact that Mr. Albod died and left you. I'm sorry to be so blunt, but I don't know how else to say it. I thought you knew. Peaches bristled. I thought you understood. You found me at the Albod house because that's what you'd been instructed to do. No, I wasn't instructed by anyone. Mr. Albod died, and his children are selling the estate. I bought the critterling at a yard sale. Then things are worse than I thought. Peaches rose, readying to get on the move. What do you mean? Dear, Peaches sniffed. Mr. Albod isn't dead. Mr. Albod has been kidnapped. 9. My jaw fell. I'm sorry? Mr. Albod's been kidnapped? Yes. Didn't you know? The cat's gaze swept from me to Betty. Of course he's been kidnapped. You don't think he's dead, do you? I glanced at Betty. Was there a funeral? We didn't hang in the same social circle. Frederick never went to the senior center. She thumbed her nose. I can find out. But, Cat, you might not like what you learn. If I learn that my wizard is alive, then it's what I've known all along. I pressed my fingers into my temples. Why was he kidnapped? For the figurine? Exactly. Peaches lifted his tail in the air. It curled at the tip, creating a perfect question mark. Which was exactly how I felt. That a giant question had dropped on me and squished me flat. This didn't make any sense. Either the cat suffered from delusions, or he was right and Mr. Albod lived. Which would mean we'd need to figure out what happened to him after he was pronounced dead. Had there been a funeral? Was he buried? The last question was easy enough. There was only one cemetery in Magnolia Cove. But investigating these questions was more than Betty and I could do. Or at least, it was more than I wanted to do with Betty. I'd need Axel's help. I twirled a strand of hair around my finger. Thing was, I had a feeling Axel wouldn't be too happy about this. Peaches, can you stay here with us? With me, I mean, so that I can investigate. Where else would I go? He said in that bored voice of his. Glad you think it's a win-win, too, I murmured. Let's go upstairs and I'll introduce you to Maddie. Introductions were interesting, to put it nicely. Maddie eyed the ghost cat as if Peaches was her supervillain nemesis. Maddie's fur bristled. Who is that? Manners, Maddie, I said through gritted teeth. I got manners. She spat out the words, and I rolled my eyes. Sure, you've got manners, just not for other cats, even dead ones. This is Peaches. He was Frederick Albod's familiar. Maddie jumped from the window and padded over to him. She sniffed the ghostly image and hissed. Peaches hissed in return. Maddie, Peaches, I scolded. Y'all two need to get along. Why's that? Peaches asked. It's obvious the alley cat doesn't like me. Am I supposed to be nice to her? Alley cat? Maddie shrieked. Who are you calling an alley cat? You, Peaches said. Maddie launched herself at Peaches. And what happened next is exactly what you would expect. She jumped straight through him. But Maddie had hurled herself expecting to hit a solid substance. When she didn't, the cat tumbled forward onto her front paws and executed a perfect front roll. Dazed, Maddie sat on the floor collecting herself. I decided to save her and scooped Maddie into my arms. He's dead, Maddie, a ghost. You can't fight him. Which is why, I shot Peaches a hard look, the two of you need to get along. Seriously, you must learn to like each other, or at least tolerate one another. Y'all don't have to sing Kumbaya or anything, but you must figure out how to share the same space. My scolding voice appeared to work. Peaches hunched his shoulders, and Maddie wouldn't look at me. Once both cats were properly chastened and ignoring each other, in a way that suggested they'd at least tolerate one another, I left the house and headed over to Axel's. I called on the way to make sure he would be home. He assured me he was and to come right on in. I didn't even need to knock. Wow. We'd definitely reached a new point in our relationship if I could simply waltz right in. As soon as I opened the door, he whisked me into his arms and pulled me into a kiss. My fingers curled into his shirt, and his hands clasped my hips, pulling me to him. He smelled of leather and pine, and tasted of coffee and cinnamon. I considered the combination blissfully perfect. When we came up for air, I sank back and shot him a dreamy smile. My mind buzzed, and my head felt like I'd sucked helium. Wow, what was that for? He raked his fingers through his onyx hair. Axel smiled bashfully. I feel so drawn to you. I couldn't help myself. I hitched a brow. It's the mating thing again, isn't it? I think so. I clicked my tongue. We're not officially anything, so the mating thing is going to have to wait. We're officially together. Together isn't mated. He said nothing, but something sparked in his eyes. What is it? He shook his head. Nothing. It's something. No, it's not. He clapped his hands. It dispelled the thickening energy in the room. It was like our magic and desire intermingled and created a power baby. Yeah, I know a power baby isn't really a thing, but that was the easiest way to describe it. Not that I wanted a baby. I did not want a baby. No, thank you. I did not need a baby or want a baby. Sheesh, I should stop thinking about babies already. Best way to do that was to concentrate on ghost cats. Peaches, Frederick Albod's late cat, came out of the familiar holder. Axel's fingers traced down my forearm, leaving a trail of heat on my flesh. You don't say. I don't say. Wait, I do say. He says that Albod is alive. Axel's brow furrowed. Alive? Just wait. Not only alive, but has been kidnapped. An old man? Kidnapped? That's what Peaches says. One night, Mr. Albot was terrified of something, so he locked Peaches in the familiar holder, and he wouldn't be released until the right person touched it. That was you, Axel mused. I shrugged. I guess so. But come on, Mr. Albot alive? I paused. Is that even possible? Axel's gaze drifted around the room as he thought. I honestly don't know. I can check it out, find out what happened to the body, make sure it all adds up. Here's the other thing. I exhaled a breath and sank onto a kitchen stool. Peaches said, if worked correctly, the critterling will allow a witch to enter someone else's familiar. To spy on another witch? I nodded. Or worse. I didn't want to say murder, but that's what I thought. So that's the real power of the thing. To be able to enter any animal. Yes. Peaches said people wanted the holder and Mr. Albot's knowledge. I rested my palms on the slick kitchen counter and gritted my teeth. But you can't kidnap someone indefinitely. And now people know I have the critterling. If Mr. Albot was alive, wouldn't someone kill him? They don't need him anymore to help them find it. Axel wagged a finger. But they don't know how to use it. That's the crux of the situation, isn't it? I nibbled my lip. Right. Axel was correct. Maybe there was some truth to Peach's theory after all. I peeled my hands from the counter. So, you think that someone would keep Mr. Albot alive in order to find out answers, even if it was months later? Wouldn't you? I tipped my head toward him and scowled. I'm not a criminal. Pretend you are. That's not in my DNA. He threw his head back and laughed. You're right, it's not. But this is possible. Plus, we're talking about witches and wizards. They wouldn't necessarily have to keep Mr. Albot tied up to kidnap him. All they'd need is a little bit of an influencing spell, and he'd stay. But if they could influence him to stay, couldn't they influence him to simply give up the critterling? Axel rapped his knuckles on the counter. He rounded the corner and pulled a couple of glasses from the cabinet and filled them with water. You're doing a lot of thinking, I mentioned. I'm considering all the possibilities. He slid a glass over to me. The best theory I've got is that there's a spell on the figurine that kept him from revealing its location. If Mr. Albot was smart enough to know folks wanted it, he would have taken precautions to keep it safe. I traced a finger over the rim of the glass. So now, we just have to figure out if it's true that someone's got Albot. Peaches has no idea who any suspects are, so it's up to us. Axel tapped the heel of his hand onto the table. I say we start at the most obvious place. Which is? The folks in the Familiar Society. He hitched a dark brow. Don't they seem overly interested in the familiar vessel? They sure do. And wasn't Willow Dean murdered outside one of the members' homes? Yes. That's a no-brainer. We begin there. But in the meantime, I said. Axel leaned his forearms on the table and lowered himself until we were eye level. In the meantime? Willow Dean said I would be targeted next. I'm aware of that. Do you need 24-hour bodyguard services? I swatted him. No, I don't need that. I don't think. I frowned. Do I? Are you offering to be my bodyguard? I'm offering whatever you need. If what Peaches says is true, you're in danger, Pepper. I'm not going to risk anything happening to you. He opened his palm. Why don't you give me the vessel? Make a big show about how I've got it now and that you're letting me keep it. I jabbed my toe onto the tile floor. I don't know. I'm not sure how that will affect Peaches. Axel rolled his eyes. We're talking about a ghost cat. He should be fine. I hesitated. For now, I think I should keep it. Promise that you'll be careful. First sign of a problem, and it's mine. Promise, I said, crossing my fingers behind my back. I hated to say it, but I felt like I needed to keep the critterling in my possession no matter what. His lips coiled into a smile, and he quickly shrugged off the serious tone of our conversation. That makes me feel better. My lips tipped into a weak smile. Me too. Axel stretched across the counter and kissed me. Everything I do it for you. I quirked a brow. Isn't that a love ballad? Axel chuckled. He leaned in again, but stopped when someone pounded on the front door. Axel shot to attention. His gaze cut to me. I rose. He flared out his hand. Stay here, Pepper. The pounding loudened. Who is it? Axel called. The pounding slowed. I'll need to speak to Pepper Dunn. It's an emergency. Axel shot me a dark look. I'm going to open the door, but I want you to be ready for anything. I fisted my hands and nodded. Open it. I'm ready. 10. Axel opened the door and CJ spilled onto the floor. He quickly gathered himself, straightened his collar, and brushed off his clothes. Miss Dunn, I have been looking everywhere for you. I shot Axel an expression that said, Don't look at me, I have no idea what this was about. Why are you looking for me? Better question. Axel's voice was filled with warning. Is why are you pounding on my door? If I didn't have magic, I would have greeted you with a shotgun. I tapped his shoulder. Betty does have magic, and she still greeted you with a shotgun. At least, she used to, when we had first started dating. He sniffed. That's a moot point. I don't think so. Anyway, Axel folded his arms. His brow furrowed, and I could almost see the werewolf sliding underneath his skin, just dying to leap out and take over his body. Why are you here? Oh, that. Well, CJ smoothed the back of his hair as if embarrassed. I wanted to make sure Miss Dunn is okay. You know, a lot has gone on. A lot. What with Willowdean Garr being murdered and Willowdean saying Miss Dunn is going to die. You said it was an emergency? My voice dripped with skepticism. Why's that? Your safety is an emergency. Do I have to remind you that there's been a murder? He said, flabbergasted. Other than the fact that I wanted to make sure you are okay, I also wanted to know if you had given any more thought to selling the critterling. It took all my will not to shoot Axel a frantic look. I wanted to jump up and down and point at CJ and yell, Suspect, suspect! But clearly Axel was already on to that. CJ. Axel squeezed CJ's shoulder and guided him into the living room. I'm sure all of this has been draining on you. You don't even know, Mr. Rain. Did it all start with Mr. Albod's death? Axel gently pushed CJ onto the couch. I sprang into action. CJ, can I get you some water, tea? Oh, shucks. You don't have to go to any trouble. It's no trouble. I smiled brightly. Now tell me what I can get for you. Hot chocolate would be perfect, Miss Dunn. I arched a questioning brow to Axel. Would Mr. Muscles have that? He thumbed toward the cabinets. Right next to your jelly beans. I never know what you're going to drink with those things. I laughed and headed into the kitchen to get the kettle bubbling and a packet of hot chocolate poured. While I worked, I peeked in on them, listening to their conversation. Were you very close to Mr. Albod? Axel said. CJ scratched the back of his neck. Yes, we were, Mr. Rain. Very close. I wept when he died. I'm sorry about that. CJ sliced the air with his hand. "That is okay. We all have to go one day or another. It happens to the best of us. I only hope that when he passed, it was peaceful." CJ quickly added, "I heard it was. I wasn't present at the time, you understand." "I do understand." Axel scrubbed a hand over his razor-sharp jaw. "Did Mr. Elbot ever confess that he was afraid for his life?" "What?" CJ shot up from the couch. "Why, who in heaven's name would hurt Mr. Albot? He was the kindest, sweetest man I'd ever known." I entered from the kitchen with a steaming cup of cocoa. I squeezed CJ's shoulder, and he calmed down, sitting on the couch. I gave him an encouraging smile. "We have reason to believe Mr. Albot thought his life was in danger." "But why?" I tipped my head and shrugged. CJ blew into the mug. Steam curled off the swirling white skin that covered the brown liquid. CJ's expression brightened, as if God himself had zapped a light bulb in his brain. "Oh, you mean about the familiar vessel. You think someone wanted to kill Mr. Albod for it?" He shook his head emphatically. "No, ma'am. There is no way anyone would have harmed Mr. Albod over that." "Someone killed Willow Dean Garr," Axel reminded him. "That's true, but Willow Dean was a nasty creature, if I may be so blunt," CJ said in the genteelest of voices. "Mr. Albot didn't have any enemies." "Maybe, maybe not." Axel folded his arms. "So, he never confided any fears to you?" CJ's cocoa had cooled enough to drink. He took a small sip. "This is mighty fine hot chocolate, Miss Dunn. I thank you." "You're quite welcome." CJ smiled back. Axel cleared his throat. "Was Mr. Albod afraid?" "Not that I know of. He was very close to Jerome Puryear in the Familiar Society. He could tell you more. I was hired by the children to sell the house because I'm good with estates, but I can promise you right now, I don't know anything about any animosities Mr. Albod might have been suffering with anyone." "Thank you for telling us what you could," I said. CJ drained the rest of his cup and rose. "That was wonderful. Now that I know Miss Dunn is safe and sound, I feel better." He pointed to Axel. "And knowing she's in such capable hands means I don't have to worry about her." I pressed my fingers to my chest. "You were worried about me? How touching, and how suspicious." "Of course, so much drama going on. It's in me to worry, you see. I worry about so many things." "You don't need to worry about Pepper," Axel said sharply. I threw Axel a look full of fiery arrows. There was no need to be rude to poor CJ. Axel rolled his eyes in response. CJ cleared his throat. My gaze darted to him, and I realized he'd been studying the two of us. "I've got to get going. Mother's going to need some dinner soon." "Oh, you live with your mother?" I said. "She wasn't at the meeting." "Mother doesn't like to come out and socialize."
He placed the back of his hand beside his mouth, the way you relay a secret.
"She's a bit on the ornery side."
"Oh," I said, curious that CJ hadn't mentioned his mother before now. CJ snapped his fingers.
"I almost forgot. You should really talk to one of Mr. Albod's children if you're interested in knowing more." "Yes, please."
Axel opened the door for CJ.
"Who are they?" "The one who lives in town is Della."
I blinked in surprise. "Della, who was at the Familiar Society?" CJ nodded.
"One and the same. She's who hired me to sell the house."
We thanked him, and CJ left. I turned to Axel and frowned. "You were rude."
"He was flirting," Axel said gruffly.
"You don't think he likes me? He's a little too, soft, I think. I'm not his type, Axel." Axel moved from the door to the kitchen.
"Right. You're not his type." That whole way he talks is just an act.
My jaw dropped. What makes you say that?
Because no one speaks like that.
CJ does, I said smartly, and Della has a thing for him, I know for a fact. Axel rubbed his hands together.
Good. Let's go tell her we'll set his hair on fire unless she spills any beans she has.
I wrapped my arms around Axel's neck and inhaled his familiar scent. What? Are you saying you're jealous?
No, I'm not jealous.
But he stiffened, and if there was one thing I knew, it was that when Axel reacted like that, he was hiding something. You are, I teased. You're jealous of C.J. Hicks, of all people. Come on. At least be jealous of Tom Brady or someone like that.
Are you attracted to Tom Brady?
He said defensively. I kissed the scruff on his cheek. No, I'm not. But anyway, it sounds like we've got someone else to speak to. Are you coming? Axel ground out the next words.
Yes, but I get the feeling CJ is full of more bull than we can even imagine, starting with that fake personality.
Della Frost wasn't hard to track down. We discovered quickly enough where she lived, but I had a feeling we might need backup. What if we bring Peaches along? I said. He should be able to help. After all, someone's voice might trigger a memory in him.
Yes, let's bring the ghost cat along,
Axel said dryly. I folded my arms and sulked. You don't like that idea. The Land Rover jostled as we drove over a speed bump.
It's not that I don't like it, but you're already listening to the cat.
His jaw tightened.
Never mind.
You think I'm crazy to listen to a dead cat, don't you?
A little, yes.
But he speaks, and I've listened to living animals plenty of times. Plenty. Why not give him a fair shot as well?
It's just, we don't know anything about him. Mr. Albod was kidnapped. Even I'm having a hard time swallowing that one.
He's not lying.
I hope not, Axel murmured.
Are you going to help me with this, anyway?
Of course.
He shot me a 1,000-watt smile that made me tingle from my head to my toes.
I love helping you. It's what I live for.
No need to be sarcastic.
I'm not.
We swung onto Bubbling Cauldron. Look, there's Betty. My grandmother tiptoed down the street. Her gaze was pinpointed on something. I couldn't figure out what, until the man walking in front of her stopped and glanced into a shop window. Betty froze. She whipped away to stare at the window she stood in front of, rocking back and forth on her heels nonchalantly. What is she doing? I whispered. Then it hit me. Good night. The man picked up the pace again, and Betty tiptoed after him. My chest tightened. She's going to get herself arrested for stalking.
What are you talking about?
I motioned to the sidewalk. Pull over.
Why?
I whirled on him. Betty's secret admirer. She doesn't know who he is. I pointed to the wizard she was currently following. My grandmother has decided to take matters into her own hands. She's following that man to figure out if he's the one. Axel stared at me blankly. His mouth opened, and he shut it, shaking his head. He opened it again to say something, but did the same thing. What? I demanded. Will you just spit it out? His face pinched in confusion.
But why does Betty have a secret admirer?
Beats the heck out of me, I shrugged. But she's about to get herself thrown into jail unless I get in there and stop her. Axel's eyes widened.
Go, stop her.
He braked the vehicle to a stop. I hopped out and skirted toward Betty. I didn't want to shout her name for fear the man would hear and see us, so I launched myself at her, throwing myself in her path. Hey! She yelped. I flared my arms. What are you doing? She peered around me. What does it look like? Something bordering on illegal. Betty grunted.
I'm only trying to mark eligible men off my list. Narrow down the pool." "The pool?" I said, astounded. "When is this a pool? If your admirer wants you to know who he is, trust me, he'll tell you." Betty chewed invisible food with her mouth shut. "What if I want to figure it out for myself?" I hooked my hand through her arm and aimed her in the opposite direction. "It's better if you let him reveal it to you." Betty struggled to turn around, but I held her tight. "Would you let me go?" "No, not until you promise you won't stalk random old wizards in town." "I can't promise that." "Then I'm not letting you go." Betty yanked her arm from my hold. She whirled on me and narrowed her eyes to slitty wedges of death. "That look won't kill me." I folded my arms and glared right back. "It might not kill, but I'm hoping to intimidate you enough that you back off." "I will not." I gestured toward the street. "You can't go around tagging after men and questioning them about being your secret admirer." "I didn't question him." I pinched my fingers together. "You were this close to doing it. Don't deny it." "And what if I was?" She sniffed the air, annoyed with me. "What's the big deal? It's not like I was going to hurt anybody." "No, but you were following that man. It might have led to a wrong encounter." "What kind of wrong encounter?" "Oh, geez, I didn't know." "The kind that ends up going wrong," I said, flustered. Heck, I couldn't see the future, but I didn't have to, in order to know that Betty stalking random men couldn't lead to anything good. I snapped my fingers. "First of all, if you confronted him, then you'd be forced to admit you have a secret admirer." She eyed me suspiciously. "And what's wrong with that?" "Don't you see? Then the whole town would know. And guess what?" "What?" Boy, I was really winging it now, but I felt a rush of endorphins. I had this. I could convince Betty of anything. Was this magic? No, just confidence. "Then the entire town would quickly discover you have an admirer. Don't you think that would get back to the man leaving you gifts?" "Maybe," she said slowly. "And what do you think he would do?" "Bring me another gift." "Wrong." I made an annoying beep sound. "He wouldn't bring you another gift. He'd back off. His secret would be revealed. Everyone in town would be spying on our house, trying to be the first to solve the mystery." Betty nibbled her lower lip. "Do you think?" "I know." I nodded authoritatively. "There's no doubt that our home would be watched day and night as someone tried to pin down who your admirer is. And so he'd vanish, never leaving you another gift. It would be horrible. You would spend the rest of your life wondering who had left all these wonderful presents, and he'd be devastated. Something that was only supposed to exist between the two of you, and maybe me and my cousins," I added sheepishly, "is then gossip for all of Magnolia Cove." I exhaled a deep breath. I was nearly winded from my speech, but boy, did I feel victorious. Betty's eyes shifted nervously. She was thinking about it, considering it. I had to push her over the edge somehow, stop her from taking this nonsense too far. After all, I wouldn't put it past my grandmother to start breaking and entering, looking for clues. And the last thing your secret admirer would want is for you to get arrested in the name of love. Her eyes narrowed. That got her. After all, I wouldn't even put it past me. When we Crapple women wanted information, we didn't let anything hold us back. Nope, not even the law. Betty, what do you think? Betty frowned. Fine. I'll stop tailing after men. Good. I wrapped an arm around her plump shoulders. We'll find out who he is. I know we will. It's bound to happen. But in the meantime, Axel and I are off to question Frederick Albod's daughter regarding her father. See what she knows. Betty followed me to the vehicle. I don't want to go there. Y'all can go on. I need you to drop me off at home. I glanced at my watch. Is it already time to start dinner? No, Betty said gruffly. I might have received another present. I need to pick it up. I rolled my eyes and laughed. Come on, let's get it. 11. We dropped Betty at the house, but didn't stay to see if she'd received another gift. After all, I could find that out later. Della's cottage wasn't far from Bubbling Cauldron Road. Let's face it, most folks didn't live far from Bubbling Cauldron. The town was that small, yes, but most didn't have stone cottages. And Della's was a charmer, with enchanted vines hedging around the windows and a cherry-red door. It reminded me of something from a picture book, like the witch's house in Hansel and Gretel. Wait, Hansel and Gretel almost died. Maybe I should rethink my comparison. Yes, Della's cottage was like a kindly old witch's, a witch that would offer you sweet tea and cookies, not the kind that would toss you into an oven. Axel knocked. The vines started back, shy in our presence. Oh, aren't they cute? Axel scoffed. If we had the wrong intentions, they'd strangle us, same as Jenny the guard vine. I cocked my chin. But Jenny's only one. This is many. You might call it legion. I hooked my hand through his arm and smiled brightly. Luckily, we're here with good intentions. Axel eyed the vines warily until the door opened. Della Frost popped into view. Her gaze shifted nervously right and left as she peered around us. Finally, she made eye contact. Pepper, what are you doing here? I couldn't hide my surprise at her rushed greeting. This was nothing like the gracious woman I'd met only a few nights ago. Hi, Della. Axel, Rain, and I were wondering if you have time to answer a few questions. Yes, come in. Hurry. She rushed us into the house. Inside, all the shutters had been snapped closed. Lamplight filled the house even though the sun burned bright in the sky outside. I shot Axel a concerned look. He squeezed my hand to say all was fine. Have a seat, Della said. She scooted into her kitchen. Can I make you some tea? Yes, please, Axel answered. Della busied herself in the kitchen, putting on tea. She brought a plate of cookies into the living room and settled them on a table. Are you okay? I reached out and squeezed her hand. No. Della's face crumpled. She grabbed a tissue and wiped her nose. Ever since Willow Dean's death, I've been a basket case. I exchanged another look with Axel. Why? I don't know. The cat Critterling appeared, and then you bought it, and I remember things my father used to say about it. She raked her fingers through her bob of blonde hair. The whole situation makes me uneasy. Della, this may seem like a strange question, Axel said, but was your father ever afraid for his life? The kettle whistled, and Della excused herself to fix the tea. She spoke to us from the kitchen. Dishes rattled and silverware clanked over our conversation. Daddy never seemed to be, but ever since I moved back to Magnolia Cove, I've been in my own state of crazy. Why's that? I said. Oh, well. She maneuvered around the couch and lowered a tea service. Della poured 3 cups of Earl Grey. The earthy smell wafted up my nose. Milk, sugar. I pulled jelly beans from my pocket. Jelly beans. Della's face split into a smile. I've never tried them in anything. I dropped the bag in front of her. You should. They're delicious. You can either throw in a handful and see what flavors you get, or you can pick your beans accordingly. Della stared at the bag. Why not? She plopped a palmful into her cup and stirred. I did the same, waiting for the flavors to mingle. When I took a sip, peach and lemon exploded on my tongue, followed by a hint of vanilla. I said. Delicious. I agree. Della took another sip. I'll have to indulge in this more often. Just make sure to buy your jelly beans from Marshmallow Magic. My cousin Carmen creates the best flavors. Good tip, Della said. Axel cleared his throat in an attempt to steer us back on track.
Della, why were you a mess?
Oh, that, she laughed nervously. See, I'd moved back to Magnolia Cove after a pretty messy divorce. I could have stayed with my father, but I honestly felt like I would be in the way. He had a nurse to take care of him nearly 24/7, and I felt like an intruder in my own family home. When he passed away, it wasn't a shock, but I felt guilty. Like I hadn't seen enough of him or done enough to be a good daughter. So you don't know if he was ever afraid? I said. She sighed. He would say things like, "This critterling is more trouble than it's worth, people want it," but I always took those to be his paranoid ramblings. Della sipped her tea for a moment. She traced a finger over her lip before her gaze fluttered back to us. My father was very paranoid. He talked about lots of strange things. He said Peaches had come back from the dead. His cat? I nearly pitched off the couch. I thought everyone knew about Peaches. At least I figured his daughter would know. Apparently not. She rolled her eyes. Yes, that stupid cat. He loved that cat more than anything else. Anyway, Dad was convinced Peaches had come back from the dead. Sometimes from behind the closed door of his room, I could hear him talking to it. I'm sure the nurse heard it too and thought Dad was crazy. Della shrugged. What could I do about it? Nothing. So when he finally passed away, I was glad that he was at peace. She shivered. But now this whole thing with Willow Dean has brought it all up again. I searched for the familiar holder after my dad died, but I couldn't find it. No one could, until you. Della studied me. It's almost as if the thing was spelled to only be found by you, Pepper. It was my turn to shiver. I don't know about that. Besides, it wasn't me who found it was my grandmother. I paused. But you said that you didn't believe Peaches had returned. Yet Jerome Puryear declared that a ghost cat had shot from the critterling the other night. Della's gaze hardened. I suppose I was wrong then. Now wasn't I? Axel cleared his throat.
Your father's body. What happened to it?
Della pointed to her mantle. He's up there, in the urn. I balked. He was cremated? She nodded. Daddy never wanted to be buried, so we cremated him. This nurse. I dragged my gaze from the black urn on the mantel. Who was she? His nurse was Ingrid Puryear. She said the name as if I should know who that is. I frowned. Do I know her? Yes. She's a member of the Familiar Society. She's the one whose familiar had the litter of kittens. Jerome Puryear is her husband. He escorted Willow Dean from the house, remember? That's right. She had been at the Familiar Society meeting as well. She was his nurse right up until his death? I was also annoyed that Peaches hadn't mentioned the nurse. You know, if the cat wanted me to find the supposedly kidnapped Mr. Albot, perhaps that information would have been useful. Then again, this was a cat I was talking about. I couldn't exactly be annoyed that he'd missed such an important detail. I mean, how big was a cat's brain? Like the size of a walnut? So see, it was unfair of me to be angry. Ingrid was his nurse when he passed. She was as devastated as I was about my father's death. Della rose. Let me get her address and phone number for you. She drifted from the room. As soon as she disappeared out the door, Axel rubbed his hands together. A purple halo of magic surrounded the urn. What are you doing? I hissed.
Seeing if Peaches is right.
The purple halo flared and, a moment later, died. Della drifted back into the room. I have to say, near the end, that's when I moved back into town, Ingrid stayed with my father day and night. She was a blessing. I don't know what my brother and I would have done without her. She handed me a card filled with Ingrid's details. My brother lives out of state. He came for the funeral and to help get Daddy's things together, but then he had to return home. CJ's been a blessing as well. He's helped so much. Tears brimmed in her eyes. I don't know what I'd do without him. We thanked Della and headed back to the Land Rover. As soon as we were inside, I assaulted Axel with questions. What did you do back there? A devilish grin spread over his face. He reached into the back seat and pulled out the urn. My jaw dropped in shock. Are you crazy? Isn't it illegal to steal remains? He winked.
Only if we're doing something nefarious with them. We are not.
He tossed the urn into the opposite hand like it was a football.
With this, we are going to prove if what Peaches says is true.
Cold dread spread over my body like I'd been dipped in an ocean of it. This was wrong on so many levels. But I had to hand it to Axel. If it meant Frederick Albod went from dead old man to kidnapping victim, then I was all for it. Okay, I snapped on my seatbelt. What do we need to do? Axel settled the urn on the floorboard behind him.
First things first. The spell requires something from your house.
I frowned. What's that?
Dragonfire.
He steered us onto the street.
Let's go get Hugo.
12. I opened the door to the cottage and landed smack dab in the middle of my cousins and Betty yelling up a hailstorm. That's not what it is, Amelia demanded. I know what it is, Betty snapped. I don't need a young whippersnapper like yourself telling me what this thing is. I tossed my jacket on the couch. What are y'all talking about? Betty glared at my jacket. Is this a barn? I sulked, but I picked up the jacket and pegged it on the wall. Sorry, Axel and I are in a hurry. Amelia shot forward. Great, y'all can solve a dispute with us. Cordelia raised a hand from her seat in the recliner. For the record, I'd like to say that I don't have a dispute. I'm happily sitting here minding my own business. That's because you're all into the idea of your dad opening up a wishing store in town. My eyes flared. Ooh, a wishing store? Cordelia shot Amelia an annoyed look. It's supposed to be on the down low? I nodded. It is. It's on the down low. I won't say a word. But I really, really want to know all about it when it opens. Cordelia smiled. I'll tell you everything when I find out. But, going back to the argument, whatever the problem is, I squeezed Axel's shoulders. I'm sure he can solve it. Arrows bolted from Axel's eyes. Gee, thanks. I beamed at him. What? You're not partial. Plus, you're a man. Sometimes a man's perspective is all you need.
I am that.
Great. I nudged Betty and Amelia. Okay, what's the argument? Betty held up a box of what looked like stationery. I received this today. Let me guess, from your secret admirer? I said sweetly. That's right, Betty huffed. I say the note cards are for me to write letters to all the men I know and ask if they are my secret admirer. Axel coughed. And I say, Amelia grabbed the cards from Betty, that she's supposed to use them how anyone uses stationery, write letters to people you care about. I frowned. Isn't it weird that it's just regular paper and we're witches? Betty hooted with laughter. This isn't regular paper. As soon as you address a card, the note lifts into the air, sprouts wings, and delivers itself. Well, I stand corrected. That is cool. Cordelia lifted her gaze from the book she was reading. Axel, what do you say? Are the cards so Betty can make a fool of herself? Or is she supposed to use them like a normal, sane person? I resent that. Betty pulled her pipe from her pocket and jammed it between her teeth. You watch out, kid, or I'll have one of those cards get delivered someplace you won't appreciate. Cordelia's mouth puckered into an O. Never mind. Axel, you might want to stay far, far away from this conversation. He rocked back on his heels.
I think I can manage this.
Betty, I'm afraid Amelia is right. It's a great idea to try to narrow down the field by asking everyone you know who the admirer is. But even if you did that, he could lie. This guy may want to remain anonymous." She stroked her chin. Then she puffed a bit on her pipe. A cloud of smoke drifted to the ceiling. "You might have a point there. I am a man." Betty thought about that for a moment. "And for that reason, I won't go through with my plan." She wagged a finger at Amelia. "But I'm going to discover who my secret admirer is. Don't think I won't." "Oh, I know you will," Amelia said. "I don't doubt that. Just try to do it in a sane way." "No stalking men walking down the street," I added. "Oh, boy," Cordelia said. "Has it already gotten that bad?" "Yes." Betty shot me a look that could have seared flesh. "But," I added quickly, "that's not why we're here. Axel and I have uncovered some interesting information, and we need Peaches and Hugo. Have any of y'all seen them?" Amelia pointed upstairs. "I think they're in your bedroom." I tromped upstairs and found Peaches in the window seat, having usurped Maddie from her spot. Hugo lay curled on the floor. I glanced around the room. "Where's Maddie?" Peaches yawned. "You mean that furball? I think she left. I don't know. I lost track of her after she sulked from the room." It frustrated me that Peaches would be rude to my cat. But there wasn't time for me to track down Maddie and force Peaches to apologize for whatever mean thing he had said or did. I clapped my knee. "Come on, Peaches. Come on, Hugo." "Where are we going?" Peaches said. "We're going to find out if Mr. Albod is dead or kidnapped, like you say." A couple of people strolled down our street as Axel, Hugo, Peaches, and I crossed to the car. I wondered if everyone could see Peaches, and what their responses to a ghost cat would be. My question was answered when I noticed Peaches disappear from view, only to reappear in the SUV once we were all settled inside. Axel let Hugo into the very back, where the dragon curled up as best he could in the cramped space. I glanced at the cat who lay coiled on the back seat. "What did you do?" "Oh, you mean a moment ago? I didn't want those people to see me. I don't know who my enemies are. Mr. Albod's enemies, that is. So I made myself invisible. I hope I didn't confuse you." "No, you didn't confuse me. I only wondered if other people could see you." "Only if I want them to." He sniffed. "I know I can trust you, but I don't know about everyone." Kindness pinged in my heart. I felt for the little guy, even if he was snobby. But still, he wasn't off the hook for being mean enough to my cat that she'd abandoned my room. There was no excuse for that to happen. "We spoke to Della, Mr. Albod's daughter, today," I said. "Oh, her?" Peaches said in that bored voice of his. "How is she? I haven't seen her in ages." "She said that Mr. Albod had a nurse, Ingrid Puryear. Do you know her?" "No, an Ingrid?" Peach's tail flicked against the seat. "No, I don't." "It's possible he was trapped in the vessel before Ingrid moved in," Axel mused. "Ah, good point." "But you know Della," I said. "Mr. Albod's daughter? I know her. She always wanted his money, but then who didn't? Mr. Albod is a wealthy man." My gaze slid to Axel. "She didn't seem interested in his money." "I've known Della a long time," Peaches confided. "She likes money. Married money, too." "And now she doesn't have any," I said. "Actually, I might be jumping the gun. There's no proof that she's broke. She had her own house." "Could be a rental," Axel said. "Could be." I tapped a fist to my knee. After a few minutes, we reached Axel's. The four of us clambered up the steps and spilled into the kitchen. Axel gently settled the urn on the table. "What's that?" Peaches asked. "This," Axel tapped the lid, "is supposed to be Mr. Albod. We're going to see if it really is or not." Will he come out like a genie? Peaches asked. Axel's gaze shifted uncomfortably to me. Not exactly. Hugo here is going to be a big help. Hugo pawed Axel. Want to help, the dragon said. For Axel, Hugo's words sounded like a garbled howl, but to me they were crisp and clear. I smiled proudly. Hugo wants to help. Great. Axel clapped his hands. Let's get downstairs and start setting up. I patted Hugo on the head as we traipsed through Axel's house down to the cellar. My dragon was growing. Currently the size of a small love seat, he wouldn't get much bigger. He was already large enough for me to ride, but I hadn't worked with him the way I should, mainly because the store and Axel kept me busy. But Hugo's vocabulary grew daily, and he was an adolescent dragon. He needed more guidance from me than I was offering. After all, he was my familiar. The best way to use him to grow my magic was to, well, use him for his purpose. That was probably part of what Betty had been complaining about to me, that I hadn't learned how to use my magic. Hugo was part of that magic. At some point, I would need to make a real effort to learn how to wield my head witch powers the way they were supposed to be. Axel clapped his hands, and a row of tapered candles fired to life. I dropped my purse on the couch. I wish you could teach me that trick. He quirked a brow. If you bothered to learn your magic, you would know how to do it. I know some things, I whimpered, just enough to get by. I flashed him a sickly sweet smile. Sometimes that's all you need. He grunted. Now, this ritual calls for absolute concentration. Care to tell us what we're going to do? Axel slid a hand over the urn before placing it on a table. What we're going to work is a spell that, if it's done correctly, will form the image of whoever makes up those ashes. Sounds enchanting, Peaches said snidely. Look, I said, my voice sharp. We don't have to help you. We want to help you. If Mr. Albot has been kidnapped, then we must know. So please can the attitude so Axel can reveal some of the truth. Peaches flattened his ears. I'm only sarcastic to hide my inner pain. I bit back a laugh. Yes, I know, but we don't want you to be sarcastic and distant and rude. We want to help. For us to want to help, you have to be a decent animal. I'm not saying perfect, only not so mean. I'll do my best, Peaches answered with a sniff. I did get the feeling he would actually try. What more could I ask for? Now, is everyone ready? Axel's words came out clipped, but a twinkle sparked in his eyes. I can't keep this urn forever. I'll need to return it to Della before she realizes the one she owns is a fake. Peaches blanched. You mean you stole it? Oh, jeez. I rubbed my face in frustration. You mean now the cat was going to have a moral complex about stealing the possible ashes of his employer? Now there was a problem? I scraped my fingers through my hair, trying to dispel some of my irritation. Peaches, we have to do whatever we can to solve this. No one's going to come out and say they've kidnapped Mr. Albod. You understand that, right? His gaze flicked from me to Axel. I suppose not. Since that's not going to happen, we often have to take things into our own hands. Axel is a powerful wizard. Peaches studied Axel but said nothing. Do you want to know if Mr. Albot is in that urn? I understand if you're scared. I rested my palm over my heart. I'm scared too. Sometimes we have to take big risks, giant risks, in order to dig up the truth. I studied the cat. He watched the urn as if waiting for it to dart away. Do you think you can go through with this? The cat didn't answer. Peaches? I nodded to the urn. Oh, yes. he said quickly. I must know the truth of what happened. His gaze shifted to Axel. His yellow eyes narrowed, and Peaches said, "Let's get on with the show." 13. Axel yanked off his shirt. A tinge of anxiety fluttered in my chest. Are you getting nude for this? Some spells required Axel to be completely naked. I didn't know if this was one of those. Yes. Apparently it was. I licked my lips and gazed at the ceiling while he stripped. Wow, I had never noticed so many cobwebs in the beams before. Someone really needed to get up there and dust. You have to as well, Axel said. My heart clenched. Are you sure? He nodded. For the power this is going to take, yes. I decided to tease him. I don't know. I realize you'll mate for life and everything, but should you be looking at my goods when we're not officially mated or anything? Then marry me and we'll make it official. His gaze speared my heart to my ribs. I sucked air. I couldn't get enough of it. My chest constricted, my throat closed. Axel's arms surrounded me. It's okay. You can breathe. Don't have a panic attack. I'm not. Then don't have a heart attack. He brushed a loose strand of hair from my face and grinned. Sorry to take you by surprise. It didn't. I mean, you didn't. Ha ha! I'm fine. Totally fine. Uh-huh. He steadied me and only released me when he was sure my legs wouldn't fold. Listen, let's not talk about this now. He shook his head. I never should have brought it up. Okay, I said weakly. Let's get on with the spell. Yes, Peaches interjected. Let's. I barely even noticed myself pulling off my clothes. Marry him? Is that what Axel had really said? No. I hadn't heard right. I'd made it up in my head. He wouldn't say those words, not yet. Not after I'd only just accepted that if we ever allowed our relationship to move to a more physical level, then we would be mated. Surely he wouldn't be talking about marriage so soon after I'd accepted that idea. But hadn't he just said it? Yes, he had. He most definitely had. My brain began to float. I fisted my hands and pressed my fingertips into my palms until the nails bit into the flesh. Focus, Pepper. I shook out my pent-up angst, rolled my head around a few times, and exhaled a plume of air. I'm ready. Darkness filled the room. Candles floated in the air around us. Hugo leaned against my leg. He'd been in the cellar plenty of times before, but never when this much magical energy buzzed in the room. I patted his shoulder. It's okay, boy. Axel's upper half was visible. The rest of him disappeared behind the altar and table he had readied. He pointed his fingers at his shelves and mumbled ingredients. Vials and bags floated in the air toward him. With the tips of his fingers, he unhooked a cauldron from a beam and rested it on the table. When everything was set out before him, Axel met my gaze. I shivered. His blue eyes were dark to the point they were almost black. Magic floated around him, and he hadn't even started the spell. Are you ready? He said in a husky voice that made my stomach quiver. Yes, I guessed so. I bit down my anxiety and readied myself. What do you need? When I start the spell, I need you to focus your magic on supporting me. See the spell and help it. I cringed. What do you mean, see the spell and help it? Just focus on it. That should take care of everything. I cocked my head. Is this some sort of lesson I'm supposed to learn about my magic? He shook his head. No. Yes, you're a head witch. You should know more about your powers. Thank you, Betty. I rolled my eyes. Can we just get on with it? Absolutely. He focused his attention on Hugo. Okay, boy. We're going to reach a point where I need you to breathe fire. I'm going to throw the cauldron of ingredients into the air, and I need you to roast them. Okay? Hugo shot me a questioning look. It's okay, boy, I cooed. You can breathe fire when Axel asks you. Okay, Mama. I nodded to Axel. He understands and is ready. Great. Axel's jaw set and his eyes narrowed. Now, prepare yourself. I'm casting a spell that in the end will show us the form of whomever's ashes these are. This will not be a real person. They will not animate. It will simply be a vision. It may look real, but it isn't. He studied the cat. Can you handle seeing your wizard if his image rises from the ashes? Peaches nodded. I will. Axel rubbed his hands and began chanting. A breeze entered the cellar. Don't ask me where it came from. In the world of magic, anything was possible. Fingers of hair lifted and tickled my cheeks. Brushing it aside, I focused as best I could on Axel. He dropped handfuls of powder into the cauldron. After several drops of a clear liquid, the mixture started to hiss. Steam curled from the bowl, bringing with it a noxious scent. My arm wrapped instinctively over my bare belly. Focus, Pepper. I watched the magic and started seeing strings flowing from the cauldron and connecting back to the vials and bags. It seemed like I was seeing the lines of time. After Axel lifted a can and dropped its contents on the table, a string rose up, connecting the cauldron to the canister. It was fascinating. As I watched, more and more strings appeared until it was all one large web of colors and lines. It was gorgeous. Finally, the big moment approached. The air thickened, as if the spell itself knew what was about to occur, and the magic couldn't wait. The mixture inside the cauldron bubbled and churned. The noxious smell passed, and what was left reminded me of earth after a rain. Axel lifted the urn and uncapped it. He nodded to Hugo. Ready, boy? I placed a hand on the dragon's green-scaled shoulder. He was tense, anticipating whatever would come. He's ready, I said. Axel poured the gray ashes from the urn into the cauldron. Smoke rose from the bowl. The cauldron bucked and fought as if it wanted to cough out its contents. Axel said a few more words, then he lifted the cauldron and tossed the mixture into the air. A lump of gray sludge careened toward the ceiling. Now, Hugo, Axel yelled. I focused on the fire and the goo. I wanted to make sure this went right. Magic flared in me as Hugo released a stream of fire. The fire enveloped the slurred substance. Focus, Pepper, Axel said. I concentrated on the mixture and watched as the fire curled it into a ball. The flames licked at the ceiling as it molded and carved the ashes into their final shape. A long form appeared. It twisted and then uncoiled into spirals, reminding me of DNA. The strands bunched up together and then sprang down. It's working, Axel said. The fire is tasting the magic, molding it. He moved to stand beside me. Never mind that we were still both naked. Now that I thought about it, I think I could have done my part clothed. I shot Axel a skeptical look that he didn't catch. Focus, Pepper, it's losing its shape. Oh, crap. I forgot I had an actual job to do. I pointed my attention back on the fire. The flames hissed and spat. The whole magical ball had tightened up. I zeroed in on it, willing the spell to unwind and create the form we waited for. Magic unfurled from me. I threw it out as a line of absolute determination. I felt it slam into the spell. Fingers of flame uncurled. The ball slowly elongated. A form was taking shape. As the flames receded, an oblong figure formed. My breath hitched. I waited for it. Waited to see whose body had been placed in that urn. At the very last second, the fire extinguished, and the ball of ashes and magical mixture separated. Gray powder hit the floor, sending a cloud of smoke rising in the cellar. The gooey sludge sloshed onto the table, looking more like a gigantic ball of kids' slime than anything magical. No one moved. No one blinked. We stood, frozen. It was Peaches who broke the silence. Would anyone care to explain what happened? Axel crossed to the ashes and dragged his fingers through them. I can tell you. I cringed. I'm sorry. Did I mess up the spell? I focused on helping the magic. Did I overdo it? Axel smiled up at me. No, you saved the spell. If it hadn't been for you, we would have been duped. I twisted my hair over one shoulder. What do you mean? I mean, Axel rose, a palmful of ashes in his hand, that what we would have seen could have been Mr. Albod's body. And now? I asked, not understanding. And now, he dropped a trail of ashes into my palm. We know that inside that urn was nothing but ash from a fire. I gaped. What? Axel's jaw tightened. Mr. Albod wasn't in that urn. No one was in that urn because it was a dupe. So this means... Peaches jumped from the couch onto the floor. That I'm right? Axel's gaze flickered to mine. It's time to go to Garrick. 14. We have reason to believe that Frederick Albod has been kidnapped. Garrick sat behind his desk with legs kicked up. A half-empty bag of bugles dangled from his fingers. For a brief moment, I wondered if Garrick ever capped his fingers with bugles. Isn't that what everybody did when they were kids? I always pretended to have witch fingers. Huh, look at me now. I really was a witch. I tamped down my initial desire to question Garrick about his snacks and squared my shoulders as I awaited the sheriff's onslaught of questions. Garrick pinched the brim of his hat and slid his fingers down one side. I'm assuming that both of you believe this? Axel nodded. That's correct. Garrick spoke before palming a handful of bugles into his mouth. What evidence do you have? Here came the tricky part. Luckily, Axel took over. We received a tip from someone close to Mr. Albod. Garrick's eyes narrowed. Albod was cremated, if I'm not mistaken. It wasn't him, I chirped. Garrick dropped his legs from the desk. What do you mean? Peaches, the ghost cat, jumped onto the desk. What she means, sir, is that someone pretended to cremate my master, but instead stuck a bunch of tree ashes into an urn. Garrick studied Peaches. Are you a ghost? The cat's tail flicked. I am. In life, I was Frederick Albod's familiar. In death, I am his friend. My master was afraid for his life. He believed someone wanted the secrets of the familiar holder. It's the reason Willowdean Gar was murdered, I said. We think someone killed her because she wanted to warn me about the critterling. Garrick rubbed a hand down his haggard face. Has anyone attacked you? No, I admitted, but there are connections here. Albod was never cremated. There's a good chance someone kidnapped him for information on how to use the familiar vessel for nefarious purposes. Half the town now knows I own it. It's only a matter of time. I believe so too, Garrick. Axel added. I wouldn't have come to you unless I was certain. His expression darkened. It isn't Mr. Albod in that urn. It's only a pile of ashes. Garrick yanked off his hat and tossed it on the desk. He raked his fingers through his brown hair and sighed. I'm not going to ask how you know this. Probably for the best. But you're no longer simply dealing with a murder. You've also got a missing person. One who's been proclaimed dead and whose property is being sold off piece by piece. Yep, I clicked my tongue. Even Betty's interested in the house. Garrick's chair groaned as he leaned back.
What about the daughter? Does she know?
Axel shrugged.
Hard to say. She claims that the ashes are his, and, according to her, Mr. Albot was paranoid.
Garrick sighed.
All right, I am going to ask you about the ashes. How do you know about them? I worked an imaging spell to see who they belonged to.
Garrick scowled.
And I take it they didn't belong to anyone?
Correct, I said, my voice more chipper than necessary. The sheriff sighed.
Okay, great. Now I've got circumstantial proof that Mr. Albot might be missing since he's not technically in the urn, but no real evidence that he actually is missing.
Peaches cleared his throat.
If I might make a suggestion? I would love to hear it,
Garrick said flatly.
The night Frederick locked me in the familiar holder, he was terrified. Someone had arrived, someone he didn't want me to see. I can't say for certain because I was encased in the crittling, but something could have happened. When was that?
Garrick said. Peaches went blank. Peaches, I coaxed. Before Mr. Albot locked you in the holder, was anyone else living in the house?
Living in the house?
Had Ingrid Puryear moved in? Peaches shook his head.
No.
Della Frost explained that Ingrid Puryear moved into Mr. Frederick's house near the end, when he was unwell, if that's even true.
So all you have to do is find out when Ingrid started helping out,
Axel said to Garrick.
That would give you timeline.
Thank you, Garrick said, sounding annoyed. He rose, crumpled the empty Bugles bag, and tossed it in the trash.
I'll see what I can find out.
How about the Gar case? I asked. How's that going? Garrick scowled deeply. I grimaced. I almost felt bad for asking, but honestly, I had to know. Willow Dean shouldn't have died. Not for anything, and definitely not because she was trying to help me. That was plain old wrong.
It's going,
Garrick said curtly.
But I don't have anyone with a motive. And you never found the murder weapon?
His scowl deepened.
That's none of your business.
He shot Axel a look of warning.
I'll follow up on this information about Mr. Albot. I appreciate you bringing it to me instead of investigating on your own.
Is that sarcasm? I asked. Garrick brought his hands to his hips and tapped lightly.
No, it wasn't. But I want to remind y'all that this is my investigation.
I saluted him. We're reminded, sir.
I don't know how I'm going to get around the fact that y'all borrowed Mr. Albot's ashes, but I'll do my best.
I smirked. How do you know we borrowed them? Garrick shot me a pointed look.
Because I know y'all.
He raised a hand to stop any of my protests.
You've got good intentions, I agree. Just don't make my job harder than it needs to be.
I rested a hand over my heart. I promise.
I don't,
Axel said. Garrick's face broke into an amused smile.
Which is why I like you, Rain.
Garrick donned his fedora and nodded.
Now, if y'all will excuse me, I've got a missing person to follow up on.
We left the police station with Peaches. Hugo had waited outside for us. He lay beside the curb, his head buried in his paws. We're back, Hugo. When the dragon heard my voice, he sat up. His tail thumped against the ground. The spikes at the tip seemed more dangerous out in the open. I don't know why I'd only just realized how dangerous Hugo's tail could be. Probably because being in public with a dragon was a bit different than living in my house with him. Don't get me wrong, Hugo came outside with me all the time. It was only that he was growing up, and it was finally hitting me. My stomach tightened. What would Hugo be like as an adult? How much more would his appetite grow? Would he eat different things, want to hunt more? It was a possibility. one that would be facing me soon enough. I pushed all that aside because there was something I wanted to do. I think we should pay a visit to Ingrid and Jerome. Axel's eyes narrowed. Why? Because what if it takes Garrick forever to talk to them? He stopped walking and folded his arms. What if it does? I clicked my tongue in annoyance. Did I have to spell everything out for him? Well, we'd lose valuable time. Time I might not have, I said pointedly. Axel gazed down at his chest. I swear he was blushing. You're right. Let's go talk to them. Are you blushing? He shook his head. I'm just admiring your tenacity. The truth occurred to me. I scoffed. You don't really think I'm in danger, do you? I didn't say that. I jabbed my finger at him. You didn't have to. He reached for me, and I shrank. I do think you're in danger. The urn proved it to me. I really was laughing at your tenacity. Sometimes he extended his hand, and this time I let him stroke my arm. I don't even know why we go to Garrick, because you'll still want to run your own investigation. I sniffed. I'm not trying to run my own investigation. Aren't you? No, I snapped. Then I rolled my eyes because it was true. Okay, so what if I do want to run my own investigation? I'm only trying to help. I know. That's what I love about you. His words from earlier hung in my brain. Axel stiffened, and I could tell we were thinking the same thing. Okay, I said quickly to avoid talking about it. Let's go talk to Ingrid and Jerome. May I come along? Peach's voice drifted up beside me. I glanced down. I couldn't see him, but I knew he walked next to me. Of course, I smiled widely. In fact, I think you'll be a big help. We dropped Hugo off at the house and headed over to Ingrid and Jerome Puryear's. CJ offered the address up readily when I called him. Well, shucks, Miss Dunn. I'm tickled pink that you even thought of me. Yep, CJ was easy to probe for that sort of information. Jerome answered on the first knock. Hello there, Miss Dunn, Mr. Rain. What can I do for y'all? I twisted my fingers together and relayed the story Axel and I had devised. I wanted to talk to you about the critterling. Jerome's eyes widened. Come on in. Peaches had made himself invisible. I think he padded up behind us, but I couldn't be sure. Anyway, I had a hard enough time keeping track of the ghostly cat when I could see him. It proved even more of a challenge to track him when he wasn't visible, so I didn't even try. We passed a box of kittens in the kitchen. I leaned over to get a closer look at the roly-poly balls of fluff. Oh, are those the ones that Ingrid's cat birthed? The very same, Jerome said. I touched his shoulder. I'm so sorry about your familiar and his cancer. Jerome wiped a tear from his lash. It's okay. Chuck's been a good friend. A box turtle lay on a bed of grass in the living room. Is that him? Jerome nodded to me. That's good old Chuck. He motioned for us to sit. Now, what did y'all want to talk to me about? My gaze darted around the house. I was hoping you and Ingrid could offer some advice. She's gone to the store. He rubbed his hands over his thighs. But I'll help however I can. Axel propped his elbows on his knees. Pepper says you knew that the ghost cat lived in the familiar vessel. Jerome smiled kindly. I didn't know until I saw the creature dash out and break the lamps in the room. But I didn't see it. I touched a hand to my chest as if the entire thing was unbelievable. The animal moved too fast. I guess I've just got good eyesight, for as old as I am. Jerome's gaze drifted from me to Axel. I also told Pepper that now the ghost would be hers to take care of. That's the thing, I said. I've met the cat, and he raves about the craziest things. Stories you wouldn't believe." Jerome crossed his arms and sank back onto the couch. "I'm sure I'd believe it. We are witches and wizards." "You're right," Axel said. "Maybe it is something he'd believe." I licked my lips. This was it, my moment. "The thing is, the cat is spouting off something crazy. He says that Frederick Albod isn't dead. He swears that Albod was kidnapped." I shot Jerome a pointed look. "Would you happen to know anything about that?" Jerome opened his mouth to answer. 15. "No." Jerome rubbed his forehead. "I don't know anything about Mr. Albot being kidnapped. First I heard of such a thing." His gaze narrowed. "Frederick had a funeral. What's this nonsense?" I leaned over to speak, but Axel placed a hand on my knee to silence me. "Mr. Puryear, we've recently uncovered information that leads us, as well as the police, to believe that Mr. Albod never died. He wasn't cremated." "Say what?" The look of astonishment on Jerome's face was honest. "You mean Mr. Albod didn't die?" "No, he didn't." Axel's hand drifted from my knee and back to his thigh. "We understand there was one night when Mr. Albot was very shaken. It was before your wife Ingrid went to work for him. Mr. Albot believed something terrible was going to happen to him. Do you recall anything like that?" "Let me see." Jerome rubbed his hands together. "Can I get y'all a cookie? Sometimes sugar helps me remember things better." "Sure," I said. Jerome rose and left the living room. He returned with a plate of iced ginger cookies. "Help yourselves." I took one and waited to bite into it until Jerome bit first. "There was one night," he took a bite of cookie, "when Frederick called us, very distraught. He talked about the critterling, how its powers were too much. He talked on and on about the thing, rambled mostly. I couldn't get too much of a coherent word out of him." Jerome paused. "What happened next?" Axel gently prodded. He scratched his head. "I tell you, I didn't think too much about it. But the next we heard, Mr. Albod's health had gotten bad, and that's when Ingrid became his nurse. She started taking care of him, right up until the end." I took the last bite of my cookie and swallowed it before speaking. "And was she there when Mr. Albod died?" No, Ingrid wasn't there. She'd gone off shopping. Ingrid's always shopping, as you can see, since she isn't here right now." "We women like to shop," I admitted. "I love to shop. But then, you've gotta have money to shop. That's important." "Yes, it is," Jerome chuckled. "You've definitely got to have money to shop, that's for sure." Axel shifted on the couch. "If you weren't there when he passed, how did you find out?" "Neville told us," Jerome said. Axel and I exchanged a look. "Neville?" he said. "Yes." Jerome dusted crumbs from his fingers. "Neville Mabry. He's one of the members of the Familiar Society." "Neville," I muttered, trying to place him. "Oh, he is the one whose dog is keeping him up all night because of the barking." "Right," Jerome said. "That's Neville. He found Mr. Albod's body. If you have any questions for him, I can give you the address." "Thank you." Axel rose. "We'd love it." Jerome fished around for a pen and paper. He gave us the address and we left. I had no idea where Peaches was, but when we were nestled back inside the Land Rover, Peaches poked his head out of my purse. "Ah!" I threw the bag against the dashboard. Peaches didn't go anywhere, of course. The cat sat firmly on my lap. "You scared the heck out of me. Don't do that again." "Sorry." Peaches sniffed. "I heard what that man said about Neville. Neville's always been an awkward one." "We were planning on talking to him." Doubting myself, I bit my lower lip and gazed at Axel. Right? We were going to talk to him, weren't we?
Yes, tomorrow.
He stared into the horizon. The sun burned down the sky. I'll need to have Betty cover for me at Familiar Place. He smirked.
I'm sure she'd love that. It would give her a chance to question men about being her secret admirer.
I laughed so hard I knuckled tears from my eyes. I know. Axel fired up the engine.
But there's no need to bring in Betty. We'll go after you're off. I have some things to take care of in the morning anyway.
I quirked a brow. Things? What things?
Nothing important.
If it's not important, then you should be able to tell me. I smiled brightly and batted my eyelashes.
Now go, he said. It's just some things.
I kept the smile on my face, but at the same time my stomach nodded. Axel usually shared with me. We didn't keep secrets from one another.
It's another case, he said. It's outside Magnolia Cove, so I won't be around during the day.
Oh, that lifted my spirits.
And here I thought he had another girlfriend,
Peaches said. If he'd been flesh and blood, I would have given the cat's ear a good solid tug. But seeing as I don't believe in cruelty to animals, plus the fact that the feline was transparent, I had no recourse other than a long, evil look.
Peaches sniffed. Don't tell me the thought didn't occur to you, too.
My words ejected through gritted teeth. It didn't. Thank you.
Axel chuckled. Pepper, trust me, you have nothing to worry about.
I'm not worried. I shot the cat another dark look. I was never worried. Anyway, can we stop talking about this and head back? I'm starving, and hopefully Betty's created one heck of a good dinner.
Sounds good to me,
Axel said. Betty, is it okay if Axel stays for dinner? Betty laid a finger against her nose. A fine stream of magic curled from her open nostril and floated below the cauldron simmering in the fireplace. Of course, there's plenty of roast beef for him. I'm just finishing up the peach cobbler, and dinner will be ready. Great. I motioned for Axel to sit, and I slipped into the kitchen to grab table settings. After taking a handful of plates, cutlery, and napkins from a cabinet, I made my way back to the kitchen, just as Cordelia and Amelia arrived home. Boy, what a day. Amelia kicked off her shoes and rubbed her feet. I don't think I've ever walked so much, just to find an object that decided to play hide-and-seek. What? I draped a napkin over a white plate. An object hid from you? She rubbed the back of her neck. Oh, yeah, they do that sometimes. They think it's fun to force us to look for them. You should see how cluttered it gets because one object will recruit a whole bunch of others to help. Cordelia walked to the cauldron, inhaled the peach cobbler aroma, and smiled.
How do they do that?
For one, the objects sometimes create a barrier to stop us, so we can't get into another room. Or they'll try to tickle us, or whiz by our heads really fast and pester us. My grandmother wiped her hands on her apron that read, "Witches do it better."
Sounds like they have a sense of humor.
Betty clapped her hands, and the cauldron rose from the fire and zipped over to the table. I scattered a couple of potholders on the wooden surface just before the cast-iron monstrosity settled down. Betty had already laid out the other dishes, which included pot roast, fried okra, butter beans, and cornbread. The four of us tucked in, ready to eat.
Ah, supper of champions,
Cordelia said. Betty extended her hands on the table, palms up.
Aren't we forgetting to say the blessing?
We never say the blessing, Amelia said. Betty frowned.
We do now.
Amelia cocked her head. Why are you suddenly so interested in saying the blessing? Does this have to do with your secret admirer? Betty snorted. No, it does not. Cordelia studied Betty.
I think it does.
I think Betty wants to have all her bases covered for when this guy shows up. If he says the blessing, she wants to be 5 steps ahead and not be taken by surprise. This has nothing to do with that, Betty griped.
If you ask me, Axel said, if this man already likes you, then it won't matter to him whether or not you say the blessing.
Betty shot daggers at him.
But I think, he added quickly, it's always a good idea to give thanks.
Betty eyed us all like we were criminals. Unless anyone else wants to gripe about it, let's say grace. No one argued as we held hands and Betty prayed. Dear Lord, thank you for this food we're about to receive. We thank you for the many blessings you bestow on us. We also thank you for the important people in our lives, those we don't know and those we do. Amelia snorted. Someone kicked her under the table. Ow, Amelia said. In God's name we pray, amen. Betty finished. We all said amen, and Betty passed around the dishes. What magical object decided to play hide-and-seek this time? It was a pen that can write your future. Amelia scraped okra onto her plate. It usually stays locked up because it has a bad habit of wanting to tell folks their bad futures. Cordelia blanched. Like when they're going to die? Amelia shook her head. No, more like it'll tell you that next week you're going to get a pimple that won't come to a head. Or you're going to stub your toe on a chair in the next room. Stupid things like that. I laughed.
Seems like a silly object.
It is, but it also likes to be mischievous, like I said.
It's funny that all the other objects help it out, Cordelia said. Why is that?
Amelia shrugged. I have no idea. Our resident wizard may be able to tell us. Axel pushed the roast beef around on his plate.
Sometimes objects work together if their enchantment is strong enough.
Oh, I love that word, enchanted. Amelia took a bite of roast beef. It reminds me of a fairy tale. Not that sort of enchanted, Betty said. You're thinking of a princess in a castle where people were turned into clocks and dressers. This sort of enchanted are objects that won't turn into people. I know they won't turn into people. Amelia rolled her eyes. I'm not a moron. Betty said nothing, which made me think she did in fact believe Amelia to be just 1 inch shy of being a moron. To break the tension, I tapped the butt of my knife on the table. So, Betty, have you received any more gifts from your secret admirer? Not today. Betty chewed on her food for a moment. But I'm expecting a marriage proposal any day now. I choked on okra. Like, really choked. Air wouldn't flow into my lungs and I made a gargled sound. Axel hit me between the shoulder blades and the okra dislodged. I leaned back in my chair. Axel hovered over me.
Are you okay?
Yes. He handed me a glass of tea and I took a long sip. I grimaced. Not sweet enough. I dropped a handful of jelly beans from my pocket into the glass and stirred it up. I took another sip, and the tangy taste of cherry hit my tongue. I'm better. I smiled brightly and patted his hand. The look of concern slowly faded from Axel's face. He tugged me to him and brushed his lips across my forehead. You made Pepper choke. Amelia pointed her accusation at Betty.
Yeah, Cordelia added. Has he written anything that makes you think he's going to be proposing?
You don't even know who he is, Amelia said. How can you be thinking of marriage? Betty stared wistfully at the ceiling. It's just a feeling I have. Like he knows me better than I know myself. Amelia and Cordelia exchanged a look. Amelia fought not to laugh. Cordelia's gaze flickered to her plate. No one wanted to say anything, and it seemed that's the way the dinner conversation would end up until Betty turned to Axel. Speaking of marriage, when are you two tying the knot? My face immediately burned. Heat flushed my skin from the pit of my throat to my forehead. Suddenly, my food was incredibly interesting. Wow, I could move roast beef around on a plate like a pro. Axel swooped in and saved me.
We've only just started talking about it.
Betty scraped the edge of her fork through roast gravy. "Pepper told us you mate for life." "Oh, no," I muttered. I shielded my eyes with my hand, effectively creating blinders so I couldn't see anyone and they couldn't see me. Axel cleared his throat. The discomfort was real for him too, y'all. "Well," he started, "that's true, I'll mate for life." "Life means marriage." I could almost hear Betty gloating. Don't worry, I wasn't going to look up to make sure. I was perfectly happy staring at a few okras as they drowned in gravy. "It does," Axel agreed, "as the natural progression of any relationship. First, two people must agree that they don't want to be with anyone else, and then they devote their lives to one another." "And then they mate," Betty said. "Good night," I whispered. Could I just disappear from the table? Reappear in another place, maybe, perhaps another time? Yes, a different time would be great. One where no one remembers anything about this conversation. "I've explained to Pepper that when I mate for life, our connection will change, become stronger." Amelia's voice filled with fascination. "Do you think she'll be able to ride you when you're a werewolf?" Maybe," he said noncommittally. "Sounds like you two are headed in the right direction," Betty said. "Just remember, I'm a justice of the peace. I can perform wedding ceremonies. And Pepper." There was no choice but to look at her. I dragged my gaze from the okra I'd purposely allowed to drown in the gravy moat I'd created. "Yes?" "I know a while back you were afraid of the mating, but think of it as something special, a connection no one can take away from you. Your bond with Axel will be unbreakable." She shrugged. "Of course, you won't find that out until you marry." Her gaze flashed to Axel. "Is that right? You're waiting to marry to seal your bond, right?" Okay, that was too much private stuff out in the open. "Betty, can you please stop talking about this?" Betty's eyes filled with hurt. "But if we don't talk about it, who will? Pepper, you angst over what socks to wear in the morning." I scoffed. "No, I don't." "Sometimes you do," Amelia chirped. "Not all the time, but sometimes." "Whose side are you on?" I snapped. "Yours," she said quickly. "Yours." Fury filled me from head to foot. It was not okay to accost Axel and me about our relationship in the middle of dinner. Betty should know that, but it seemed she didn't. Time to school her. I clapped my palms on the table. "All right, are we finished discussing things that embarrass Pepper and Axel? This was supposed to be a friendly dinner, not a come-to-Jesus moment. Get your panties out of your crack. No one's saying you have to get married today." Betty wiggled her fingers, and a ladle of peach cobbler floated from the cauldron to her plate. She inhaled the aroma and grinned. "Pepper, Axel, I'm sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable." "Thank you," I blurted out. "You didn't," Axel said. My jaw fell. "You're kidding, right? You're not uncomfortable?" Axel grabbed my plate and ladled peach cobbler on top of it. "No, I'm not. Am I supposed to be?" "Yes, you are. This entire conversation is supposed to frustrate you." He laid the plate in front of me. "It doesn't. Cordelia, Amelia, cobbler?" "Yes, please," Amelia said. As Axel spooned dessert up for Amelia and Cordelia, Betty started up the conversation again, but this time she pivoted. "I guess the whole secret admirer of mine has me thinking about marriage. Sorry, Pepper, if I made you feel uncomfortable." "It's okay," I mumbled. But I didn't really mean it. It wasn't okay to talk about marriage in front of people who were dating. End of story. "I guess since I figured out who it is, it's making me all whimsical." "Wait a minute," Amelia said. "I just asked if you knew who your secret admirer is." Betty waved the spoon. "No, you didn't. You said something along the lines of, 'Since I don't know who it is.' You assumed, granddaughter. Never assume." Cordelia pulled her long blonde hair over one shoulder. "Since you know who it is, are you going to share it?" Betty finished her cobbler, pulled out her pipe, and lit it. She blew smoke hearts to the ceiling. "Give me a break," Amelia murmured. "If you're not going to tell us, we'll figure it out on our own, won't we, Cordelia?" Cordelia shrugged. "I don't really care." "Well?" My chest buzzed with anticipation. Finally, the focus was off me. "Who is it? Who's your secret admirer?" A spark filled Betty's eyes. "Girls, my secret admirer is Neville Mabry." My gaze slashed to Axel's. Neville Mabry was the man who'd found Frederick Albaud's body. Neville Mabry might be a kidnapper. Oh boy, this didn't look good for Betty. 16. Seeing as how I did not want to continue this silly marriage conversation, I kept my goodbye to Axel short and sweet. "See you tomorrow." My lips quickly brushed his cheek, and I waved before disappearing back into the house. I didn't know if he was going to mention anything more about that silly half-proposal while we were both naked in his house, but if he was, I didn't want to talk about it right now. No thanks. I had enough on my plate with a missing person and a talking ghost cat. When I got back inside, I fixed my gaze on Betty. I could practically feel the flames shooting from my eyes. "What," I said sharply, "was that about?" "That," Betty mimicked my sharp tone, "was about making sure you two are headed down the right path." I slapped my thigh. "Ever heard of letting things progress naturally?" "Nope." Cordelia shot me a sympathetic smile. "She's never heard of that, trust me." Amelia snorted with laughter. "Ain't that the truth? Betty likes to take things into her own hands, even if it's someone else's life." "Betty, just so you know, Axel jokingly mentioned something about marrying him today." Amelia tossed her hands in the air. "What?" The shock on Cordelia's face was priceless. "You're kidding." "I'm not kidding." I flared out my arms. "Now, before anyone gets excited and thinks he was being serious, I want to set the record straight. It was an on-the-fly conversation." "I would agree with that." Peaches jumped onto the couch. "To be honest, I don't even think that man knew what he was saying." I glared at him. "He knew what he was saying, but he was only joking." Amelia clapped her hands. "Of course this is where your relationship is headed. He told you about the mating to see how you'd react. Since you didn't dump him, he's going to start thinking about marriage." I flashed my hand in a stop gesture. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Betty?" I swiveled my head in her direction. "Then you come along and push that button even more." Cordelia dragged herself from the couch. "I wouldn't sweat it, Pepper. Axel's not going to let Betty change his mind about anything, even if she starts asking about great-grandchildren." A wave of nausea overcame me. I placed a hand on my stomach. I might faint. I stumbled over to the recliner on wobbly knees and sat. "Can we please stop talking about all this nonsense? If anyone's in trouble, it's Betty. She might be in love with a kidnapper." "What?" Cordelia stopped her trajectory toward the staircase. "A kidnapper? Don't you have that the other way around?" "How's that?" Amelia said. "The way I see it, Betty's more likely to kidnap her secret admirer than she is to be dating a kidnapper." Betty glowered at Cordelia. Amelia cocked her head toward Betty. "She's got a point. A really solid one, in fact." Betty snarled at me. "What's all this about Neville being a kidnapper?" I leaned on my knees. "Jerome Puryear told Axel and me that Neville was the person who found Frederick Albaud's body. By the way, Frederick is alive, or at least he's not in the urn in his daughter's house." Amelia's eyes widened with curiosity. "So he was kidnapped." "It looks like it. Axel and I are going over to Neville's tomorrow to talk to him. I hate to say this. Cordelia leaned on the banister. But shouldn't you let the police handle this? I dismissed her with a wave. Police schmolice. That's not funny. We've told Garrick everything we know. Axel and I just want to talk to Neville, see if there's anything he knows. Betty rubbed her hands with glee. Well, that settles it. I'm coming with you to talk to Neville. My eyes nearly fell from my head. What? You're what? I'm coming with you. I stamped my foot. No, you're not. Her eyes narrowed. Why not? Because you'll go in there and start snooping to see if he's your secret admirer. What's wrong with that? I wanted to tear my hair out strand by strand. What's wrong with that? Are you kidding? What's wrong with that is you'll mess things up. Axel and I need to speak to Neville about Frederick. You'll go in there and start sniffing around. It'll distract Neville, but more importantly, it will distract me. Betty folded her arms and studied me. Her face pinched up like she'd just sipped lemon juice without bothering to turn it into lemonade. Betty drummed her fingers on the armchair. How about we strike a deal? I tipped my head to the ceiling. Why me? What do you mean, why you? You're the one keeping me and my love apart. I'm not keeping anyone apart. Mischief sparked in her eyes. Yes, you are. All I want to do is tag along. If I'm there, and Neville is my secret admirer, which I believe to be true, he'll gladly tell you whatever he can about Frederick Albod's supposed death. Humph. I still wasn't buying it. I didn't want Betty interfering. Willowdean Gar's murder case needed to be solved, and Frederick Albod, if he was indeed out there, had to be found. There was no other way about it. Betty stroked her chin, her eyes glittering. I swore a hint of mania lurked in her gaze. It just might be best to go along with whatever she said. Otherwise, I'd probably end up with pink hair or a rash or something. If you let me go, Betty said, I'll make your favorite dessert. Which is? Mississippi mud cake. My fingers twitched as if they wanted to grab a fork and start eating. Goodness, I could already taste the marshmallowy goodness. Drool filled my mouth. It appeared we were at a standoff. You can't resist. Betty fisted her hands in triumph. Her small figure made her seem like a miniature statue, one gleefully enjoying watching me squirm with indecision. Fine. I exhaled a breath of air, relenting. Betty clapped her hands and shot from the chair. I knew it. I knew I'd win. You girls are such suckers for dessert. She tapped her belly. When you get to be my age, you stop caring about sweets as much. Amelia clicked her tongue. I thought you were going to say, you don't care how big your belly gets. Betty glared at our cousin. I wasn't going to say that. Oh, I thought you stopped caring about that. You know, because yours is kind of round. Betty's face crimsoned. I rushed over to Amelia, pinched her shoulders, and said, Okay, we're going off to bed now. Thanks, Betty, for offering to make the cake. I can't wait to have it. My grandmother responded with a low growl. Boy, you really ticked her off, I whispered to Amelia. Let's get you out of the line of fire, quick. Amelia chuckled. It was worth it, though. To see the look on her face, I should have taken a picture. We were halfway up the stairs when Betty shouted, I can still hear y'all. Y'all couldn't whisper if your lives depended on it. Good thing it doesn't, I said before releasing Amelia to her room. Good thing it doesn't. The next day at work, I couldn't stop myself from thinking about that Mississippi mud cake. Just call me addicted to desserts, would you? That didn't bother me. My tongue danced in my mouth all day, in anticipation of the wonderful creamy goodness. I hoped Betty had it ready for dinner, my dinner. I'd skip the entire meal just to have room for dessert. We were reaching closing time when I Declare Hawker entered the store. My cousins lovingly referred to I declare as I declare all your business, meaning she was the town gossip and hairstylist. I'd yet to have her cut my locks, and every time we met she always mentioned it. My stomach sank as I felt the weight of I declare's impending guilt trip. "Hey, Pepper." She glided inside. Her gaze swept around the room before settling on the back where I kept the food supplies. "I just needed to pick up a bag of dog food for my mother. I won't be but just a minute since I know you're closing." I waved the air dismissively. "It's fine, Heidi. You take as long as you need." I studied Heidi's foot of hair, teased up on her crown. How did she do that? Get her hair so high? Duh, idiot. Magic. I laughed a little at myself as Heidi laid the bag on the counter. "How have you been?" Heidi leaned forward as if waiting for a scoop of info to spread across town. Don't get me wrong, I liked Heidi very much, but I never knew how much to tell her, since I was afraid she'd relay what I said to her clients. "I've been fine." She smiled brightly. Her white teeth glinted in the light. "And how are your powers doing?" I shrugged. "Fine, I guess." "You're a head witch, right?" "Yep." I took her money and returned her change. "That's right. A boring old head witch who doesn't use her powers as much as she should." I gestured to my chest. When I say she, I mean me. I don't use my powers as often as I should, and except for a few basic spells, I don't have that much command of them. Her eyes flared. "Really? I thought you did." I shook my head. "I don't, at all." "But you must have heard." I bagged up the food and scooted it toward her. "Heard what?" "About the order." I frowned. "The Magnolia Cove order?" A trill of laughter trickled from I Declare's throat. "No, silly. Not our order, because we don't have one, but the head witch order." "I don't know what you're talking about. I've never heard of a head witch order." Her eyes flared with intrigue. "Great! This would be all over town first thing tomorrow morning. I'd be known as the laughingstock of Magnolia Cove, because I didn't know about some stupid head witch order." "Betty didn't tell you?" she said. "Tell me what?" "Well," I Declare leaned over the counter and whispered so no one could overhear. Newsflash, I declare, there was no one else in the store. Only cats and dogs who I could understand, but few others could. "What's she saying?" one of the kittens said. "She says you've got a big butt," a puppy answered. "Do not," the kitten mewed. "Do too," the puppy barked. Too distracted to pay attention to Heidi, I raised my finger. "Hold on a second." I peered around her to the animals. "Will y'all please stop talking about who's got a bigger butt?" The puppies tumbled with laughter. The kittens did too. I rolled my eyes and pinpointed my focus back on Heidi. "Sorry. Continue with what you were saying." "Sure." She looked distractedly over her shoulder. "They weren't talking about my rear end, were they?" I grasped her shoulder like it was a lifeline. "Goodness, no. Sorry if I made you think that. The kittens and puppies were arguing with each other is all. Trust me, no one was talking about your tush. Not that there's anything wrong with your tush, because I'm sure there isn't. I've never looked, to be honest with you. Should I look?" I cut my hand through the air. "Scratch that. I'm not looking at your tush. No one is. I mean, someone probably is, but not me." Heidi's eyes widened the more I spoke. "Pepper, it's okay. Don't hyperventilate." I laid my hand over my heart. "Sorry. I've been a little frazzled lately." One quick inhale, and I was ready to pick up our conversation where it had been left off. "Now, what were you saying about the order?" "Well," Heidi said with the voice of authority, "you didn't hear this from me, but from what I understand, the head witch order is going to start seeking out all witches like you, with your power." "Why?" "They want to make sure you've been trained correctly." I laughed. "Joke's on them. I haven't been trained at all." "That's what they're afraid of." "What do you mean?" Now Heidi had me worried. She sighed. The order is saying that tensions are rising. What sort of tensions? Heidi licked her lips. In some areas, between witches and werewolves, the order needs all the help they can get, specifically from head witches, in case things come to a climax. I rub my temples. What are you saying exactly? The order wants to train you in case there's a serious conflict with the werewolves. They'll use you to fight. I scoffed. Against werewolves? Axel's a werewolf. Heidi shook her head. Then the order will see him as a threat. You have to be careful, Pepper. From what I understand, they're coming. I shivered as Heidi left. Was Betty trying to protect me from this? From being yanked into a fight I had no interest in? There was only one way to find out. I glanced out the window and saw my grandmother make her way toward the shop. It was time to go. Time to meet Neville and get some answers for myself. 17. It wasn't an exaggeration to say Neville Mabry possessed a striking similarity to a beaver. I'm not kidding. The three of us found Neville in his backyard, drinking a cup of hot tea and smoking a pipe. As soon as Betty saw the pipe, she nudged me with her elbow. "See," she whispered, "fate." I rolled my eyes and decided it was best not to answer her. Neville rose with surprise. He shoved his hands in his pockets and, in the most beaver-like of ways, said, "Hello there, Mrs. Crapel, Miss Dunn, and Mr. Rain. Did I promise to host a dinner party and forgot all about it?" He rubbed a hand down his face. "It wouldn't surprise me if I had. Lately my memory has been horrible, what with the dog barking at night almost every night." A small Yorkshire Terrier ran up and sniffed my ankle. The little bugger hiked his leg to pee on me, and I quickly stepped away. "No, thank you. I don't need that today." Neville picked him up. "Sorry about that, but what can I do for you?" Betty nodded to Axel. "Neville, we thought we'd bring some dinner and see if you wouldn't mind sharing it with us." From behind his back, Axel whipped out a hot and ready pizza. A cake pan appeared in Betty's hands, and I brought the dessert. Neville sniffed the pizza. His lip curled over his large incisors. I don't know why I didn't pick up on his beaverish appearance at the Familiar Society, but it was so obvious now it was almost hard to keep a straight face. "I love pizza." Neville licked his lips. "And what do you have there, Mrs. Crapel?" "Please call me Betty." She sidled up beside Neville and whipped off the foil covering the dish. "Mississippi mud cake." "Oh, my favorite," Neville said. "Mine too," I said, shooting Betty a dirty look. She smiled proudly and hooked her arm around Neville's. "Shall we go inside? It's getting chilly out here." Neville smiled broadly. "Of course, but only if you give me the first bite of that cake." Betty ignored my blatant stare. I felt like I was about to burn a hole in her gray old lady sweater. "Neville," she cooed, "you may have as much as you'd like." Then Betty better be prepared to make another Mississippi mud cake just for me, because I wasn't sharing, at least not until I ate my fill. "Why is she here again?" Axel asked as we followed the two inside. "So she can prove he's her secret admirer." You know, Axel scrubbed a hand down his face. She just might be right. I glanced at the pizza in his hand. "What made you decide to bring that?" Axel chuckled. Amusement filled his blue eyes. His fingers traced down my arm, leaving a blaze of heat in their wake. Oh, how I could lose myself in him. It was easy. The determined set of his jaw, the wicked smirk that often dawned his face, and not to mention the way he smelled. Like leather and a warm breeze right off the beach. His scent sometimes changed, but leather always skimmed off his flesh. Axel intoxicated me. His voice whipped me back to the present. I brought the pizza because I met Neville the night of Willow Dean Gar's murder. If we walked in here with guns blazing, he'd smell a rat and clam up. But his gaze trailed to my lips. Add a little food and maybe some wine, and I have the feeling we'll be able to get anything and everything from him. I considered telling Axel what I Declare had said, but why worry him? Besides, this was I Declare I was talking about. She might have heard that bit of gossip from one of her clients, one who'd had their hair bleached so many times the chemicals sank into her skull and gave her brain damage she didn't know about. I mean, that was a possibility, right? Instead of talking about doom and gloom, I threaded my fingers through Axel's. Let's just hope you're right about Betty. We ate off paper plates, which was fine with me. Neville was a middle-aged bachelor. Easily 20 years younger than Betty, but that wasn't stopping her from questioning the bejesus out of him. So, Neville, do you think women like music boxes? Neville scratched the round bald spot on the top of his head. Don't they? I always thought so, but I guess I haven't considered the question recently. Betty sliced into her pizza. Yes, she ate it with a fork and knife. Well, I like them. If someone had happened to give me one as a gift, I would want them to know it was very much appreciated. Sheesh. Why didn't she just come out and say it? Neville, I said, do you like stationery? Betty kicked me. Ow! Of course he likes stationery, Betty said. Everyone does. Betty opened her purse. I peeked inside and caught a glimpse of the stationery her secret admirer had given her. She'd brought it. No way. Betty wasn't allowed to derail our meeting with Neville. I had no choice. The only thing left to do, to make sure Betty didn't sidetrack Neville, was to shut down the secret admirer stuff. I slapped Betty's purse from her hand. Ah! A spider! I shrieked. The purse skidded across the floor. Betty shot me a look full of whoop-ass. I darted from my chair and grabbed the purse, setting it on an empty chair beside me. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry, but I thought I saw a huge spider beside your purse and I wanted to keep it safe, so I'm just going to lodge it beside me. I smiled brightly and turned to Neville, whose mouth hung to his chest. Apparently I'd scared the grits right out of him. I leaned on my elbow and smiled brightly. So, Neville, how about that first slice of Mississippi mud cake? He took it graciously, and I nodded to Axel. Betty sat sulking in her seat. I got myself a square of cake and was lifting the fork to my mouth when it stopped. Sorry, Pepper, Betty huffed, but I remember you telling me that you're on a diet. You made me promise not to let you eat sweets. Dart shot from my eyes. I wanted to strangle her. Well, not really. I wanted to eat some cotton-picking cake. But I'd done it now. I'd screwed with Betty, and I had to pay for it. And all I wanted was cake. I smiled sweetly and settled my fork on the plate. That was fine. Two could play this game. Neville, Axel said, it's horrible about Willow Dean, isn't it? Oh, yes, Neville said between bites. Just terrible. You know, not many people liked her, but I did. She was also a favorite of Frederick Albot's when he was still with the Familiar Society. Speaking of Mr. Albot, Axel bit into the cake. Traitor. You were close with him, weren't you? Neville wiped a smudge of chocolate from his lips. Oh, yes, we were close. Do you remember ever hearing Mr. Albot say that he was afraid for his safety? Because of the critterling, you mean? My eyes flared. Yes, because of that. I was aware of Mr. Albot's fears. The power to take control of an animal and do surreptitious meddling is something many witches or wizards would love to possess. Commit murder, and no one would even know it was you. He tucked his napkin into his collar. But you know, that wouldn't have helped Willow Dean. A human killed her, plain and simple. Neville, this may be hard to talk about, But we understand that you were present when Mr. Albod died." Tears brimmed Neville's eyes. "I was present. I'd gone to help my friend and watch him. One moment he was alive and I was fixing us both a cup of tea, and the next he was dead, gone. I called the doctor and he tried to revive him, but Mr. Albod never returned." He rubbed his forehead. "His body felt waxy almost immediately." He snickered. "It's strange the things you remember at a time like that. So strange." Betty patted his hand. "It's okay. It was a difficult thing you experienced." He nodded. "It was. Very difficult. Mr. Albod was my dear friend. I hated seeing him like that. Watching him. He looked so cold." "It's okay." My voice filled with sympathy. "You don't have to talk about it anymore if you don't want to." Neville's dog jumped from its cushion on the floor and ran to the front door, barking the whole way. "Simmer down," Neville said. He rubbed his head. "That dog's been keeping me awake half the night for a while." "Barking?" Axel said. Neville nodded. "I don't know what it's barking at. There's nothing out this way. We live at the farthest reaches of town. There's nowhere else to go, but he's barking." The dog scratched the door. "There must be something." Neville scratched at his hairline. "There's an old shed, maybe about a half-mile down the road. It's deserted, with vines growing up around it." My gaze snagged on Axel's. A dark look flashed across his face. He was thinking something, but what? "Would you like more cake?" Betty offered gently. "Don't mind if I do," I answered. "Not you." She snatched a fork from my hand. "Neville, I was wondering if he wanted any more." Neville patted his belly. "No, thank you. I'm okay. I don't need more. I have to watch my figure, you know." Betty quirked a brow. "You do? Now why would a handsome man like you need to watch his figure?" "For my girlfriend." I'd just taken a sip of water and wound up squirting it from my nose. Betty looked too shocked to ask any questions, so I took over. "Your girlfriend?" Neville smiled broadly. "Yes, my girlfriend. We've been dating for a few months. Best thing that ever happened to me." Neville didn't notice that Betty's expression had collapsed. I wrapped a hand around her and squeezed. I didn't want to make a scene of comforting her, so I took Betty by the hand and rose, ready to leave. Axel rose as well, and Neville walked us to the door. He scooted the dog away with a gentle push of his foot and then scooped the animal in his arms. "What do you hear outside?" I asked the pooch. The dog's ears perked up at my question. He opened his mouth to answer right as Axel spoke. "One last question, Neville." "Sure." Neville rubbed his belly. "It's the least I can do after that wonderful meal." "Did Mr. Albod ever say who he was afraid of?" Neville opened the door and we stepped outside. Darkness had replaced the day, and a sliver of moon hung high in the sky. "As a matter of fact, he did." My heart lurched in my chest. Sweat immediately poured from my palms. Wow! No one had said who Mr. Albod had been afraid of. No one knew, except Neville. "Do you care to tell us?" Axel prodded. Neville scratched the stubble of his chin. "I'll tell you. One night, Frederick confided that there was one person who scared him, one person who he was afraid wanted the familiar vessel." Neville paused. I wanted to grab him by the collar and yank the information out of him. "Who was it?" I said, my voice frantic. "Why, Mr. Albot was afraid of Charles James Hicks." I blanched. Axel shot me a questioning look. My lips parted. "That's C.J. for short. C.J. Hicks." Axel ran his thumb across his chin. "Thank you, Neville." We said our goodbyes and left Mr. Mabry on his front porch. A halo of light surrounded him, while the darkness swallowed us up. 18. By the time we returned to the house, the three of us were tired. Axel gave me a quick kiss goodbye and promised to catch up with me the next day. As Betty dragged herself into her recliner, my mind whirled with thoughts of Mr. Albott being afraid of CJ. It was then that I remembered the girlfriend comment that Neville had made. I smiled sadly and pointed to the cake. Want to split a piece? I'll warm it up in the microwave. We don't have a microwave, Betty snapped. Yes, we do, I said. It sits in the kitchen next to the refrigerator. That's a toaster oven. What are you, taking tips from Amelia? I narrowed my eyes and matched her glare for glare. It is a microwave. I've used it before. Maybe it's you who needs to look again. Oh, she mumbled. I never use it. I brushed my hands to get rid of the nasty feeling between us. I'll ask again. Do you want me to heat up a piece of cake for us to split? Yes. Her lower lip trembled. Betty's voice came out weak. I shook my head as I marched into the kitchen. When I returned, Betty had wrapped herself in a blanket. I sat across from her and rested the plate, along with 2 forks, on the coffee table. At least now you know it isn't Neville, I said gently. She squirmed a bit, which suggested she'd heard me. I suppose. Come on, Betty. Aren't you glad you know? I mean, seriously. Wouldn't you rather be able to cross him off the list than be pining over him and wondering? No, she said flatly. I was certain it was Neville, 100%. I dug my fork into the cake. Betty didn't move to stop me while I brought a chunk to my mouth. I paused, waiting for her to snatch my happiness away, but instead she waved her hand. You can eat it. My mouth dipped into a deep frown. It's better to know than not know. At least you found out now that he has a girlfriend before you started making wedding plans. Given those would be behind his back, since he probably wouldn't even know you'd pinpointed him as your secret admirer. But once Neville didn't appear for the wedding, you'd be pretty clued in. Betty pulled her pipe from her pocket, lit it with a flame that ignited from the tip of her finger, and tugged hard on the stem. A smoke circle wafted to the ceiling. She chewed for a moment, smacking her lips. I'm old, Pepper. I forked the cake and sat back. And? Maybe I'm too old to experience love and joy anymore. What? My jaw dropped. Are you kidding? Out of all the people I know, you have more life than most of them. I would pit you against a 15-year-old with their entire life ahead of them any day. You've got just as much spunk as a teenager. And for you to say you're old? Who are you kidding? Age is a number, not an attitude. You run this town, remember? You were almost mayor. She scoffed. I had to beat Gilda Goldenheart first. I patted her knee. If it had come to that, you would have knocked it out of the ballpark. I just know it. I watched as her mouth sagged into a droop, and the crackled lines nestled beside each eye deepened. Don't let this one hiccup deter you. Your secret admirer is out there. She tugged once more on the pipe. Betty stared at the ceiling before turning to me. You don't think I'm too old or too ornery to love? I clicked my tongue. Now, too ornery I get, but too old? Ridiculous. There are plenty of older men looking for distinguished women of your age. They are with all the other old folks at the Witches' Center. I shrugged. So what if they are? That doesn't mean they're any less capable of love, just like your age doesn't make you any less capable. Betty chewed on that for a minute. The light that had dimmed in her eyes flared bright, and a feeble smile graced her lips. You know what, Pepper? You're right. There's still a bunch of life left in these old bones. I've got love to share, and I'm ready to do it. She clapped her hands. Now that I think about it, my admirer is probably one of those hound dogs from the Witches' Center. Those old fools love to flirt. She threw back her head and laughed. That's who it is. One of those men. Why didn't I think of it before? She tapped out her pipe and picked up her fork, shoveling a mound of cake into her mouth. Pepper, you're a genius. I'll investigate the old folks' home, see who's sneaking out and leaving me gifts. My brow wrinkled as I frowned. That wasn't exactly the way I wanted the conversation to go. I had hoped Betty would realize her value, instead of running off to pick through another pile of men. But oh well, when my grandmother was determined, she was determined. She wanted to find out who her secret admirer was. More power to her. I'd support her, no matter what. We finished the square of cake, which was divine, by the way. I was still ticked that Betty hadn't allowed me any at Neville's, but better late than never, I always say. We went upstairs at the same time. I found Peaches and Hugo in my bedroom. Still, no sign of Maddie. I shot Peaches a hard look. Where's Maddie? Oh, you mean that other cat? I don't know. I haven't seen her in a while. I folded my arms. What happened? Peaches stretched his transparent front legs. I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing has changed since the other day when she scampered off. I knelt down until we were eye level. I need you to make friends with her. He sniffed the air in that superior way of his. And why is that? Because if you don't, I won't tell you what Neville Mabry said about Frederick Albod. Peach's yellow eyes flared. I must know. Then you make nice. If you insist. I wagged a finger and scowled. Stay here. I pattered down the hall until I came to Betty's room. I knocked softly. Yes? I'm looking for Maddie. Maddie's voice rang out from behind the door. I ain't coming back to that room while that evil ghost is in there. He promised to play nice, I yelled from the hall. I don't believe it. Well, if he doesn't, I'll kick him out. How does that sound? Silence answered me. After a few moments, the door opened and Maddie appeared at my feet. I ain't gonna give up my window seat no more. I stroked her back. No one expects you to. At least I don't expect you to. Now come on. The cat followed me reluctantly back to my room, which was, let's face it, pretty crowded with animals. Peaches sat on the floor, his tail curled around his legs. He took one look at Maddie and said, I'm sorry I was rude. I've had a lot going on lately. Maddie's gaze flickered to the window. And that seat? It's yours. Peaches crossed to Hugo and curled up near him. I won't bother your spot again. You'd better not. Maddie lifted her nose high in the air and patted lightly to the window. The hook in the tip of her tail swayed right and left as she sashayed. With one delicate leap, Maddie landed in the window seat, where she stretched to the entire length of the wood. She licked a paw and proceeded to wash her face. Finally, back where I belong. I smiled. I agree. I had told Peaches what Neville confided about C.J. Hicks, and Peaches was as surprised as the rest of us, except for probably Axel, who always seemed to have a sixth sense about him. It's because I can smell lies, he told me the next day. I laughed. The spring day had blossomed unseasonably warm, and the two of us sat at the potion ponds eating a picnic of chicken salad and roasted potatoes. I'd asked Betty to fill in for me at Familiar Place. She wasn't pleased about it because she would rather have been sniffing around the Witch Senior Center to find her secret admirer. But, as I wanted to keep my grandmother out of jail, I deemed working her a perfect solution. You can smell lies. Axel lay back on a blanket and tucked his hands behind his head.
You didn't know that about me, did you?
I clicked my tongue. I did not, and I'm not entirely convinced it's true. His eyes sparked with mischief.
You would doubt me?
He joked. I rolled my eyes. Listen, as great as a picnic is, and I think it's great, I'm not sure I understand how this is helping us figure out if CJ was really a threat to Mr. Albod.
I agree.
Peaches poked his head out of the chicken salad. Thank goodness he wasn't a real cat. All that fur in my food would have made me vomit. Axel winked.
Just wait. This is part of the plan.
I shot him a skeptical look.
Do you trust me?
Yes. My voice came out breathless. Axel quirked a brow.
Then trust me.
The memory of the words he'd said the other day tugged at my brain. I nibbled my lip, wondering if I should bring it up. No, I should not bring it up. I should wait for Axel to tackle that.
What is it?
Axel lay with his eyes closed. The sun shone on his beautiful face. What do you mean?
You're thinking about something.
What? Are you going to say you could sense it?
No.
His eyes flared open.
Something changed in your scent. Like you were thinking about something that made you anxious.
I grimaced. Oh, okay. I'm not sure. He studied me. Our gazes locked, and the magic brewing between us stirred. My hair lifted off my neck. Axel sat up and brushed a few strands from my cheek.
Mr. Rain!
I blinked and exhaled, breaking the connection mounting between us. Axel rose and extended his hand.
CJ, thank you for meeting us here.
CJ nodded to me.
Miss Dunn, good to see you.
You too. CJ glanced out to the shimmering water.
I have to admit I was a little surprised that you'd want to meet all the way out here, Mr. Rain.
A dark shadow crossed Axel's face.
You'll understand more when I tell you.
CJ tapped his chin.
I'm intrigued. I want to put my house on the market, but I have some concerns. Such as?
Axel dragged his fingers through his hair.
I have a lot of special objects in the house. Very valuable relics and magical objects.
CJ flashed him a cocky smile.
Don't you worry. With me on the case, I'll be able to help however I can. You can rest assured that your valuables will be safe. No one will be able to steal anything.
He leaned closer.
If that's your concern, that is.
Axel's brow pinched.
That is what I mean. From what I understand, Mr. Albod was frightened for his life.
CJ's eyes nearly popped from his head.
You don't say! Never have I heard something like that. We did ask you before if Mr. Albot had reason to be afraid,
Axel said. CJ placed a hand over his heart.
And as I said at the time, I didn't believe so. But now we have a suspicion that he was very afraid of someone in the Familiar Society. What?
CJ gasped.
Not one of us.
Axel nodded.
That's why I'm worried about my house. Worried that since I have important objects inside, that someone might be tempted to steal them, or even harm me in order to get them.
CJ shook his head.
I don't mean to be rude, Mr. Rain, but I can assure you, no one would steal anything. I will personally make sure of that.
He paused.
But you say Mr. Albod was afraid of someone. Why, that's terrible. Who was it?
Axel licked his lips.
It was you, CJ.
I balked. I didn't know that Axel would just dive right on in there.
Me?
CJ said, flabbergasted.
He was afraid of me? Why? You tell us.
Axel folded his arms.
Well, I can't imagine. I never did anything to harm him or was mean to him.
He splayed a hand over his chest.
Look at me. Do I appear to be the type of person who would harm someone?
He has a point, I said. He doesn't appear that way.
Thank you, Miss Dunn.
You're welcome. I smiled brightly. Axel shot me a scathing look. I cleared my throat. But that is what we heard, that Mr. Albott was afraid of you. CJ shook his head vehemently.
But I don't know what it could be. Afraid? There's no way.
And they still haven't found the murder weapon, right? I said.
I wouldn't know.
CJ's gaze swept from me to Axel.
If I didn't know any better, I'd say the two of you were accusing me of something.
Just asking questions, Axel said.
Well, I don't like your questioning.
CJ lifted his nose.
As a matter of fact, I think I'm done answering them. Good day to you both.
He turned to leave, and then stopped and whirled around. He pulled a card from his pocket and rushed up to Axel.
But if you do decide to sell your house, my number's on the bottom.
After he had left, I turned to Axel. So?
So what?
So what do we do now? Axel's jaw tightened.
We follow him.
19. Shouldn't we leave if we're going to follow CJ? Axel and I still stood by the potion ponds. Axel's face split into a divine smile.
We're following him tonight. If CJ's going to do something, he'll wait until it's dark.
I glanced down at our picnic. So, are we just going to stand here? He threw his head back and laughed.
We could sit.
He took my hand, turned it palm up, and kissed my wrist. I shivered.
Would you like to sit?
My knees wobbled. At that point, I would have liked to do whatever he wanted. Sure, if you want to. We sat. Axel stretched his legs out and threaded his fingers through mine. As he inspected my hand, his lips dipped into a frown. I brushed a strand of dark hair from his eyes. The better to see those baby blues, my dear. What is it? I said, asking about his frown.
You don't think I was joking earlier, do you?
Oh, no. He wants to talk about the M word. What are you talking about? He shot me a look that said, Are you really going to force me to ask? But it quickly dissolved from his face.
When I said, marry me.
My hand fluttered to my throat. Oh, that. I didn't think anything of it. I thought you were kidding, joking, actually. I know that I've accepted what a long-term relationship will be with you in terms of the whole mating for life thing, but like you said, we have time. A glint of amusement flashed in his eyes.
This makes you nervous. It's okay. We don't have to talk about it.
I shrugged. It's fine. We can talk about it as much as you want to. Please let's not talk about it. I silently prayed. It wasn't that I didn't want to be with Axel. I did. It was that we were now talking real commitment. Not that mating for life wasn't a commitment, it was. But so many marriages didn't end up well. Not that I doubted our love for one another, I did not at all. My love for Axel was fierce. I could pierce a tree with an arrow shot from my heart. It was all enough to make my head swim. First mating, now marriage. And there was this head witch order and some sort of issue with the werewolves. Have you heard of the head witch order? Axel smiled.
Are you changing the subject?
No, I'm not. It's only that Ida Clare told me that the order is seeking out all head witches. His lips tightened and his focus sharpened.
I've heard of them. They're a very quiet yet elite group. Very powerful, from what I understand. They think of themselves as the spokesman for all witches.
My eyes narrowed. I felt a tiny divot form between my brows. I smoothed it with the tip of my fingernail. Do they speak for all witches?
They don't speak for me,
he said roughly. Sorry, I was only asking. I didn't mean to offend you. Axel shook his head. You didn't offend me. Sorry. I've heard some things about them that I don't like.
Like? Instead of answering, Axel started stowing containers in the basket we'd brought. Taking that as our signal to leave, I helped him clean up. We rose, and he shook out the blanket and tucked it under his arm.
I've only heard things is all. They don't like werewolves.
I've heard the same. Our eyes locked. We stood on the green grass, just the two of us. The world faded into the background as Axel stroked my chin.
I was serious.
I curled my fingers around his hand. I know you were.
It's coming,
he said, meaning the M word. A smile curled on my lips. I know.
When you're ready.
I nodded.
Come on.
He threaded his fingers through mine.
Let's get you home. I have a feeling we're going to be very busy tonight.
Axel dropped me off outside my house. It was mid-afternoon, and Betty was still at Familiar Place. Everyone else should have been off working, actually. I expected to enter a quiet house, which would be nice. I could take a nap and get ready to do some surveillance with Axel tonight. I strode up the porch. My fingers brushed Jenny the guard vine. Hi, Jenny. A bud sniffed my hand, and then the rope-like vegetation recoiled up to the ceiling. I walked inside, kicked off my shoes, and found Amelia standing by the hearth. She held a small glass paperweight with the initial B on it. Her eyes flared with fright. "This isn't what it looks like." I shrugged. "It doesn't look like anything other than you playing hooky from work." Then mountains of information collided in my brain. Amelia held a paperweight. A B had been chiseled onto the glass. She was nestling it beside the hearth. Amelia was supposed to be at work, but she wasn't. Instead, Amelia stood here, at Betty's hearth, planting a present. My purse slipped off my shoulder. "You!" I pointed an accusing finger at her. "You're Betty's secret admirer. It's been you this whole time." "No, it hasn't." I strode over and ripped the paperweight from her hand. "Yes, it is. You've been leading our grandmother along, making her think she had a secret admirer when you've been playing a nasty trick on her." I raised the paperweight. If I worked a spell on this to see where it came from, I bet I'd find its history had been erased, right? So that Betty wouldn't be able to figure out you planted it. "You don't know how to work that sort of spell," Amelia snapped. I gasped. That was rude. I could learn it if I wanted to. I nudged her. "Now fess up. Tell me why you've been doing this." Amelia's face crumpled. "I just wanted Betty to have someone. After all the crap that went down after the stupid mayoral election, when Barnaby Battle decided to stay on, I just noticed Betty seemed down." Tears swelled in her eyes. "Didn't you notice it too?" "Yes." I had. Betty had said it was fine that she wouldn't become mayor, but I could tell she was secretly disappointed. I couldn't blame her, I guess. But I hadn't realized she put so much of her heart into it either. Perhaps I was so engrossed in my own issues and world that I had failed to notice my grandmother's suffering. Was I a bad person? Self-absorbed and shallow? I'd noticed. I palmed the paperweight. But I didn't know what to do about it. I stared down at the chiseled B. Betty would love it, no doubt about that. There was just one teensy problem with the whole thing. "She's becoming obsessed," I said. "I mean, she wants to hit the Witch Senior Center ASAP to find out who it is." Amelia crossed to the recliner and slumped down, resting her head in her hands. "I never meant for this to get so out of control. I thought I'd send one gift. She'd snark a little bit at it, and that would be the end." Amelia's voice filled with amazement. "But she didn't. She became fixated." "I know.
I thought she would throw herself off a bridge after discovering that Neville Mabry has a girlfriend. Amelia's lower lip trembled. She bit down, quelling it. I keep thinking at some point she'll give it up or get tired of it. I laughed. We're beyond that now, cousin. Our grandmother will rip apart anyone who stands in the way of her secret admirer. Amelia raked her hands through her short pixie cut. I know. I'm a terrible person. I sighed and crossed to her, placing a hand on Amelia's shoulder. You're not a terrible person. I sat on the recliner's arm. You were only trying to help. It was typical Amelia, kind-hearted to death. But also typical Amelia was the fact that her plan faltered in the most obvious of ways. When Betty discovered there was no secret admirer, she would be crushed. But to keep dragging it out was worse. My grandmother didn't need to be hooked on an imaginary man. We have to tell her, I said. No! Amelia bolted up, throwing the recliner back and knocking me off. Hey! Sorry. She grabbed my arm and steadied me. But we can't tell her. There's no way. She'll kill me. Amelia jabbed her finger at me. She'll kill you for knowing about it and not coming forward. I scoffed. No, she won't. Amelia lifted her chin and gazed down her nose at me. Are you sure about that? Because I'm pretty convinced that our grandmother will have a serious problem with the fact that you had the inside scoop and didn't share it with her. My brow furrowed. Amelia might be right. If Betty realized I had known her beau was fake, what would she do to me? I had the feeling keeping me from eating Mississippi mud cake was only the tip of the iceberg when it came to revenge. I folded my arms and studied Amelia. Then what do you suggest we do? I gestured with the paperweight. You can't keep lying to her. I don't know, Amelia whined. That's the other problem. I don't know what to do, how to fix this. She suddenly clutched my shirt, digging her fingers into it. I'm in too deep, Pepper. This is like a bad mob movie where the main character is really an undercover FBI agent. At first, the agent knows who he is, but after years of being with the mob, he starts to forget. He doesn't know where he ends and the mob begins. He doesn't even know if he's with the FBI anymore. I don't know how to fix this, Pepper. You have to help me. I leaned back and gently unhooked Amelia's fingers from my shirt. Whoa, she was on the brink of a breakdown. I had to come up with something, and it had to be good. Let's think, Amelia. What are our options? My cousin paused. She slid a finger under her eye, wiping away what I could only describe as a tear of insanity. I could keep giving her gifts. No, I said quickly. We're not going to keep doing that. That's the last thing we need to do. I could move away, deny I ever had anything to do with this. I rolled my eyes. Would you be serious? I am serious. I shook my head. You abandoning us would not help. Let's keep it together. Okay. Betty is seriously hooked on this guy, and we need to get her unhooked. Amelia hummed to herself as she thought. Her gaze snapped to me. I know. We can pretend to know who it is and say he's a real douchebag. Does she even know what that word means? Amelia smiled brightly. We can teach her. Probably not the best circumstances to do that. I shifted the paperweight from one palm to the next, trying to figure out a plan that would be the best of all worlds. As I thought, I stared at the crystal in my hand. What would Betty want? I said. To meet him, Amelia replied. I shot her a dark look. That's not happening. There's no way. He doesn't exist. So, what do we do? I clicked my tongue in thought. Suddenly, brilliance flashed in my brain. Okay, maybe it wasn't brilliance, but it felt pretty darn close. My gaze landed on Amelia. She studied me closely. Her lips curled into a thin smile. "What are you thinking?" I grinned like a cat who'd just eaten a canary. "I think I've got the perfect plan." Amelia leaned forward. "I'm all ears." 20. After Amelia and I came up with a plan, I spent the rest of the afternoon working out the strategics. Was that a word? With Amelia beside me. Once we were confident in what we had laid out, I gathered peaches and readied myself to meet Axel. "Want to come on a stakeout, Cat?" Peaches stretched his back legs and said in his oh-so-bored voice, "I would love to." The ghost cat and I headed outside. Peaches vanished like he had before. I have to admit, it was unnerving walking with a cat I couldn't see or hear. He had to be beside me, or at least close by, but I had no idea exactly where he was. Shirking off my discomfort, I headed down the street. CJ's house was close enough to walk, and let me tell you, after all the Mississippi mud cake, I needed the exercise. Axel had offered to pick me up, but I declined. I just made the first turn when an image made me stop dead. Well, not really. I was very much alive. My heart beat, but my mind spun. Walking toward me was a robed woman. Images from the trees flashed in my head. The figure leading someone through the forest, someone unwilling. The figure cloaked in black. The rush of the thought made my head swim. It was like 1,000 bolts of electricity were buzzing in my brain. I swayed on my feet and the figure surged forward. "Pepper, Pepper, are you okay?" The figure had me by the shoulders. My vision blurred. It wouldn't sharpen, wouldn't focus. "Pepper," the figure demanded. I shook the cobwebs from my head. I staggered back. Finally, what I saw registered in my brain. I squinted. A woman with skin the color of creamy vanilla and dark brown eyes greeted me. I blinked. "Ingrid Purrier." She reached for me. "Yes? Pepper, are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I rubbed my temples. No, I'm okay. I haven't seen a ghost. I'm sorry. I just had the strangest thing happen. It was almost like a vision." Ingrid pointed toward the sidewalk, and a park bench sprouted from the ground. "Neat trick," I said. She pulled me toward it. "Come and sit." I sank on to the cast-iron seat. "Thank you. I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me." She shook her head. "What with the whole Willow Dean murder, I'm not surprised you're shaken up." "Yeah." I pulled the familiar holder from my purse. "Not to mention, this little guy here seems to be a problem. Apparently, the power residing in it can allow a witch or wizard to jump into a familiar's body. Did you know that?" Ingrid glanced away. "No, I didn't. But I never really cared about any of that. It was Mr. Albot I cared about." Her gaze flickered to the critterling. "But I'm not surprised. It's funny the thing went missing after his death." "Yeah," I mused, still unable to cast off the looming sense of dread the vision had brought. I decided it would be best to focus on other things. "I hear you left Mr. Albot in the care of Neville Mabry when he died." Ingrid wiped a tear from her cheek. "I should have stayed. Should have made sure Mr. Albot was okay." I rubbed her shoulder. "It wouldn't have changed anything." "Maybe not." I slid my tongue over my teeth. My mouth tasted like metal. I really wasn't feeling good. "Did you ever hear Mr. Albot mention that he was afraid of CJ?" "Who?" "CJ Hicks?" I nodded. Ingrid threw her head of curly black hair back and laughed. It was a deep, throaty sound, almost sexy for an older woman. She stopped laughing. No, I never heard that. So there's no truth to it? Ingrid grimaced. Well, there may be a ring of some truth. She leaned over. See, Mr. Albott thought C.J. and his daughter were going to sell the house from under him. Really? Yes. She shot me a pointed look. That was one thing Mr. Albott was afraid of, that someone would take that house away from him. Ingrid stared at me. You sure you're feeling okay? I nodded. Yes, I'm fine. Just the effect of some sort of weird vision I had. Ingrid smiled warmly. You know, Pepper, you remind me a lot of me when I was your age. I quirked a brow. How's that? You're out here helping people, worried about what happened to Mr. Albott. It was a shame he died, but he was an old man. I was with Mr. Albott day and most nights for a long time. His own daughter didn't even help him. She wouldn't come to the house. I frowned. Della said she didn't feel comfortable. She felt like she was interrupting. That's what she said. Ingrid stared into the distance. But I don't know if that's true. Seems to me a daughter should want to take care of her father. There was truth in that. All I know is what she told me. Ingrid smirked. What people say and who they are tend to be two different things. Ingrid rose. Take care of that familiar vessel. It's like Willowdean thought. People will want to come after you for it. People always want something they can't have. I rose and the bench disappeared. I thanked Ingrid for sitting with me. Any time, Pepper, any time. Ingrid strode away, disappearing from sight. Peaches appeared beside me. Are you ready? We're going to be late. The sun burned down the sky. I kicked my foot through Peaches. Nothing's going to happen until it gets dark anyway. You never know. Peaches sniffed. It's better to be safe than sorry. As we continued on our path, I realized the wave of nausea was gone, and I wondered how much of it had to do with the vision finally receding, or if Ingrid Puryear's absence had something to do with it. So, what are we looking for? I sat in Axel's Land Rover. Peaches hovered on my lap, which was strange. The cat wasn't exactly the most cuddly, so the fact that he had kneaded my legs with his paws and then curled into a tight ball to watch CJ's house had me somewhat perplexed. Axel draped a hand over the bucket seat. We are looking to see what CJ does. He's been stewing on what we said all day. I frowned. How do you know? Axel's gaze snapped to me. You can't tell? Can't tell what? That he's a stewer. I giggled. You made that up. He lifted his palms in surrender. I swear I did not. I took one look at him and saw he's a stewer. As soon as we seeded in CJ's head that he might have harmed Albott, it got him thinking. Worrying. He needs to worry, because we're trying to figure out this case. I smiled broadly at him. My heart swelled. Axel made my spirit buoy with happiness. He caught me grinning at him and pulled me in for a quick kiss. You know, he said in his husky voice, ever since I was a kid, I had a thing for redheads. I laughed. You moved to the right town. Lots of redheads here. But none of them are you. He threaded his fingers through mine, and for a moment I forgot we were on a stakeout, that there was anyone else in the world except for us, and the ghost cat Peaches who purred softly. He'd fallen asleep. What a good stakeout cat he turned out to be, I thought sarcastically. Axel stroked my hair as we watched CJ's house from a distance. There might be lots of redheads in this town, but there's only one of you. You're just saying that. No, I'm not, he growled. I tipped my head back to look at him. I know, I was kidding. You'd better be. We sat in silence for a moment. Axel sighed. I could stay like this forever. Everything about you and me is so peaceful. People might still have some reservations about me since I change into a werewolf, but here with you, I can forget all of that. I curled my fingers in his shirt. What was it like when you were growing up? Hard, he said quickly. It's hard to make friends when witches don't know what to do with you and wizards aren't sure either. My parents tried to keep folks from knowing about me and my brother, but secrets like that can't stay hidden for long. Witches have a way of sniffing out werewolves. My father's identity was discovered, and from then on, my brother and I were teased. Not by everyone, but by some. His voice didn't harbor any pain, but I knew some had to exist. I'd known Axel long enough to sense when something disturbed him. Sometimes the lack of emotion in someone proved that deep pain flowed like a river beneath a calm exterior. I'm sorry, I said. His lips brushed the top of my head. Don't be. It wasn't your challenge, though it would be if we ever left Magnolia Cove. I lifted my head from his chest and frowned. What do you mean? Magnolia Cove tolerates me because I'm a wizard. Other folks wouldn't be so kind. I remembered a story Rufus Mays had told me about a young girl named Georgia and how she was born half werewolf like Axel. Her mother had kept the girl's bloodline a secret until a tragic event occurred. The way the citizens of Magnolia Cove had treated that young girl had been horrible. Even the most idyllic towns hide dark secrets. I shivered. What do you mean other people wouldn't be so kind? This may come as a surprise, but a lot of witches don't like werewolves. Some dislike me even more because I'm both. Why? They think I can work magic as the beast, wield more power than they do. I smirked. You are a pretty powerful wizard. Axel's thumb grazed over my cheek. His blue eyes bored into me, sending a shudder running down my spine. I'm nothing compared to you. I shrugged. Yeah. I didn't exactly feel like discussing my powers, not with all the talk of the head witch order going on. Instead, I wanted to focus on me and Axel. I snuggled against his chest. I agree with you. I could stay like this forever. Maybe on a couch, though, it would be more comfortable. Oh, and can there be a roaring fire in front of us? You'd rather that than a burning Yule log on the TV? I laughed. Yes, I'd much rather that than a fake fire. We quieted, and then I said, those folks didn't know what they were missing. He squeezed me against him. Oh, no? You're the best guy I've ever known, along with my father, I mean. You care about people. You'll drop anything to help someone in need. You don't burden others with your problems. That's because I don't have any problems. I rolled my eyes. You know what I mean. And you, Pepper. Axel raised me until we sat staring at one another. He cupped my face in his hands. You fill my days with light and love. You make living an adventure. Your joy gives me joy. He pressed his forehead to mine. I don't know what I'd do without you. Let's hope you never have to find out, I murmured. We kissed, and at the same moment a door banged shut. Our lips broke apart and my gaze darted toward CJ's house. Sure enough, the wizard stomped down his front steps, hopped on his flying cast-iron skillet, and took off. Now, to see where you're going, Axel said. How are we going to follow him? He's flying and we're in a truck. Axel retrieved his cast-iron skillet from the back seat. Come on. I awoke Peaches, who mumbled something about beauty sleep even though he was dead, and we ambled from the car. "Your skillet only seats one," I pointed out. Axel smirked. "Oh, ye of little faith." He curled one hand around the stem of the skillet and slid his hand down beyond the tip. Power sparked from his fingers. Symbols and circles of magic filled the air around the skillet. And miraculously, the cast iron skillet grew until it was long enough to hold 2 people. Wow, pretty impressive. Axel shot me a devilish wink. "Get on. We'll cloak ourselves to follow him." I hiked one leg over and tied my hands around Axel's waist. One of his hands covered mine. "Hold on." The skillet lifted into the air, rising over the houses and trees. Once we'd cleared the structures, Axel zipped the skillet forward. Wind lashed my hair. I buried my face in Axel's shoulder, and I will freely admit I inhaled his scent. Axel leaned forward, and a surge of power exploded from the skillet, pushing us faster. I tightened my thighs around the stem and held tightly to Axel. CJ appeared in the distance, perhaps 100 feet away or so. "He can't see us," Axel called to me. "He can't hear us either, right?" Axel's mouth curled into a delicious smirk. "That goes without saying." "Not really. It's one thing to be invisible, it's another to be soundless." "We're soundless, okay? He can't hear us." "Good, because you're really shouting." Axel turned his head and scowled. "You sure I'm the only one being loud?" I nodded enthusiastically. "Pretty sure." We raced on until CJ finally lowered to the ground. Axel brought us down about half a block away, in a hedge of overgrown azaleas that offered a wall to hide behind. I lightly padded onto the grass and stared as CJ entered a house. What's he doing here, at Mr. Albot's? Axel rubbed his jaw. That's the $1,000,000 question. From behind the hedge, we had a perfect view of the home. A couple of seconds later, another witch on a cast-iron skillet landed on the sidewalk. "It's Stella," I whispered. Sure enough, Mr. Albot's daughter disappeared inside the house with CJ. "Now, why would they both be here?" I said. "That's what I'm about to find out," Axel said. He grabbed my shoulders. "Stay here." "What? I'm not going to stay here. If you're going over there, then so am I." Axel shook his head. "What am I going to do with you?" "Take me with you," I said sharply. He sighed. "Come on." Axel grasped my hand tightly and led me toward the Albot house. Peaches scampered in front of us, dashing up the porch and vanishing inside. Literally vanishing. I rolled my eyes. Great. How are we supposed to get him back? "Don't worry about him," Axel growled. "Let's see what we can find out." All the downstairs lights were on. The windows were high, so high I couldn't see into them. "Give me a lift," I whispered. Axel's eyes widened. "No way." "Yes," I hissed. "I can't see." Axel flipped his palms. His feet lifted off the ground. He floated upward toward the window. That sneaky wizard was going to peek into the windows without me. I was tempted to yank him down and bring him back to Earth. Turned out I didn't have to. Axel's power sputtered and died. He lowered back to the ground. I smirked. "Use up all your power on the skillet." He rubbed a hand over his forehead. "Maybe." We stared at each other. Finally, he threaded his fingers into a step. "Climb up." He practically growled it. "Sorry," I whispered. "Just don't make any noise." "You're the one making noise, only because you keep talking." I placed a finger over his lips. "Stop talking." Axel mumbled something incoherent and pushed me up. I grasped the window frame. "If you'd learn your magic, you could do this yourself," he mumbled. I peered at the top of his head. "My magic works best when I'm afraid, you know that." He grunted. "Easy out." I pointed my focus back on the house. Peaches stalked the hallway. Voices filled the silence. My eyes flared as CJ and Della came into view. "They know about us," CJ said. "About our plan." Della folded her arms. "It was the only thing we could do. We had to. In order to save my father, we had to go through with that." CJ rubbed her shoulders. "I know. We didn't have any choice. But I'm worried. That investigator is stalking around asking questions." Della raked her fingers through her hair. Boy, did she look nervous. "What sort of questions?" "About your father being afraid of me." "My father? Afraid of you?" CJ nodded. "The investigator knew all about it. Della, I would never." Right then, Peaches apparently decided he'd heard enough. The cat raced toward the couple and threw himself on them. I had underestimated Peaches something fierce, like I'm not even kidding. Peaches spat and clawed, and for the briefest of seconds, he was solid. Peaches sank his claws into Della's back. "Ow!" Della whirled around, trying to flip the cat from her. CJ took one look at Peaches and threw up his arms. "It's his cat! His dead cat!" Peaches took the opportunity to jump from Della. The cat leaped onto CJ's chest. CJ threw up his hands and squealed like a girl. He wrestled and wriggled. Della swatted at Peaches, and the cat dislodged himself from CJ and ran down the hall, vanishing out the back door. CJ and Della stared at each other. The back of Della's shirt hung in shreds. CJ's front didn't look much better. Plus, Peaches had slashed his claws over CJ's cheek, spilling blood. "Pepper," CJ said. "She owns the familiar holder. She must have sent the cat this way. Where is she?" That was all I needed to hear. "Get me down." Axel released me to the ground. "We've got to get out of here." "Why?" I sprinted down the yard, calling to him over my shoulder. "Because Peaches attacked them and they know about us." Axel caught up to me. "What did they say?" I hightailed it to the skillet and hiked one leg over. "They said they're guilty." "What?" "Would you get on? They're mad and know we're onto them." Axel rested his hands on his hips. "I can take them." "You can. You used up all your power on the ride over. I know you're strong, but evil witches and wizards are evil. If I need to remind you, they're bad, bad, bad. Look, we've got to go." Peaches burst through the hedges. "Let's go." I tipped my head toward the cat. "See? Even he's smart enough to know we need to leave." The front door of Mr. Albod's house slammed open. "Miss Dunn," CJ called in his innocent Boy Scout voice. "Would you happen to be out here?" I motioned for Axel to get on. "Hurry!" Axel shook his head and reluctantly hiked one leg over the skillet. "Fine, but as soon as I get you home, you're telling me everything." "Of course. Why wouldn't I? By the way, do you have enough magic to fly this thing?" "I may need some help," he grunted. "I'll be happy to do that." Axel pointed the skillet toward home, and we lifted off. Peaches rested on the tip of the skillet in front of Axel. I looked behind to see CJ and Della rush into overgrown azaleas and get tangled within the branches. The two fell over one another. By the time they were gazing into the sky, darkness had surrounded us. We were scot-free. Or so I thought. 21. I told Axel about CJ and Della's conversation. "So they really didn't say anything," he said. I stretched my legs. We were in his Land Rover, rumbling down the road back to my house. "They said stuff. They said you were on to them.
But that could mean anything.
I shot him a hard look. He shrugged.
Did they say what happened to Mr. Elbot?
No, I said, but they seem guilty to me. Axel shook his head.
I don't know what it means.
We reached Betty's cottage, and Axel popped his door open to walk me in. I pressed a hand to his chest. It's okay. You don't have to see me inside. He frowned.
What if I want to?
I kissed him. You can do it next time. I'm tired. And now I've got to come up with a great excuse as to why Peaches attacked CJ, and where was I during that?
It'll be fine, Peaches said. Okay.
Axel relented and started the truck back up.
I'll watch to make sure you get in safely.
I hopped out. Peaches sprinted forward. I petted Jenny and opened the front door. Peaches charged inside. I turned and waved to Axel. He drove off. A scraping sound off the side of the house caught my attention. I crossed to the edge of the porch and peered over. I couldn't see anything, but the scraping sound started up again. Figuring it would be best to investigate, after all, I might as well make sure it was just a raccoon in the trash can or something similar, I tiptoed down the steps and quietly made my way to the side. The house cast a long shadow under the moon. I glanced up. A ladder had been placed beneath my bedroom window. I stepped closer and saw a dark figure fiddling with the ladder. Clearly I was not in my right mind because I said, "Stop right there." I mean, this could have been anyone ready and willing to kill me, and here I was playing cop. Great job, Pepper. The dark figure whirled toward me. Before I could register a face, they lunged forward, knocking me to the ground. I hit the grass hard. Pain radiated into my shoulder and down my arm. My teeth clanged shut, and I groaned. I rolled over in time to see the dark shadow running away, down the road and out of reach. I rose and brushed myself off. Ugh! I groaned and limped over to the ladder. It sat directly beneath my window. I noticed something glinting on the ground under the moonlight. I peered closer and gasped. With trembling fingers, I pulled my phone from my pocket and dialed Axel's number.
Miss me already, babe?
Yes, no, it's not that. I can't explain it all to you right now, but I found something.
What?
I pulled a tissue from my purse and lifted the object from the ground. The metal reflected the lamplight, and the silver shone bright and shiny. Well, I sighed. I think I may have found the knife that killed Willow Dean Garr. Axel paused.
How? Where?
I glanced up at my window. It was left beside a ladder leading to my bedroom. The next part came out shaky. Axel, I think the murderer was going to use it on me. 22. Axel returned immediately, of course. I had gone inside and told Betty and my cousins what had happened. Cordelia called Garrick, who arrived just after Axel.
And this someone,
Garrick said.
You didn't get a look at them?
I shook my head. No, they whizzed past. I couldn't see them.
And you found a weapon?
She found this. Betty pointed to the knife. My grandmother had magically wrapped it in plastic to preserve whatever prints had been left on it. Garrick rubbed his chin.
No one touched it, I hope.
Not with her fingers, I said. Betty scoffed. We know better than to tamper with evidence, Sheriff Young. He quirked a brow.
You sure about that?
She scowled. Yes, I'm sure about that. I wondered if Garrick knew about all the times Betty had actually stolen evidence. My guess is that he must have. Not that we didn't have good reasons for doing that. We did. Great reasons, in fact. Awesome reasons. But I digress. There's another thing you should know, I said. Garrick glanced from the knife to me.
What's that?
My gaze darted to Axel. Earlier in the evening, we had sort of a run-in with C.J. Hicks and Della Frost. I'm afraid the person who attacked me might have been one of them. The sheriff shifted his weight from one leg to the other.
And in this altercation, did something bad happen? Did they threaten you?
Well, no, not really. But sort of, I guess. I raked my fingers through my hair in frustration. It seemed like they were angry, and, well, if someone was going to attack me, it would have been one of them, I think. I just thought you should check into it, seeing as how you're the sheriff and all.
Thanks for the lead.
Garrett crossed to me and squeezed my shoulder.
I'll find out who this was, Pepper. Don't worry. You'll be safe.
Thanks, Garrett. Betty's eyes narrowed to slitty wedges of death.
You'd better make sure of that, Garrick, that my granddaughter is okay.
Garrick nodded.
I will. Don't you worry.
Garrick and his men inspected the area around the ladder and took the ladder itself as evidence. Once they were gone, my family retreated upstairs while I sat with Axel. Something I'd been thinking about, something that tickled the back of my brain, bothered me. Do you think I was too hard on Rufus? Axel scowled. I spoke before anything negative could come out of his mouth. Listen, you told me the amulet was a tracker, fine, but he ever only helped us.
Not true.
I rolled my eyes. Do you think it's possible that you became a little overprotective around him because you needed to tell me about the mating thing? Axel sighed. He tipped his head back onto the couch and stared at the ceiling.
Maybe.
I took his hand. You know I'm yours. There's no doubt in my mind, but I do like helping people. Sometimes you have to trust folks when that happens. And Rufus was someone who'd put his trust in me by telling me things about him, secret things that I didn't think many other people knew. We were friends, Axel. Was I too hard on him? Axel raked his fingers down his face.
I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe the beast was too much a part of me then. Maybe I let it control too much of me.
He threaded his fingers through mine and shot me a wobbly smile.
I trust you. I do. Do I trust him? There are times when I have, times when I haven't. But when he left, he promised to return and harm you. I can't have that.
I nodded. I understand. But with everything going on, Rufus might be the least of our worries. Someone just placed a ladder under my window. We know someone wants the critterling and probably has Mr. Albod. They're just waiting for their chance to steal the familiar vessel and have him explain how to use it. What if, once word gets out that Mr. Albod is alive, what if they kill him?
I know,
Axel said. What I mean is, who are the really bad people here? Is it Rufus who tried to be better? Or someone who's been hiding as a friend all along?
That's a no-brainer, right?
I bit my bottom lip. Here went nothing. You don't have the right to tell me who my friends are. Unless, of course, literally the spawn of Satan is trying to woo me away from you. Rufus isn't that. I don't believe it. Axel inhaled a deep breath and stared at the wall. A troubled look flashed across his face before he tucked it away where I wouldn't see it. He raked his fingers through his hair.
I guess the alpha wolf in me took too much control.
I cupped his chin in my hand and tilted his face until our gazes locked. There are times when I love that alpha, but there are times when I need space. If our relationship continues, you need to know that. The wolf in you will have to back down sometimes. You can't control everything. Axel took my hand and brought it to his chest.
I know. I don't want to control you, and I don't want to dominate you.
I tipped my head until a slash of bang fell in my eyes. I brushed the cinnamon and honey-colored tendrils from my face. Remember, you said that, because I can't have that. You didn't want me to have any contact with someone who had helped us for no other reason than jealousy. Am I right?" He scowled.
"Do I have to admit that?"
I laughed and threw my arms around him. "You have no reason to doubt me. None. In the future, trust me when it comes to my friends." Axel pulled back and smiled. His blue eyes lit up my life.
"Like you said, I'll trust you unless you befriend the spawn of Satan. But I still have a feeling you'd have had a hard time believing me if I pointed that out to you."
I cocked my head. I might not. You might have to be pushy, but still allow me to make my own mistakes."
"You are an adult,"
he said slyly. I rolled my eyes. "Thanks for pointing that out." I sighed and leaned against the couch, studying him. I pinched the protection locket that hung on its chain around my neck and slid it from side to side. Axel had gifted it to me at Christmas. It was the best present I'd ever received. So, anyway, now that we're finished talking about Rufus, how do I use this? Axel smiled.
"When you truly need it, you'll know how to use it."
That doesn't help me. He shrugged.
"It's not supposed to be cryptic. Your instincts will tell you how to use it. For the most part, it should keep you safe. But if you find yourself in a bad situation and must use it to stop someone from doing real harm, you'll know how to use it then."
I quirked a brow. "You promise?" He sat up and kissed me.
"I promise."
Axel left a few minutes later, and I resolved to reach out to Rufus and make amends. Would it work? I doubt it. He was probably still so angry with me that he was plotting how to steal my power. Great. But at least I would say that I tried, right? It was better to try than to sit around and do nothing. It was the least Rufus deserved for all he'd done for me, which included saving my butt more than once, and my life at least once. I padded upstairs to my room and crawled onto my bed. I lay there staring at Rufus's number for several minutes. Finally, I dialed. It rang several times. No answer. Crap. Now I'd have to decide whether or not to leave a message. I opted against it and pillowed my head with my hands. I stared up at the ceiling, thinking about that vision of the trees and the hooded figure. As I replayed it in my mind, I saw something at the far corner of the trees, something I'd forgotten about, something that I should have realized ages ago. I bolted up. Maddie, who sat perched on the window seat, blinked at me.
"Everything okay, sugar?"
No. Yes, I don't know. I just realized something I'd forgotten.
"Whatever could that be?"
I rubbed my forehead, trying to make the image as clear as possible. There was something in a vision I received, something just out of reach. Then it hit me what the image was. But was I right? There was only one way to find out. "Peaches?" The cat rolled over on his back and blinked at me.
"Yes?"
"How are you doing?"
"Besides the fact that you should have called the police on CJ and Della, fine."
I kicked at a sock I'd tossed onto the floor. "There was no reason to call them. I might remind you that you ran in and started attacking. They hadn't even said anything really good."
"Oh, no?" "The man admitted Mr. Albard was afraid of him. Why would he have been afraid unless CJ was going to kill him?"
"I don't know, but since CJ didn't say that, we don't exactly have proof that it's true. But listen, I was wondering if you could help me with something."
"I don't know."
He rolled onto his stomach and faced away from me.
"The last time I tried to help you, I messed everything up, at least according to you."
"Oh, Cat, don't be ridiculous. This might be your chance to make things right." Peach's ear twitched in my direction. I had to be on the right path to convincing him. "Look," I said soothingly, I know what happened earlier wasn't good, but I don't blame you. You've been convinced that Mr. Albod was kidnapped. Worse, you were trapped in the Critterling for months, waiting to get out so that you could find him. When you were freed, it took a while for us to find the evidence that Mr. Albod was kidnapped. He was dead to the entire town. Peaches still wasn't moving, so I pushed on. Worse, you haven't been wandering around looking for him, probably because of me. I never told you I'd follow you wherever you want to go, and I never said I wanted to start barging into people's houses to search for him mainly because, well, that's not always my style. Maddie coughed. I shot her a scathing look. But now, Peaches, now I think I might have an idea of a place we need to check out. I can't promise we'll find Mr. Albot, but we can at least mark it off our list. I inhaled a deep breath. So what do you say? Do you want to come with me? Will you help me find Mr. Albot, or at least help me narrow the window of where he's being kept? Peaches sat for a long time. His tail twitched up and down as he thought. Finally, after what felt like several minutes, the cat rose and patted his way over to me. The feline sat at my feet. So you'd like me to come with you? Yes, and you can do whatever it is you need to do. I won't stop you. Frankly, after tonight and my run-in with the person outside, I'm hoping you help me. Maddie sat up. You ain't going alone, are you, sugar? I'll call Axel, I said. Good, 'cause I don't want nothing happening to you. It won't. At least I doubt it. I smiled broadly at Peaches. So, are you in? The cat nodded. I'm in. 23. Peaches and I headed out of my room. When I reached the downstairs, I found Cordelia sitting in the recliner reading. She took one look at my purse, jacket, and ghost cat and narrowed her eyes. Where are you going? Out. Do you think that's such a good idea? Yes. Cordelia closed her book and laid it on the armrest. How exactly do you figure that? Someone considered climbing into your bedroom with a knife. Betty placed more protection spells on the house. There's no way anyone can get in with her magic tying up the home. Cordelia threaded her fingers through her hair and stared at me. That doesn't mean I'm going to let you out of this house alone. I nodded to the cat. Who says I'm alone? Does Axel know what you're doing? I called him, but I guess he's asleep. No answer. My cousin sighed and heaved herself from the recliner. So I guess it's just you and me. I balked. You're coming? Of course. She grabbed her jacket from a peg, slid it on, and fluffed her hair out. What else a sweet tea witch is for? I can't exactly abandon you. What if you get hurt? I'd feel horrible. I smiled widely. Great. Grab your skillet. Cordelia, Peaches, and I sailed through the night sky. We passed a handful of witches doing nightly group rides. Riding under the moonlight was a pastime in Magnolia Cove. It was a sight to see, let me tell you. The silvery tops of the trees and the pools of moonlight made the experience magical. I landed us a little ways from our target. Cordelia shortened her skillet to pocket size and stuffed it in her jacket. Wow, I wish someone would teach me that. She rolled her eyes. It's not hard. Want me to do it for you? I'd rather you show me. She rubbed her arms and glanced around at the trees lining both sides of the road. I'd rather not. This place gives me the creeps. I agree, Peaches said. I placed the skillet against a tree for safekeeping. What do you have to be afraid of? You're dead. The cat's tail twitched in agitation. Just because I'm dead doesn't mean I can't find a place unsavory. Cordelia clicked her tongue. He's got a good point. Next thing you know, Betty's secret admirer will jump out and ask us about her. I laughed nervously. Yeah, that's bound to happen. Cordelia walked beside me in silence. You okay? You seem kind of glum. She shrugged. I don't know. I'm getting kind of tired of the inn. There are so many personalities there, and I don't get along with all of them. You not get along with them? I joked. I don't believe it. She elbowed my ribs. Very funny. But I'm thinking about moving on, moving into a job that will use my skills as a witch better. I narrowed my eyes. Your skills as a witch, or do you mean your skills as a genie? She glowered. You got me. Sheesh. Can't keep a secret from you, can I? I shrugged. I don't know. It seems like you haven't been as angry with your father lately and have been spending more time with him. It's a natural progression. I guess so. She kicked the pebble down the path. When he first returned, I was so angry, so mad at him for leaving. But when I cooled down and realized my father left for my own safety, that changed things. Don't tell Amelia, but I had him unlock my genie powers. She raised her palm in a stop gesture. There's still a lot I don't know, so please don't make any wishes. But I'm excited to see where things will go, and to see him open the wishing store. And for once, Cordelia smiled. She was excited. There wasn't the usual sarcasm to her words. It made me happy to see my cousin excited about something other than making smart jabs at Amelia. I wrapped my hand around hers. I'm excited for you, too. I can't wait to see the store. You'll have to tell me all about it. She rubbed her hands. It's pretty awesome. Cordelia stopped. Oh. Is this it? I glanced at the small cottage on the outskirts of town. Yep, this is it. Neville Maybury's house sat nestled under a big oak. Shadows cut deep across the front yard. Peaches, can you go in and see if Neville's dog will come out of the doggy door and talk to us? Peaches walked stiffly toward the house, mumbling, I'm not a servant. I shook my head. Good thing that cat's already dead, Cordelia murmured. He's murder material. I nudged her ribs but laughed. It was true. That feline was something else. A few moments later, Neville Maybury's little terrier strutted out, growling low. As soon as the dog saw me, however, he stopped. I knelt beside the fence and extended my hand for him to sniff. Hey there, little guy. I have a question for you. He cocked his head. The other day, when your wizard mentioned that you've been barking a lot at night, why are you doing that? Someone walks every night. They walk past the house. Who is it? I don't know, but if I did, I'd bite their leg. This is my territory, my place. Well, he certainly had a little dog's attitude, didn't he? Where are they going? To the shed. Are you sure? Yes. I hear the door open. I hear voices. I rose. Thank you. That's all I needed to know. The dog strolled back inside. Well, Cordelia asked, what did he say? He said what I suspected. Someone's been going to the shed, and there's someone else out there. You think it's Frederick? Peaches asked, his voice full of excitement. I don't know. I tightened my purse strap. But let's find out. 24. The three of us tiptoed out to the shed. The wooden framed square was no bigger than Mother Hubbard's shoe and had its own distinct aroma. Ew, Cordelia whispered. What is that smell? My nose crinkled. I think it's the sewer. Does that place house it? She said. I bit back a laugh. I don't know, but I don't want to open my mouth for fear that stench will get in and never leave. Cordelia nodded in reply. It was rank. Seriously, if this place needed a security system, that stench was it. No wonder the place was abandoned. If anyone lived here, the smell alone would kill them. I lifted my collar over my nose. It didn't completely erase the nastiness, but it muffled it somewhat. A mass of vines covered the shed. "You sure someone's in here?" Cordelia said from underneath her collar. "No, but we need to check it out." We finally reached it. "I'm going around," Peaches said. The cat was lucky. If he hadn't already been dead, the stench of sewer might have killed him. Soft and crumbling wooden boards held up a corrugated steel roof. Vines entwined the square, looking to suck out whatever life was left in the place. "Is there a window?" Cordelia said. "Over here," Peaches called. We tromped over weeds and barbs to the other side of the shack. The place was no bigger than a postage stamp, so the other side was about 5 feet away. But on that other side was a window. Peaches, paws up, stared inside. "He's there. Mr. Albot is in there." I stomped on a root that had snared my foot and growled at it. "Not now, Root." Cordelia reached the window before me. "Where?" She craned her neck up and down as she peered into the window. "Right there," Peaches said. "Don't you see him?" She shot me a confused look. "Pepper?" I finally reached the window and placed one hand on the crumbling sewer pit. Realizing that was a terrible decision, I swiped my hand on my jacket and hoped the stink didn't stick. I peered inside the window, but saw nothing but a single candle and a chair. "Don't you see him?" Peaches said. I grimaced. "No, I don't. Peaches, are you feeling okay? Is the smell affecting you?" Without another word, Peaches slipped through the structure and inside. Cordelia nibbled her bottom lip. It could be a spell. My eyebrows shot to peaks. One that makes him invisible from the outside? She nodded. "We need to get in there to see if it's true." "Let's find a door." We found it. The darned thing was padlocked from the outside. "I'll fix that," Cordelia said. One tap of her finger against the metal, and the lock snapped open. Awe filled my voice. "That is a cool trick." Cordelia blew on her finger. "Yep, stick with me, and you'll see all kinds of cool things." I pressed on the door, but it was stuck. "Give me a hand." The two of us shoved our shoulders against the crumbling wood. The door suddenly gave, and we tumbled inside, sliding across the floor. "Oh!" My elbow hit the floor hard. A knife-like pain pierced my bicep. "Ow!" I rubbed it as I took a moment to glance around. Peaches sat beside the chair. The cat's gaze drifted up to the seat beside him. Sitting in the chair was a frail old man. White wisps of hair crossed his head. His hands and knees were knobby like branches, and his nose was long and curved. Beady eyes full of mischief glimmered down at the two of us. "And who do we have here?" he said. Peach's tail flickered. "Cordelia, Pepper, meet Frederick Albot." Mr. Albot tipped his head. "How do you do?" "See?" Peaches sniffed. "I told you he was alive." He certainly had. 25. I brushed dirt off my pants and rose. I took a deep inhale and noticed the place wasn't stinky on the inside like it was on the outside. "Mr. Albot, we've got to get you out of here." "What's the hurry?" He motioned to an old black cook stove, the kind that ate wood. "Sit and have a cup of coffee. It's got chicory in it." My gaze darted to Cordelia. She shrugged. Peaches cleared his throat. "Mr. Albot doesn't have much memory. I think he's being drugged." I sized up Mr. Albot. He was maybe 6'2", 140 or 50 pounds. If Cordelia and I held him shoulder and feet, we might be able to get him out of the shack. If Mr. Albot was gone long enough, he'd remember who did this to him. Right? "Cordelia, we've got to get him out of here." She nodded. "I'm on it." I think I can create a circle of magic that will transport the three of us out of here." She glanced at Peaches. "You'll just have to meet us back at the house. Can you do that?"
"What's the hurry?"
Mr. Albot asked again.
"We have so much time. I haven't had a visitor in ages."
"Whoever did this to him could return at any moment," I said. "We've got to get going." Cordelia motioned for me to take position at Mr. Albot's right. She stood on his left, and we linked arms. "Mr. Albot, this might tingle a bit, but hold on. Everything will be fine."
"Uh-oh,"
Peaches said.
"I don't think you were fast enough."
"Why?" Peaches nodded to the still open door. The black, hooded figure stood there, the cowl pulled down over his face, masking his features. "Hurry, Cordelia!" Cordelia lifted her arms. The figure lifted his hand. Magic pooled up around us. Cordelia's magic. A black ball of powder fell to the floor and shattered, enveloping us in ebony smoke. The smoke filled my lungs, suffocating me. My knees weakened, and I fell to the floor, choking. The last thing I heard before everything went black was Mr. Albot.
"What's your hurry? Why don't you stay a while?"
26. My legs were moving. I was moving. I think that's what woke me up. I blinked and found myself walking through the forest. My legs moved of their own volition. I shook the fog from my brain and glanced over at Cordelia. Her head hung low, and her legs moved as well, moved on their own. What sort of witchcraft was this? Never had I seen anything like it. I blinked several times and more blur filtered out of my sight. I glanced in front of me and saw the dark, cloaked figure. Ropes ran from his hands back to me and Cordelia. I peered over my shoulder, but didn't see Peaches anywhere. But I did see Mr. Albot behind me. He didn't have a rope tied to him. He walked along happy as could be. "So you're awake," came the voice from the hood. It wasn't a man's voice. It was a woman. Everything hit me, as if I'd been struck by 1,000 thunderbolts. The image from the trees, the one I'd seen days ago, came to me. I glanced at the trees and realized I was in the forest, the same forest where I'd had a crow's nest view of the scene unfolding. The cloaked figure, the person being led with ropes. I thought I was looking at a glimpse of the past, at what had happened ages ago. But I'd seen the future. I'd been offered a snapshot of what was to be. It was my own future, and it wasn't pretty. Anger burned in my veins. If I'd known I was looking at the future, would there have been a way to stop it? Would there have been a way to change anything? I gritted my teeth. "Who are you?" A maniacal laugh escaped the cloaked figure. She turned around and yanked the hood down to her shoulders. I gasped. "Ingrid." Her skin glimmered in the moonlight. "I had it all planned. I needed to kill you in your bedroom, and then I'd have control of the critterling. But then you surprised me by trying to climb into your room. I thought my plan was ruined. But then you turned up in the shack, and I caught you. Now, all I have to do is have you turn over the vessel, and everything will be done." "How did you do it? How do you fool everyone?" I have to admit the whole thing bewildered me. How had Ingrid managed to hoodwink everyone and kidnap Mr. Albot? "My powers are waning," she said dramatically. "That's why I had to use the ladder. But I can still make tonics and potions, powders and elixirs. The night Mr. Albot supposedly died, I instructed Neville to give him a tea of a tonic I created." I closed my eyes, and it made him appear dead. Yes, then it was just a matter of replacing his real body with a fake one. Once Frederick was dead, no one bothered to check that it was really him. That part was easy. I quirked a brow. And the hard part? We were being led further into the forest. I recognized the location. She was taking us to the old tree, the big one, where Axel had said the old witches used to perform rituals. Ingrid faced forward and tugged on our ropes. The hard part was that Mr. Albard wouldn't tell me what I needed to know. He refused to give up the familiar holder. So you had no choice but to drug him. That's right. But still, then there were things he wouldn't reveal. It doesn't matter now. I have the vessel. I'll figure out the rest of it myself. I shook my head. Why? Out of all the things to want, why do you want this? Why the critterling? Ingrid whipped back around. Because I've lost so much of my power. Don't you see? Her eyes filled with some sort of sadistic glee. I'll be able to do anything I want. I can go places as a familiar and use the animal's magic to help me. See, familiars possess their own magic. It may not be the likes of what we have, but something is better than nothing. The great tree loomed ahead. I bit down on my lip, trying to figure out a way to escape. The ropes were tight. I had a feeling they were unbreakable. And don't think that cat will help you, she said. Mr. Albard spelled him back at the shack. The cat isn't hurt, just out of commission for a little while. I frowned. So why keep Mr. Albard alive? Why'd you bother if you really didn't need him? He wouldn't tell you the location of the familiar vessel, not even when he was drugged. You said yourself you didn't need him to teach you how to use the thing. So why, Ingrid? Why keep him alive? She sniffed. It's none of your business. My mouth curled into a slow smile. Bingo. I may have just discovered Ingrid's weakness. We approached the tree. Ingrid led us until we were underneath the long, knobby branches. They reminded me of witches' fingers reaching to strangle me. I shivered. Not exactly the image I needed to be concerning myself with right now, was it? But why did you kill Willow Dean Garr? Why do you think? Because she knew it was me. She figured it out that night that I wanted the vessel. There was nothing I remembered from the night at the Familiar Society meeting that made me think Willow Dean knew that. She didn't write it in the letter to me. She didn't say your name. Ingrid grimaced. I went outside after they'd escorted her out. She saw me and spouted off that she knew I always wanted the critterling. Said she had proof. I went back inside, grabbed the knife, and killed her. That old woman would have ruined everything. I shook my head sadly. It must have been Willow Dean going out on a limb. She never gave me your name. Willow Dean had only suspected. It was too bad that suspicion had gotten her killed. Ingrid shrugged. If you're going to threaten someone, you'd better have the cojones to back it up. I rubbed my lips together but didn't say anything. Poor Willow Dean. My entire adventure had started with her, but now it was ending someplace very far away. Ingrid dropped the ropes and yanked my purse from my shoulder. A slow smile curled on her lips. And I was right. She hoisted the gold figurine high in the air. Thank you for making my job that much easier. Ingrid kissed the gold cat with her thick, full lips and handed it to Frederick, who lumbered up beside her. Hold this, please. He took it and scratched his head. It appeared the memory was back there in his brain, but he couldn't quite make the truth of it come out. And Cordelia lumbered on. I know why you didn't kill Mr. Albot. Ingrid's gaze darted nervously to Frederick. Why's that? Because you love him. You adore him, that's why. What do you think you're going to do? Keep him in your shed forever? You can't do that. He's old. He has health problems. You don't know what you're talking about, girl. Keep your mouth shut. I know what I'm talking about, I spat. You don't drug someone you love. You don't. That's not how it works. You can't do that. Not so that you can slink around at night as a cat. What's wrong with you? Shut up. Ingrid raked her fingers down her face. She took a deep, cleansing breath and shoved a hand in her pocket. You stop it. When she pulled her hand free, a knife glinted in the moonlight. I'm going to finish you and your cousin, and then I won't have to worry about you. I squinted at her. You think it'll be that easy? You've got a long line of missing people and dead behind you. It'll catch up to you one day. Besides, I told my boyfriend where I was headed. He'll go to the shed. Ingrid licked the blade's edge. I'm not worried. Think they'll be able to find me? Never. Panic swelled in my chest. Heat flushed my body, and my heart thundered. The black powder still dampened my mind. I couldn't work my magic. I couldn't focus on harnessing my power to stop Ingrid from harming me. My sternum buzzed. I glanced down and noticed my chest shimmered. The locket. The gold protection locket that Axel had made using his own blood broke from the chain around my neck and flew toward Ingrid. Ingrid charged forward. The knife arched in the sky, aimed straight at my heart. The locket slammed into her chest and pushed her back, forming a bubble around her and encasing her on the grass. Magic buoyed from her body, flashing over us. Cordelia awoke. Mr. Albon scratched his head and blinked.
Where am I?
He said. I plucked the critterling from the ground and crossed to him. It's a long story, but Peaches and I will be happy to share it with you when we find him. Cordelia rubbed the back of her neck. What happened? I pointed to Ingrid's thrashing body. She tried to kill us, but Axel's locket stopped her. Cordelia blinked wide. Good thing he loves you so much. I nodded. Yep, good thing. Cordelia fished her phone from her pocket. I'll call Garrick. Thank you. I turned away to retrieve my purse and call Axel when a figure in the distance caught my attention. My breath hitched. Standing in the shadow of the trees, his black hair slicked back and wearing tight leather pants, stood Rufus. I approached slowly, unsure if he'd received my call or if he was here to destroy me. I folded my arms across my chest and shivered as a wind broke through the trees. He spoke first.
You called.
Relief flooded me to my toes. Maybe he was only here because of that and not because he wanted me to suffer. You didn't answer. I stopped about 6 feet from him. We stared at each other. Energy swelled between us, and the fine hairs on my arms rose to attention. His mouth quirked.
I thought it best to come. If I'd returned your call and you didn't answer, that would have meant you misdialed my number.
I didn't misdial. I inhaled a deep breath, puffed up my chest, and said, I was a real jerk a few weeks ago.
No.
He shook his head sadly.
I shouldn't have placed a tracking device in the amulet. That was my fault. At least I should have been honest about it.
You saved my life, I argued. If the divination powder that Beverly blew at me had reached me, it would have been me who wound up dead and not her.
Oh, tomato, tomato.
Rufus's mouth curved into a smile.
I'm as much to blame as anyone.
So does this mean you accept my apology? Or have you come to destroy me?
I said some things I shouldn't have.
He rubbed a thumb down his jaw.
I have somewhat of a temper.
I bit back a laugh. You could say I have a temper as well, as you discovered.
He paused. Look, Pepper, I'm sorry for those things I said. It was uncalled for.
I brushed a strand of hair from my eyes. And I'm sorry I didn't give you a chance. It wasn't fair. You deserve more than that. Sincerity filled his dark eyes.
So, you're not angry at me?
I shook my head. Only if you're not angry with me. His lips tipped into an amused smile.
I'm not angry. It's the last thing I am. In fact, I'm glad you called. There's something I need to tell you. Pepper?
I turned around to see Garrick and his men on the scene. Yes? He waved me toward him.
I need you over here. You've got to tell me what the heck is going on.
I threw Rufus an apologetic look. It appears I've got some work to do. Will you be around for a while? The corners of his eyes crinkled as he smiled.
Yes, indeed. I will be.
With that, I turned to assist Garrick, leaving Rufus standing alone under the trees. 27. So it turned out that Ingrid Puryear was arrested, much to the dismay of her husband. Jerome Puryear had known nothing of his wife's kidnapping and murderous tendencies, which I suppose was a good thing since he was alive and well. Ingrid did admit to killing Willowdean Gar and kidnapping Mr. Albod, all so she could discover the secret of the Critterling. And even though Mr. Albod refused to divulge his secret, Ingrid had kept him alive, admitting to Garrick that she did love Mr. Albod even though he didn't return her feelings. It was a few days later, and I was walking home from Familiar Place. Hugo lumbered beside me, the dragon's tongue lolling to one side as he tromped down the sidewalk. I spied C.J. Hicks, Stella Frost, and Frederick Albod walking toward me. C.J. had his arm wrapped around Della's shoulders, and in turn Della held Mr. Albod's hand. Not exactly sure how they could walk all tangled up like that, but it worked for them.
Well, Miss Dunn,
C.J. cooed.
It's so great to see you.
I grimaced. I'm sorry about the other night, when Peaches attacked you. Peaches appeared on the sidewalk.
I've already apologized.
C.J. waved me away dismissively.
Don't you worry about it. You heard me and Della talking about how we'd wanted to sell the house for Mr. Albod's sake.
It was much too big for him to handle, Della added. I studied C.J.'s hand as he squeezed Della. Well, I'm glad everything worked out. C.J. beamed at Della.
Me too. If it hadn't been for y'all, Della and I might never have come together. And now,
Mr. Albod smiled.
I have a second chance to get to know my daughter again. Thank you for finding me.
A wide grin split my face. Like I said, I'm just glad it all worked out. They continued on, and I reached the house. I found Betty relaxing in the rocking chair on the front porch. I dumped my purse in the porch swing and joined her. So, how are you doing? Her toes pointed and flexed as she swayed back and forth.
I'm okay, I guess.
I hitched a brow. What do you mean you guess?
Oh, you haven't heard.
Haven't heard what? Betty pulled a folded sheet of paper from her dress pocket and opened it.
Got a letter from my secret admirer. He says he has to move because of his mother. Says he's sorry we never got a chance to be together, but that he'll treasure the time we had.
I bit my bottom lip. I wanted to ask what time you had together, but instead I kept my mouth shut. Oh, Betty, I'm so sorry. She shoved the page back into her pocket and sniffled.
It's okay. I knew it was too good to be true.
My heart broke for her in that moment. I rose, crossed to her, and wrapped my grandmother in a hug. The front door opened, and Amelia and Cordelia stepped onto the porch. Amelia carried a large pitcher of sweet tea and 4 glasses on a tray.
She took one look at Betty and said, "You know what you need? A glass of sweet tea." I squeezed Betty's shoulders. After all, that's what we sweet tea witches live for, isn't it? A big glass of the sugary stuff? Betty nodded and took a glass. Amelia leaned into her. "One glass of this, and you'll feel better." It seemed to work. After about 10 minutes, Betty was back to her old ornery self. She had the three of us laughing in no time. Me? I was relieved. I hated to see my grandmother heartbroken. It definitely wasn't something I enjoyed watching, not by a long shot. For what it's worth, I think Amelia learned her lesson as well. It wasn't a good idea to meddle in someone's love life. You'd have thought she'd know that from when Betty had dabbled in hers. But sometimes, I guess it took experience to teach you the real lesson. With all the mysteries solved, I awaited Axel to pick me up for a quiet dinner out. I was looking for some alone time with my man. Not that there was anything for us to discuss. Well, if there was, I wasn't bringing it up. After he picked me up, Axel drove us out to the pop-up barbecue restaurant. We ordered and sat down at a picnic table to drink peach iced tea and eat pulled pork sandwiches and fried cornbread. "If a comet is going to land on me, please don't do it until I've eaten every bite," I said, diving into a bowl of Oreo pie. "I'll protect you," Axel said. I smiled brightly at him. "Thank you." We studied each other for a moment. My action of calling Rufus weighed on me. "What is it?" Axel said. I took a deep, cleansing breath. Here goes. I called Rufus and apologized. Axel's brow curved into a question mark. "He answered?" "He appeared. The night Ingrid tried to kill me." "But he didn't save you." I clicked my tongue. "No, your locket did." The locket had been nearly blown apart when it used its power. It was currently in Axel's cellar, awaiting repair. "Thank goodness for that." He stared at his food for a moment. "And how was Rufus?" He apologized. Axel swiped a napkin over his mouth. "Did he promise never to track you again?" "Yes." I tilted my head to one side. "At least, I think so." Axel chuckled. "Fair enough." He crumpled his napkin and dropped it on the table. "I've decided to give some leeway when it comes to Rufus. You're friends with him, that's fine. I can accept that." "Good. That should make our lives easier." "It will." His pupils tightened, and the blue of his irises tilted toward turbulence. "Pepper, I wasn't kidding about what I said before. About what I said in the cellar." I dropped my cup of Oreo pie in my lap. Oh, crap! I rose to my feet and dabbed at the cream and chocolate crumbs. Man, I can be so messy sometimes.
"Here,"
Axel said, amused.
"let me help."
While Axel helped me wipe away the mess, all I could think of was crisis averted. There would be no talk of the M word. Not today. Not for a long time, if I had my way. But in the back of my mind, I also knew that if I wanted to be with him, that was the only way it would ever happen. Mating and marriage would go hand in hand. He hadn't said it, but he didn't have to. We finished our meal, and Axel took me home, kissing me briefly.
"I'll call you tomorrow."
I smiled. Can't wait. I scooted from the vehicle and nearly sprinted up the stairs and inside. As soon as the door shut, the bell rang. I braced my back against the wall. Wow, Axel can really move. I whirled around and opened the door. Did I forget something? I did a double take when I found Rufus standing on the porch instead of Axel. "Rufus, what are you doing here?" He rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly.
"Sorry if I'm interrupting anything."
"No, not at all. Is everything okay?" The slight shake of his head told me it was not. "What is it? Do you want to come inside?" He ignored my question.
You remember in the forest, I said I had something to tell you?
I nodded. Right, I forgot. With everything that had happened, it had completely zipped from my mind. What is it?
You've heard of the Head Witch Order?
I slapped my thigh. For goodness sake, yes, I've heard of them. It seems everywhere I turn, someone is talking about them. I've heard there's tension with some werewolves, and they may want to teach me how to use my powers.
Rufus slid a hand over his face.
There are conflicts with the werewolves, yes, but they don't want to teach you how to use your powers.
I frowned. They don't?
Rufus took a step forward. Heat wafted off his body almost like steam. The magical energy drifting off him was so potent I could almost see it.
No, they don't. Do you remember how I've told you several times that if it wasn't me trying to ensnare your powers for myself, it would be someone else?
A cold shiver like a snake slithered down my spine. I could barely manage the answer. Yes, I whispered.
Rufus took another step forward. Worry filled his dark eyes.
The Head Witch Order is coming, Pepper, but they're not coming to train you. They're coming to use your powers for themselves.
My heart thundered in my chest. When? When will they be here?
A dark shadow crossed his face.
Any day now. Perhaps tomorrow.
I grabbed his sleeve and dragged him into the house. Get in here. We've got some serious planning to do. Once Rufus crossed the threshold, I slammed the door, closing out the night.
This has been Southern Hauntings, Sweet Tea Witch Mysteries, Book 11. Written by Amy Boyles. Narrated by Hollis McCarthy. Copyright 2019 by Ladybug Books, LLC. Production copyright 2024 by Ladybug Books, LLC. Edited by Sean Toole.